Garden of Shadows.
Prologue. Addendum to the last will and testament of Olivia Winfield Foxworth, to be opened 20 years after my death. I have been forced to leave this record. Had others not decided to tell my story for their own gain, the secrets of the Foxworths would have been buried in my grave with me. Cruelty comes in many forms. Ignorance is one of them. Because of ignorance, I have been judged. Now I have gone to him, the only judge whose verdict matters, and accepted his pronouncement on my soul. Those of you who remain below will here come to know the true story. And knowing the truth, judge me if you dare. Olivia Winfield Foxworth. Part 1. Chapter 1. The First Bud of Spring. When I was a little girl, my father bought me a priceless handcrafted dollhouse. It was a magical miniature world, with beautiful tiny porcelain dolls, furniture, even paintings and chandeliers and rugs, all made to scale. But the house was enclosed in a glass case, and I was never allowed to touch the family inside. Indeed, I was not even permitted to touch the glass case, for fear of leaving smudges. Dainty things had always been at peril in my large hands, and the dollhouse was for me to admire, but never to touch. I kept it on an oak table under the sash of stained glass windows in my bedroom. The sun coming through the tinted windows always spread a soft, rainbow-colored sky over the tiny universe and put the light of happiness into the faces of a miniature family. Even the servants in the kitchen, the butler dressed in white livery who stood near the entrance door, and the nanny in the nursery, all wore looks of contentment. That was as it should be, as it should always be, as I fervently hoped and prayed it would be for me someday. That miniature world was without shadows, for even on overcast days, when clouds hung their gloom outside, the tinted glass windows magically turned the gray light into rainbows. The real world, my own world, seemed always to be gray, without rainbows. Gray for my eyes, which I had always been told were too stern. Gray for my hopes. Gray for the old maid no one wanted in the deck of cards. At 24, I was an old maid, already a spinster. It seemed I intimidated eligible young men with my height and intelligence. It seemed that the rainbow world of love and marriage and babies would always be as closed off to me as that dollhouse I so admired. For it was only in make-believe that my hopes took wing. In my fantasies I was pretty, light-hearted, charming, like the other young women I had met but never befriended. Mine was a lonely life, filled mostly with books and dreams. And though I did not talk about it, I clung to the small hope my dear mother had given me just before she died. Life is very much like a garden, Olivia, and people are like tiny seeds, nurtured by love and friendship and caring. And if enough time and care are spent, they bloom into gorgeous flowers. And sometimes even an old, neglected plant left in a yard gone to seed will unexpectedly burst into blossom. These are the most precious, the most cherished blossoms of all. You will be that sort of flower, Olivia. It may take time, but your flowering will come. How I missed my optimistic mother. I was 16 when she died, just when I most needed to have those woman-to-woman talks with her that would tell me how to win a man's heart, how to be like her, respectable, competent, yet a woman in every way. My mother was forever involved in one thing or another, and in everything she was competent and in charge. She threaded her way through each crisis, and when one ended, there was always another to replace it. My father seemed content that she was busy. It mattered not with what. He often said that just because women weren't involved in serious business, that didn't mean they should be idle. They had their womanly things to do. Yet, when it came to me, he encouraged me to go to business school. It seemed right and proper that I would become his private accountant, that he would give me a place in his den, a manly room with one wall covered with firearms, and another with pictures from his hunting and fishing expeditions. A room that always had the odor of cigar smoke and whiskey. Its dark brown rug, the most worn-looking of any rug in the house. He set aside a portion of his large black oakwood desk for me to work meticulously on his accounts, his business expenses, his employees' wages, and even his household expenses. Working with my father, I often felt more like the son he had always longed for, but never got, than the daughter I was. Oh, I did want to please, but it seemed I would never be just what anyone wanted. He used to say I would be a great help to any husband, and I used to believe that was why he was so determined I would get a business education and have that experience. He didn't come out and say it in so many words, but I could hear them anyway. A woman 6 feet tall needed something more to capture a man's love. Yes, I was 6 feet tall. I had shot up as a teenager, much to my dismay, to giant proportions. I was the beanstalk in Jack's garden. I was the giant. There was nothing dainty or fragile about me. I had my mother's auburn hair, but my shoulders were too wide, and my bosom large. I often stood before my mirror and wished my arms shorter. My gray eyes were too long and cat-like, and my nose was too sharp. My lips were thin, my complexion pale and gray. Gray, gray, gray. How I longed to be pretty and bright, but when I sat before my vanilla marble vanity table, trying to blush and to flutter my eyelashes, look flirtatious, I managed only to look a fool. I didn't want to look empty-headed and silly, yet I couldn't help but sit before the glass-encased dollhouse and study the pretty, delicate porcelain face of the tiny wife. How I wished it were my face. Maybe then this would be my world. But it was not. And so I left my hope encased with the porcelain figures and went about my way. If my father had really expected to make me more attractive to a man by providing me with an education and practical business experience, he must have been sorely disappointed in the result. Gentlemen came and went, all coming because of his manipulations, I discovered. And still I was yet to be courted and loved. I was always afraid that my money, my father's money I would inherit, would bring a man to the door pretending to be in love with me. I think my father feared the same thing, because he came to me one day and said, "I have written into my will that whatever money you receive shall be only yours, and yours to do with what you like. No husband will ever expect to take control of your fortune simply by marrying you." He made his announcement and left before I could even respond. Then he screened any candidates for my romance carefully, exposing me only to the highest class of gentlemen, men of some fortune themselves. I had yet to meet one I didn't tower over, or one who wouldn't scowl at the things I said. It seemed I'd die a spinster. But my father wouldn't have it so. "There's a young man coming to dinner tonight," he began one Friday morning late in April, "who I must say is one of the most impressive I've met. I want you to wear that blue dress you had made for yourself last Easter." Oh, Father! It was on the tip of my tongue to say, why bother? But he anticipated my reaction. "Don't argue about it. And for heaven's sake, don't start in on the woman suffrage movement when we're at the table." My eyes flamed. He knew how I hated to be bridled like one of his horses. "A man no sooner shows some interest in you than you challenge the most treasured of manly privileges. It never fails." "The blue dress," he repeated, and pivoted and left before I could offer an argument. It seemed pointless for me to go through the rituals at my vanity table. I shampooed my hair vigorously and then sat down to brush it 100 times, softening it and pinning it back neatly, but not too harsh, with the ivory combs my father had given me for Christmas the previous year. My father didn't know or even seem to recognize that I had commissioned the blue dress because I wanted a dress that looked like the dresses women wore in fashion photographs. The bodice was low enough to expose some of the fullness of my bosom, and the tight waist gave me a suggestion of an hourglass figure. It was made of silk, and the material was exceptionally soft and had a sheen to it like nothing else I owned. The sleeves were cut just above the elbow. I thought that made my arms look shorter. I put on my mother's blue sapphire pendant, which I thought made my neck look slimmer. There was a blush in my cheeks, but I couldn't say if it was there because of my healthy body or because of my nervousness. I was nervous. I'd been through enough of those evenings before, watching the man's face fall as he rose to greet me and I towered over him. I was merely rehearsing for another failure. By the time I went downstairs, my father's guest had arrived. They were together in the den. I heard my father's loud laughter, and then I heard the gentleman's voice, low but deeply resonant, the voice of a man with some confidence. I pressed my palms against my hips to dry off the wetness and proceeded to the doorway of the den. The moment I appeared, Malcolm Neil Foxworth stood up, and my heart skipped a beat. He was at least 6'2", and easily the most handsome young man who had ever come to our house. "Malcolm," my father said, "I'm proud to present my lovely daughter." He took my hand and said, "Charmed, Miss Winfield." I was looking directly into his sky-blue eyes, and he was gazing just as forthrightly into mine. I'd never believed in schoolgirl romantic notions such as love at first sight, but I felt his gaze slide right over my heart and lodge in the pit of my stomach. He had flaxen blonde hair, a little longer in the back than most men wore, but the strands were brushed neatly and looked heavenly light. He had a strong Roman nose and a thin, straight mouth. Broad-shouldered, slim-hipped, he had an almost athletic air about him. And I could tell by the way he was gazing at me, with almost a wry smile of amusement, that he was quite accustomed to women falling into a flutter about him. Well, I thought, I mustn't give him something more to be amused at Olivia Winfield. Of course, such a man would hardly give me the time of day, and I would have to get through another evening of Father's doomed matchmaking. I shook his hand firmly, smiled back, and quickly looked away. After we were introduced, My father explained that Malcolm had come to New London from Yale, where he had attended a class reunion. He was interested in investing in the shipbuilding industry because he believed that with the Great War over, the markets for exporting would develop. From what I learned of his background that night, I understood that he already owned a number of cloth factories, had commanding interest in a few banks, and owned some lumber mills in Virginia. He was in business with his father, but his father, even though he was only 55, was distracted. I didn't learn until later what that meant. At dinner, I tried to be the polite, quiet observer that my father wanted me to be, the way my mother used to be. Margaret and Philip, our servants, served an elegant dinner of beef Wellington, a menu my father had chosen himself. He did so only on special occasions. I thought my father was being quite obvious when he said, "Olivia's a college graduate, you know. She has a business degree and handles a major portion of my bookkeeping." Really? Malcolm seemed genuinely impressed. His cerulean blue eyes brightened even more with interest, and I felt he was taking a second, more serious look at me. "Do you enjoy the work, Miss Winfield?" I shot a glance at my father, who sat back in his high-backed, light maple chair and nodded as if prompting my responses. I did so want this Malcolm Foxworth to like me, but I was determined to be who I was. "It's better to fill your time with sensible and productive things," I said, "even for a woman." My father's smile faded, but Malcolm's widened. "I totally agree," he said. He didn't turn back to my father. "I find most so-called beautiful women vapid and rather silly. It's as if their good looks are enough to see them through life. I prefer intelligent women who know how to think for themselves, women who can be real assets to their husbands." My father cleared his throat. Yes, he said, and turned the conversation back to the shipping industry. He had it from good sources that the merchant marine fleet, built for the war effort, would soon be offered to private owners. His topic took Malcolm's attention for most of the dinner, but nevertheless, I felt Malcolm's eyes on me, and at times, when I looked up at him, he was smiling at me. Never had I sat with one of my father's guests and been so enraptured. Never had I felt as welcome at the table. Malcolm was polite to my father, but it was clear to me that he wanted to talk more to me. To me! The handsomest man ever to come to our house was interested in me? But he could have 100 beautiful girls to adore him forever. Why should he be interested in a plain Jane such as I? But oh, how I wanted to believe I wasn't imagining all those side glances, those times he asked me to pass him things he could have easily gotten himself, the way he tried to bring me into the conversation. Perhaps, just for a few hours, I could allow my slight bud of hope to blossom, just for tonight. Tomorrow I'd let it gray again. After dinner, Malcolm and my father adjourned to the den to smoke their cigars and talk more about the investments Malcolm wanted to make. With them, my hopes, so briefly flowered, so quickly withered. Of course, Malcolm wasn't interested in me. He was interested in business with my father. They would be in there for the rest of the evening. I might as well retire to my room to read that new novel that was attracting attention, Edith Wharton's Age of Innocence. But I decided instead to bring the book down to the sitting room and read by the Tiffany lamp, happy to see Malcolm just to say goodbye. It was very quiet on our street that time of evening, but I looked up to see a couple walking arm in arm. It was the way the husband and wife in my glass-encased doll world would walk if they could escape their imprisonment, I thought. I watched them until they disappeared around the corner. How I wished I could someday walk with a man like that, a man like Malcolm. But it was not to be. It seemed God was deaf to my hopes and prayers for love. I sighed. As I turned back to my book, I realized all I could know of love and life would be from books. Then I spied Malcolm in the doorway. Why, he had been watching me. He stood so straight and still, his shoulders drawn back, his head high. There was a calculating look in his eyes, as if he were sizing me up unawares. But I didn't know what to make of it. Oh! My surprise brought heat to my cheeks. My heart began to thump so loudly I thought he might even hear it across the room. "It is a lovely evening," he said. "Could I interest you in a walk?" For a moment I just stared. He wanted to take me out walking. "Yes," I said. I could see he liked the way I came to a quick decision. I didn't try to flutter my eyelashes or act uncertain to tease him with my answer. I wanted to go for a walk, and I wanted very much to go for a walk with him. If I had a hope that what appeared to be his interest in me would flower, I was going to be just who I was. "I'll just run up and get my coat." I was glad for a reason to go off and catch my breath. Malcolm was waiting at the front door when I returned. Philip had gotten him his overcoat and stood beside him waiting to open the door. I wondered where my father was, and if this was something he might have arranged. But even though I knew Malcolm only a short while, I believed he was not a man to do something he didn't want to do. When Philip opened the front door, I caught a look of satisfaction in his eyes. He approved of this gentleman. Malcolm took my arm and escorted me down the 6 front steps. Both of us were quiet as we proceeded down the walkway until we reached the front gate. Malcolm opened the gate and stepped back to permit me to pass through first. It was a cool April evening with just a hint of spring in the air. The trees by the gate still reached into the sky with bare gray arms, but their arms were softened by hundreds of tiny buds about to spring to life. Yet winter's chill still hung in the air, still hung in me. For a crazy moment I wished to turn to Malcolm and bury myself in his arms, something I'd certainly never done with a man, not even my father. I determinedly walked ahead and pointed toward the river. "If we go to the end of the street here," I said, "and turn right, we have a beautiful view of the Thames River." "Fine," he said. It was always a fantasy of mine to walk along the banks of the river on a spring evening with a man who was falling in love with me. I was a blur of emotion, so many hopes and fears, confusion, frightening feelings moving through my body. I felt dizzy. But I couldn't let Malcolm see my agitation, so I kept my bearing straight, my head high, as we walked. The lights of the ships moved up and down with their cargo. On a night as dark as that one was, the lights on the water in the distance looked like fireflies caught in cobwebs. "Rather beautiful view," he said. "Yes." "How is it," he said, "that your father hasn't married you off yet?" I won't insult your intelligence and tell you that you're beautiful, but you are extremely attractive, and it's quite apparent that you have an extraordinary mind. How is it no man has captured you yet? How is it you haven't taken a wife? I responded. He laughed. Answer a question with a question. Well, Miss Winfield, he said, if you must know, I find most women today tedious with their effort to be beguiling. A man who is serious about his life, who is determined to build something significant of himself and his family, must, it seems to me, avoid this type. And this is the only kind of woman you've known? I asked. I couldn't see precisely, of course, but I felt he blushed. Haven't you searched for others? No, I've been too occupied with my business. We paused, and he looked out at the ships. If I may be a little forward, he went on, I feel you and I share some things in common. From what your father tells me, and from what I can observe, you are a serious-minded person, pragmatic and diligent. You appreciate the business world already, and therefore you are already head and shoulders above most women in this country today. Because of the way most men have treated them, I said quickly. I nearly bit my lip. I wasn't going to express my controversial opinions, but the words just seemed to form on my lips by themselves. I don't know, maybe, he said quickly. The point is, it's true. And you know, he said, taking my elbow gently and turning me so we would walk on, we have other things in common as well. We both lost our mothers at an early age. Your father explained your circumstances, he added quickly, so I hope you don't feel I'm intruding. No. You lost your mother at an early age? 5. His voice grew somber and far away. Oh, how hard it must have been. Sometimes, he said, the harder things are, the better we become. Or should I say, the tougher. Indeed, he did sound tough when he said that, so cold that I feared to ask him more. We walked on that night. I listened to him talk about his various enterprises. We had a little discussion about the upcoming presidential elections, and he was surprised at how informed I was about the candidates vying for the Republican and Democratic nominations. I was sorry when we reached my house so soon, but then I thought, at least I had my walk with a handsome young man. I thought it would be left at that. But at the doorway he asked if he could call again. I feel as if I have dominated the evening with my conversation, he said. I'd like to be more of a listener next time. Was I hearing right? A man wanted to hear me talk? Wanted to know my thoughts? You could call tomorrow, I said. I suppose I sounded as eager as a schoolgirl. He didn't smile or laugh. Fine, he said. There's a good seafood restaurant where I'm staying. Perhaps we could have dinner. Dinner? An actual date? Of course I agreed. I wanted to watch him get into his car and drive off, but I couldn't do anything so obvious. When I re-entered the house, my father was standing in the den doorway. Interesting young man, he said. Something of a business genius, I'd say. And good-looking, too, eh? Yes, father, I said. He chuckled. He's coming to call tomorrow, and we're going to dinner. His smile faded. His face took on that look of serious hope I had seen before. Really? Well, what do you know? What do you know? I don't know what to tell you, Father. I couldn't contain myself anymore. I had to excuse myself and go upstairs. For a while, I simply sat in my room staring at myself in the mirror. What had I done differently? My hair was the same. I pulled my shoulders back. I had a tendency to turn them in because they were so wide. I knew it was bad posture, and Malcolm had such good posture, such confident posture. He didn't seem to see my inadequacies and imperfections, and it was so good not having to look down at a man. And he had told me I was very attractive, implied that I was desirable to men. Maybe I had underestimated myself all those years. Maybe I had unnecessarily accepted a dreadful fate. Of course I tried chastising myself, warning myself. A man who's been to dinner has asked you out. It doesn't have to mean he has romantic inclinations. Maybe he's just lonely here. No, I thought. We'll have dinner, talk some more, and he will be gone. Perhaps some distant day, on some occasion like Christmas, I'll receive a card from him on which he will write, "Belated thanks for your fine conversation. Happiest of holidays, Malcolm." My heart fluttered in fear. I went out to the glass-enclosed dollhouse and looked for the hope I left encased there. Then I went to sleep dreaming about the porcelain figures. I was one of them. I was the happy wife, and Malcolm, he was the handsome husband. Our dinner date was elegant. I tried not to overdress, but everything I picked out to wear looked so plain. It was my own fault for not caring enough about my wardrobe. In the end, I chose the gown I had worn to a wedding reception last year. Perhaps it would bring me good luck, I thought. Malcolm said I looked nice, but the conversation at dinner quickly turned to more mundane things. He wanted to know all about the work I did for my father, and he made me elaborate in detail. I was afraid the conversation would prove boring, but he showed such interest that I went on and on. Apparently he was quite impressed with my knowledge of my father's affairs. "Tell me," he asked when we returned to my house, "what do you do to entertain yourself?" At last the conversation was to be more personal. At last there was interest in me. I read a great deal. I listen to music. I take walks. My one sport is horseback riding. Oh, really? I own a number of horses, and Foxworth Hall, my home, is situated on grounds that would fascinate any explorer of nature. It sounds wonderful, I said. He saw me to the door, and once again I thought this would be the end. But he surprised me. "I suppose you know I will be joining you and your father to attend church tomorrow." "No," I said. "I didn't know." "Well, I look forward to it," he added. "I must thank you for a most enjoyable evening." "I enjoyed it too," I said, and waited. Was this the moment when the man was supposed to kiss the woman? How I regretted not having a close girlfriend in whom I could confide and with whom I could discuss the affairs between men and women. But all the girls I had known in school were married and gone. Was I supposed to do something to encourage him? Lean toward him? Pause dramatically? Smile in some way? I felt so lost, standing before the door, waiting. "Until the morning, then," he said, tipped his hat, and went down the steps to his car. I opened the door and rushed into the house, feeling both excited and disappointed. My father was in the sitting room reading the paper, pretending to be interested in other things, but I knew he was waiting to hear about my date. I made up my mind I would not give him a review. It made me feel more like someone auditioning, and I didn't like all these expectations. What could I tell him anyway? Malcolm took me out to dinner. We talked a great deal. Rather, I talked a great deal and he listened. Maybe he thought I was a chatterbox after all, even though my conversation was about things in which he showed some interest. I'm sure I talked so much because I was so nervous. In a way, I was grateful for his questions about business. That was a subject on which I could expand. I could have talked about books, of course, or horses, but it wasn't until just now that I learned he had any interests in anything other than making money. So what would I tell my father? The dinner was wonderful. I tried not to eat too much, even though I could have eaten more. I tried to look dainty and feminine, and even refused to order dessert. It was he who insisted. "Did you have a good time?" my father asked quickly. He saw I would just go right up to my room. "Yes, but why didn't you tell me you had invited him to join us for church?" "Oh, didn't I?" "Father, despite your expertise in business, you're not a good liar," I said. He roared. I even laughed a bit myself. Why should I be mad anyway, I thought. I knew what he was doing, and I wanted him to do it. "I'm going to sleep," I said, thinking about how early I would get up the next morning. I had to take extra pains with my appearance for church. Before I fell asleep that night, I reviewed every moment of my date with Malcolm, condemning myself for this, congratulating myself for that. And when I recalled our moments at the door, I imagined that he did kiss me. Never was I as nervous about going to church as I was that morning. I couldn't eat a thing at breakfast. I rushed about, not quite confident about my dress, not sure about my hair. When the time finally came to leave and Malcolm had arrived, my heart was beating so rapidly I thought I would go into a faint and collapse on the stairway. "Good morning, Olivia," he said, and looked quite satisfied with my appearance. I didn't even realize until we were all in the car and on the way to church that he had called me Olivia and not Miss Winfield. It was a lovely, warm spring day, really the first warm Sunday of the year. All the young ladies were dressed in their new spring dresses with veiled hats and parasols, and the families all looked so fresh, with the children scampering about in the sun, waiting to go into the service. As we stepped from the car, it seemed all those gathered turned to look at me. Me, Olivia Winfield, arriving at church on a fine Sunday morning with my father and a strikingly handsome young man. Yes, I wanted to scream, yes, it's me, see? But of course I would never stoop to such gutter-snipe behavior. I stood straighter, taller, and held my chin high as we walked directly from the car and into the dark, musky church. Most had stayed outdoors to enjoy the sun, so we had our choice of pews, and Malcolm led us directly to the very front seats. We sat silently as we waited for the sermon to begin. Never had I had such difficulty following the sermon. Never did I feel so self-conscious about the sound of my voice when we stood to sing the hymns. Yet Malcolm sang out clearly and loudly, and recited the Lord's Prayer at the end in a deep, strong voice. Then he turned to me and took my arm to escort me out. How proud I felt, walking down the aisle with him. Of course, I saw the way other members of the congregation were watching us, and wondering who was the handsome young man accompanying the Winfields and standing beside Olivia Winfield. We left a stream of chatter behind us, and I knew that Malcolm's appearance would be the subject of parlor talk all day. That afternoon we went horseback riding. It was the first time I had gone horseback riding alone with a man, and I found his company invigorating. He rode like an experienced English huntsman. He seemed to enjoy the way I could keep up with him. He came to Sunday dinner, and we took another walk along the river. For the first part of the walk, I found him more quiet than ever, and I anticipated the announcement of his departure. Perhaps he would promise to write. Actually, I was hoping for that promise, even if he didn't hold to it. At least I would have something to look forward to. I would cherish every one of his letters, should there be more than one. "Look here, Miss Winfield," he suddenly began. I didn't like his reverting back to calling me Miss Winfield. I thought that was a dark omen. But it wasn't. I don't see the point in two people who have so much in common. Two sensible people, that is, delaying and unnecessarily prolonging a relationship just to arrive at the point they both agree would be best. Point? I'm speaking of marriage, he said. One of the most holy sacraments, something that must never be taken lightly. Marriage is more than the logical result of a romance. It's a contractual union, teamwork. A man has to know that his wife is part of the effort, someone on whom he can depend. Contrary to what some men think, my father included, a man must have a woman who has strength. I'm impressed with you, Miss Winfield. I would like your permission to ask your father for your hand in marriage. For a moment I could not speak. Malcolm Neil Foxworth, 6 feet 2 inches tall, as handsome a man as there could be, a man of intelligence, wealth, and looks, wanted to marry me. And we were standing on the bank of the river with the stars above us more brilliant than ever. Had I wandered into one of my own dreams? "Well," I said. I brought my hand to my throat and looked at him. I was at a loss for words. I didn't know how to phrase my response. I realize this seems rather sudden, but I'm a man with a destiny who has the good fortune to realize almost immediately what is valuable and what is not. My instincts have always proven reliable. I am confident that this proposal will be a good one for both of us. If you can place your trust in that. "Yes, Malcolm, I can," I said quickly, perhaps too quickly. "Good. Thank you," he said. I waited. This was surely the moment for us to kiss. We should consummate our faith in each other under the stars. But maybe I was being childishly romantic. Malcolm was the kind to do things properly, correctly. I had to have faith in that, too. "Then, if you will, let us return to your home so that I can speak to your father," he said. He did take my arm and draw me closer to him. As we walked back to my father's house, I thought about the couple I had seen strolling on the street that first night he came to dinner. My dream had come true. For the first time in my life, I felt truly happy. My father waited in his den as if he had anticipated the news. Things were moving so quickly. On more than one occasion, I had brought myself to the double doors that separated my father's den from the sitting room and listened in on conversations. I resented being left out of some of the conversations anyway. They had to do with family affairs or business affairs that could affect me. Nothing would affect me more than the conversation that was about to ensue. I stood quietly to the side and listened, eager to hear Malcolm express his love for me. "As I told you the first night, Mr. Winfield," he began, "I am quite taken with your daughter. It is rare to find a woman with her poise and dignity, a woman who can appreciate the pursuit of economic success and grow gracefully with it." "I am proud of Olivia's achievements," my father said. "She is as brilliant an accountant and bookkeeper as any man I know," he added. My father's compliments always had a way of making me feel less desirable. "Yes, she's a woman with a steady, strong temperament. I have always wanted a wife who would let me pursue my life as I will and would not cling to me helplessly, like a choking vine. I want to be confident that when I come home she won't be sulky or moody or even vindictive, as so many flimsy women can be. I like the fact that she is not concerned with superficial things, that she doesn't dote on her own coiffure, that she doesn't giggle and flirt. In short, I like her maturity. I compliment you, sir. You have brought up a fine, responsible woman." Well, I can think of no other way to express that compliment better than to ask for your permission to marry her. "Does Olivia know that I have come in here to make this proposal?" "She has given me permission to do so. Knowing she is a woman of strong mind, I thought it best to ask her first. I hope you understand." "Oh, I understand that." My father cleared his throat. "Well, Mr. Foxworth," he said. He felt it necessary to refer to him as Mr. Foxworth during this conversation. "I'm sure you understand as well that my daughter will come into a sizable fortune. I want you to know beforehand that her money will be her own. It is specifically stated in my will that no one but she will have access to those funds." There was what I thought to be a long silence. "That's as it should be," Malcolm finally said. "I don't know what your plans might be for a wedding," he added quickly, "but I would favor a small church ceremony as quickly as possible. I need to return soon to Virginia." "If Olivia wants that," my father said. He knew that I would. "Fine. Then I have your permission, sir?" "You understand what I have said about her money?" "Yes, sir, I do." "You have my permission," my father said, "and we'll shake on it." I released the air that I held in my lungs and stepped quickly away from the double doors. A man, most handsome and elegant, had come calling and then had asked for my hand in marriage. I had heard it all, and it had all happened so quickly I had to catch my breath and keep telling myself it wasn't a dream. I hurried upstairs and sat before the dollhouse. I would live in a big house with servants, and there would be people coming and going. We would entertain with elaborate dinner parties, and I would be an asset to my husband, who was, as my father had said, something of a business genius. In time, we would be envied by all. Just like I have envied you, I said to the porcelain family within the glass. I looked about me. Goodbye to lonely nights. Goodbye to this world of fantasy and dreams. Goodbye to my father's face of pity and to my own forlorn look in the mirror. There was a new face to know, and so much to learn about Malcolm Neil Foxworth, and a lifetime to learn it in. I was to become Olivia Foxworth, Mrs. Malcolm Neil Foxworth. All my mother had predicted had come true. I was blooming. I felt myself opening out toward Malcolm like a tightly closed bud bursting into blossom. And when his blue eyes looked into my gray ones, I knew the sun had come and melted the fog away. My life would no longer be colored gray. No, from now on it would be blue, blue as the sun-filled skies of a cloudless day, blue as Malcolm's eyes. In the flush of being swept away by love, like any foolish schoolgirl, I forgot all I knew about caution and looking beyond appearances to see the truth. I forgot that never once when Malcolm proposed to me, and then made his proposal to my father, had he mentioned the word love. Like a foolish schoolgirl, I believed I would lie beneath the blue sky of Malcolm's eyes, and my tiny little blossom would grow into a sturdy, long-lasting bloom. Like any woman stupidly believing in love, I never realized that the blue sky I saw was not the warm, soft, nurturing sky of spring, but the cold, chilling, lonely sky of winter. Chapter 2. My Wedding. There were so many plans to be made, and so little time to plan. We decided to have the wedding 2 weeks hence. I've been away quite a long time, Malcolm explained, and I have many pressing business concerns. You don't mind a bit, do you, Olivia? After all, we shall have our whole lives from now on to be together, and we shall have a honeymoon later, after you're all settled in at Foxworth Hall. Do you agree? How could I not agree? The size of my wedding, the abruptness of it, did not lessen my excitement. I kept telling myself I was lucky to have this one. Besides, I was never comfortable being on display in front of people, and I really had no friends to celebrate with. Father invited my mother's younger sister and her child, John Amos, our only living close relatives. Poor relations, my father always called them. John Amos's father had died several years before. His mother was a dark, drab thing, seemingly still in mourning after all these years. And John Amos, at 18, seemed already old. He was a hard, pious young man who always quoted the Bible. But I agreed with Father that it was only appropriate that we invite them. Malcolm brought no one. His father had recently begun traveling and intended to visit many countries and travel for a number of years. Malcolm had no brothers or sisters, and apparently no close relations he cared to invite, or, as he explained, who could come on such short notice. I knew what people would think about that. He didn't want his family to see what he was marrying until it was too late. They might talk him out of it. He did promise to hold a reception at Foxworth Hall soon after we arrived. "You'll meet anyone of consequence there," he said. The next 2 weeks for me were filled with arrangements and fears. I decided I would wear my mother's wedding gown. After all, why spend so much money on a dress you would wear only once? But of course the gown was much too short for me, and Miss Fairchild, the dressmaker, had to be called in to lengthen it. It was a simple dress of pearly silk, not full of frippery, lace, and doodads, but stately, beautiful, elegant. Just the sort of dress Malcolm would appreciate, I thought. The dressmaker frowned as I stood on a bench. The dress reached only my mid-calves. "My dear Miss Olivia," she sighed, looking up at me from where she knelt on the floor, "I'm going to have to be a genius to hide this hem. Are you certain you don't want a new dress?" Oh, I knew what she was thinking. Who's marrying this tall, gangly Olivia Winfield? And why does she insist on squeezing herself into her dainty mother's dress, like one of Cinderella's stepsisters trying to get into the glass slipper? And perhaps I was. But I needed to be close to my mother on my wedding day, as close as I could get. And I felt protected in her dress, protected by the generations of women who had married men and borne them children before me. For I knew and understood so little of any of this. And I wanted to be beautiful on my wedding day, no matter how much pity and mockery I saw in the dressmaker's eyes. "Miss Fairchild, I must wear Mother's wedding dress for scores of sentimental reasons I'm sure it is not necessary to explain to you. Now, can you lengthen this dress, or shall I have to call in someone else?" I put coldness in my voice and superior social standing in my posture, and Miss Fairchild was back in her place. She did the rest of her work in silence as I gazed in the mirror. Who was that woman gazing back at me? A bride in a white dress. A bride about to be taken by a man and made his own. And what would it feel like to walk down the aisle? Oh, I knew my heart would stampede like wild horses. I'd try to smile, to make my face as sweet as the bride atop the wedding cake, as sweet as the faces of the young wives I saw in the society columns in the newspapers. How could they look so sweet and innocent? Surely they didn't go through their whole life looking like that. Was it something they learned or something that came naturally? If it was something learned, maybe there was hope for me. Maybe I could learn it too. But still I'd be as shy as ever, knowing what people were thinking. She's so tall, and her arms are so long. That beautiful head of hair is wasted atop that plain face. Even if I smiled back at them, and they smiled and nodded at me, I knew they would be turning to one another immediately afterward, quiet laughter around their eyes. How foolish she looks! Those shoulders in such a dainty wedding dress. Those big feet. Look how she towers over everyone but Malcolm. And Malcolm, so handsome and stately, standing beside such an ugly duckling. Oh, people would have so much fun making jokes about the eagle and his pigeon. One bird magnificent, beautiful and proud, the other plain, awkward, drab. As I stood before the mirror, and Miss Fairchild busied herself about my body with needles and pins and basting threads, I was happy that my wedding would be attended only by Aunt Margaret and John Amos, my father, Malcolm, and myself. No one would be there to make my worst fears come true. And I hoped that now my chance had come, my brightest rainbow dreams would be mine to claim. On my wedding day, it rained. I had to run into the church with my white dress covered by a gray rain cloak. But disappointing as it was, I would not let the weather dampen my excitement. We had a simple church service in the Congregational Church. As I started down the aisle, I hid my fears and nervousness behind a mask of solemnity. Wearing this face, I was able to look directly at Malcolm as I walked down the aisle to meet him. He stood waiting at the altar, his posture stiff, his face more solemn than mine. That disappointed me. I was hoping when he saw me in my mother's wedding dress, something of the magic would occur again, and his would light with pleasure, anticipating our love. I searched his eyes. Was he hiding his true feelings behind the same mask I was? When he looked at me, he seemed to be looking right through me. Perhaps he thought it would be sinful to show desire and affection in church. Malcolm pronounced his wedding vows so emphatically that I thought he sounded more like the minister than the minister did. I couldn't keep my heart from thumping. I feared my voice would tremble when I pronounced the vows, but my voice did not betray me, as I vowed to love, honor, and obey Malcolm Foxworth till death us did part. And as I pronounced these words, I meant them with all my heart and all my soul. In the eyes of God I meant them, and in the eyes of God I never broke them my entire life. For whatever I did for Malcolm, I did to please God. When we had completed our vows and exchanged our rings, I turned to Malcolm expectantly. This was my moment. Gently he lifted the veil from my face. I held my breath. There was a deep silence in the church. The world seemed to be holding its breath as he leaned toward me, his lips approaching mine. But Malcolm's wedding kiss was hard and perfunctory. I expected so much more. After all, it was our first kiss. Something should have happened that I would remember for the rest of my life. Instead, I barely felt his taut lips on mine before they were gone. It was more like a stamp of certification. He shook hands with the minister. He shook hands with my father. My father hugged me quickly. I suppose I should have kissed him, but I was very self-conscious about the way John Amos was looking at us. I saw it in his face. He was as disappointed in Malcolm's kiss as I was. My father looked pleased, but terribly thoughtful, as we all left the church together. There was something in his look that I had never seen before, as I caught him gazing up at Malcolm from time to time. It was as though he saw something new, something he had just realized. For a moment, only a moment, that frightened me. But when I looked his way, happiness washed the darkness from his eyes, and he smiled softly the way he sometimes smiled at my mother, when she did something that pleased him a great deal, or when she looked especially beautiful. Did I finally look beautiful, even if just for today? Did my eyes sparkle with new life? I hoped this was true. I hoped Malcolm felt it too. My father suggested we all adjourn quickly to our home, where he had planned a small reception. Of course, how large could a reception be, with only a bride and groom, a father, a grieving aunt, and a boy of 18? But reception it was, as father brought out a bottle of vintage champagne. Olivia, my dear and only daughter, and Malcolm, my distinguished new son-in-law, may you live in happiness and harmony forever. Why did a tear squeeze from his eye as he raised his glass toward us? And why did Malcolm look at father rather than at me as he drank his champagne? Suddenly I felt lost, not knowing what to do. So I turned up my glass and over the rim saw my cousin, John Amos, scowling at Malcolm. Then he walked over to me. You look beautiful today, Cousin Olivia. I want you to remember, you are my only family, and whenever you need me, I will be there for you. For God planned families to stick together, always to help one another, always to keep his sacred trust of love. I didn't know how to respond. Why, I barely knew this young man. And what a thing to say on my wedding day. What in heaven's name could John Amos, the poor relation, ever hope to do for me, who was headed for a life of southern gentility, filled with wealth and ambition? But indeed did he know, even then, that it took me too long to discover. Malcolm had booked passage for us on the train leaving at 3 that day. We were going right to Foxworth Hall. He said he had no time for a prolonged honeymoon, and saw no practical sense in it anyway. My heart sank in disappointment when he told me that. Yet, at the same time, I felt relieved. I'd heard enough stories about men and their wedding nights, about a woman's duty to her husband, that I had no wish to prolong my ordeal of initiation. Frankly, I was terrified at the idea of conjugal relations, and somehow, knowing we'd be traveling through the night, safe on a cozy train with people all around us, set my mind at ease. For you, coming to Foxworth will be romantic adventure enough, Olivia. Trust me, he said, as if my face had turned to glass and he could read my thoughts within. I didn't complain. The description he had given me of Foxworth Hall made it sound like a fairy tale castle, so grand and fascinating it would make my dollhouse dream of beauty seem ant-sized. At precisely 2:15, Malcolm announced that it was time for us to get started. The car was brought around, and my trunks were loaded. "You know," my father told Malcolm as we left the house, "I'll have to do my dandiest to find an accountant as good as Olivia." "Your loss is my gain, sir," Malcolm replied. "I assure you her talents will not go unused at Foxworth Hall." I felt as if they were talking about some slave who had been exchanged. "Perhaps my wages will be improved," I said. I half meant it to be a joke, but Malcolm didn't laugh. "Of course," he said. My father kissed me on the cheek and looked sad when he said, "You take good care of Malcolm now, Olivia, and don't give him any trouble. Now Malcolm's word is law." Somehow that frightened me, especially when John Amos popped up, grabbed my hand, and said, "The Lord bless you and keep you." I didn't know how to respond, so I just thanked him, pulled my hand away, and got in the car. As we drove away, I looked back at the Victorian house that had been more than a home to me. It had been the home of my dreams and my fantasies. It had been the place from which I had looked out at the world and wondered what would be in store for me. I had felt safe there, secure in my ways and in my room. I was leaving my glass-encased dollhouse with its tinted windows and rainbow magic, but I would no longer need it to dream on. No, now I would live in the real world, a world I could never have imagined existed, in that precious dollhouse world that had formed my hopes and dreams. I took Malcolm's arm and moved closer to him. He looked at me and smiled. Surely, I thought, now that we were alone, he would be more demonstrative of his love and affection. "Tell me again about Foxworth Hall," I said, as if I were asking him to tell me a bedtime story about another magical world. At the mention of his home, he straightened up. "It's over 150 years old," he said. "There's history in it everywhere. Sometimes I feel as if I am in a museum. Sometimes I feel as if I am in a church. It's the wealthiest home in our area of Virginia, but I want it to be the wealthiest in the country. maybe even the world. I want it to be known as the Foxworth Castle, he added, his eyes becoming coldly determined. He went on, describing the rooms and the grounds, his family's business, and his expectations for them. As he talked on, I felt as if I were descending deeper and deeper into his ambitions. It frightened me. I hadn't realized how monomaniacal he could be. His whole body and soul fixed itself on his goals, and I sensed that nothing, not even our marriage, was more important to him. Somewhere in one of my books, I read that a woman likes to feel that there is nothing more important to her man than she, that all he does with her in mind. That is truly love. That is truly oneness, was the quote I couldn't forget. Married people should feel they are part of each other and should always be aware of each other's needs and feelings. As the car turned off our street, and I glanced at the Thames River crowded with ships moving up and down in their slow, careful, but determined way, I wondered if I would ever have that feeling with Malcolm. I realized it wasn't something a woman should wonder on her wedding day. We dined on the train. I had been too nervous to eat a thing all day, and suddenly I felt famished. "I'm so hungry," I told him. "You've got to order carefully on these trains," he told me. "The prices are ridiculous." "Surely we can make an exception in our economy tonight," I said. "People of our means, precisely why we must always be economical. Good business sense takes training, practice. That was what attracted me to your father. He never lets his money get in the way of good business sense. Only the so-called nouveau riche are wasteful. You can spot them anywhere. They are obscene." I saw how intense he was about this belief, so I didn't pursue it any further. I let him order for both of us, even though I was disappointed in his choices, and left the table still hungry. Malcolm got into discussions with other men on the train. There was a heated debate about the so-called Red Menace, engendered by the United States Attorney General A. Malcolm Palmer. 5 members of the New York State Legislature had been expelled for being members of the Socialist Party. It was on the tip of my tongue to say how horrible an injustice that was, but Malcolm vehemently expressed his approval, so I kept my thoughts to myself. Something I would have to do more and more, and I didn't like it. I pressed my lips together, fearful that the words would fly out like birds from a cage when the door was carelessly left open. After a while I ignored the discussions and fell asleep against the window. I had wound down from physical and emotional exhaustion. Darkness had enveloped us, and aside from some lights in the distance here and there wasn't much to keep me interested in the scenery. I awoke to find Malcolm asleep beside me. In repose, his face took on a younger, almost childish look. With his lids closed, the intensity of his blue eyes was shielded. His cheeks softened, and his relaxed jaw lost its firm, tense lines. I thought, rather I hoped, that this was the face he would turn to me in love, the face he would bring to me when he knew I was truly his wife, his mate, his beloved. I stared at him, fascinated with the way his bottom lip puffed out. There were so many little things to learn about each other, I thought. Do 2 people ever learn all there is about each other? It was something I would have liked to ask my mother. I turned away and looked at the other passengers. The whole car was asleep. Fatigue had come silently down the aisle and touched each of them with fingers made of smoke, and then slipped out under the car door to become one again with the night. The way the train wove around turns and shook from side to side made me feel as if I were inside some giant metallic snake. I felt carried along almost against my will. Occasionally the train passed through a sleepy town or village. The lights in the houses were dim, and the streets were empty. Then, in the distance, I saw the Blue Ridge Mountains looming like sleeping giants. I was lulled into sleep again, and awoke at the sound of Malcolm's voice. "We're coming into the station," he said. "Really?" I looked out the window, but saw only trees and empty fields. Nevertheless, the train slowed down and came to a halt. Malcolm escorted me down the aisle to the doorway, and we descended the steps. I stepped out onto the platform and looked at the small station that was merely a tin roof supported by 4 wooden posts. The air was cool and fresh-smelling. The sky was clear and splattered with dazzling stars. So vast and deep was the sky, it made me feel very small and insignificant. It was too big and felt too close. Its beauty filled me with a strange sense of foreboding. I wished we had arrived in the morning and been greeted by the warm sunlight instead. I didn't like the deadly quiet and emptiness around us. Somehow, from Malcolm's description of Foxworth Hall and its environs, I had expected lights and activity. There was no one to greet us but Malcolm's driver, Lucas. He looked like a man in his late 50s, with thinning gray hair and a narrow face. He had a slim build and stood at least 2 full inches shorter than I did. I saw from the way he moved that he had probably fallen asleep waiting for us at the station. Malcolm introduced me formally. Lucas nodded, put on his cap, and hurried to fetch my trunks as Malcolm led me to the car. I watched Lucas load my trunks, and then saw the train pull away slowly, sneaking off into the night, like some silvery dark creature trying to make an unobtrusive escape. "It's so desolate here," I said when Malcolm got in beside me. "How far away are we from population?" "We are not far from homes. Charlottesville is an hour away, and there's a small village nearby." "I'm so tired," I said, wanting to lean my head against his shoulder. But he sat so stiffly, I hesitated. "It's not far now." "Welcome to Foxworth Hall, ma'am," Lucas said when he finally got behind the wheel. "Thank you, Lucas." "Yes, ma'am." "Drive on," Malcolm commanded. The road wound upward. As we drew closer to the hills, I noted how the trees paraded up and down between them, separating them into distinct sections. "They act as windbreaks," Malcolm explained, holding back the heavy drifts of snow. A short while later I saw the cluster of large homes nestled on a steep hillside. And then, suddenly, Foxworth Hall appeared, jetting up against the night sky, filling it. I couldn't believe the size of the house. It sat high on the hillside, looking down at the other homes like a proud king surveying his minions. And this was to be my home, the castle of which I would be queen. Now I understood better Malcolm's driving ambition. No one brought up in such a regal and expensive home could think small or ever be satisfied with run-of-the-mill accomplishments. Yet how lonely, how threatening, how accusing such a house could seem to someone timid or small. I shivered at the thought. "You live here only with your father?" I asked as we drew closer. "It must have been lonely for you since he began his traveling." Malcolm said nothing, just looked ahead, as if trying to see his mansion through my astonished eyes. "How many rooms are in this house?" "Somewhere between 30 and 40. Maybe one day, to pass the time, you'll make a count." He laughed at his own joke, but I couldn't put aside my awe. "And servants?" "My father had too many. Since he's been traveling, I have cut back somewhat. We have a cook, of course, and a gardener who complains constantly that he needs an assistant, a maid, and Lucas, who serves as butler and driver." "Can that possibly be enough?" "As I said, now there's you too, my dear." "But I'm not coming here to be a servant, Malcolm," I said. He didn't reply for a few moments. Lucas pulled up in front of the house. "Obviously, we don't use all the rooms, Olivia. At one time, there were dozens of relatives ensconced within. Fortunately, the parasites have been removed." His face softened. "After you are settled in, you will evaluate our staff needs and do what is efficient and economical, I'm sure. The house is to be your responsibility. I don't have the time for it anymore, and I needed a woman like you who could manage it properly," he said. He made it sound as though he had gone shopping for a wife. I said no more. I was terribly eager now to go in and see what such a mansion looked like, a mansion that was to be my home. It both thrilled and frightened me. I was sorry that we had come to it at night, for at night it had an ominous air about it. It was almost as if this house had a life of its own, as if it could make judgments about its inhabitants while they slept, and cause those it did not like to suffer. Also, I had learned something from my father about the places people lived. Their homes always reflected their personalities. He himself was evidence of that. Our home was quite simple, but genteel. There was warmth to it as well. What would this house tell me about the man I had married? Did he dominate people as much as this house dominated its surroundings? Would I become lost within the vast structure, grow lonely as I wandered from room to room through the long hallways? Lucas rushed up to open the large double entrance doors, and then Malcolm led me into my new home. As he guided me through the grand entrance, with his hand resting on my back, my heart sank. I knew it was foolish, but I had hoped he would carry me over the threshold into my new home, my new life. I wanted for just this one day to be one of those charming, delicate women men cherish and look after. But that was not to be. A small figure emerged from the gloom, and my fantasy popped. "Welcome to Foxworth Hall, Mrs. Foxworth," a voice greeted me, and for a moment I couldn't respond. It was the first time anyone had called me Mrs. Foxworth. Malcolm quickly introduced Mrs. Steiner, the maid. She was a small woman, barely 5'4", and as I towered above her, I flushed at my thoughts of being carried over the threshold. This woman, 50-ish though she was, would be a better candidate for such shenanigans. But she seemed kind as she smiled up at me. I looked to Malcolm, but he was busily directing Lucas to carry in my trunks. "I have your bed turned down and a small fire going, ma'am," she announced. "It's a bit chilly tonight." "Yes." For a moment I was startled by the mention of bed. Why, it was almost morning. Was my wedding night to proceed now? Somehow I didn't feel ready yet, but I quickly hid my confusion. I suppose Virginia mountain weather is something I'll have to get used to. It takes some getting used to, she said. The days can be warm in late spring and summer, but the nights are cool. Come along now, she beckoned to me. I hadn't moved from the entryway, but now the time had come to move forward and meet Foxworth Hall. All the lights were dimmed. The candles burned low. I walked slowly, like a somnambulist lost in a dream, through the long entryway with its high ceiling. The walls were peppered with oil portraits of people I assumed were ancestors who had preceded me in Foxworth Hall. As I walked down the hall, I gazed at them, one by one. The men looked austere, cold, haughty. So did the women. Their faces were pinched tight, their eyes saddened by some trouble. I looked in each of the portraits for some hint of Malcolm, some resemblance in the faces. Some of the men had his light hair and straight nose, and some of the women, especially the older ones, had his intense expression. At the end of the front foyer, large enough to be used as a ballroom, I came to a pair of elegant staircases that wound up like ruffles on a queen's sleeves. The curving staircases met at a balcony on the second floor, and from there became a single staircase that rose another flight. The 3 giant crystal chandeliers hung from a gilt-carved ceiling some 40 feet above the floor, and the floor was made of intricate mosaic tiles. The magnificence took my breath away. How drab and gawky I felt in this elegant room. As Mrs. Steiner led me forward, I gazed at the marble busts, the crystal lamps, the antique tapestries that only the extremely wealthy could afford. Lucas hurried past us, lugging one of my trunks. I paused at the foot of the stairs, my mind numbed in a trance. I was to be the mistress of this magnificent mansion. Then Malcolm was beside me, laying a hand on my shoulder. "Well, do you approve?" he asked. "It's like a palace," I said. "Yes," Malcolm said, "the seat of my empire. I expect you will manage it well," he added. He pulled off his gloves and looked about. "That's the library there," he said, gesturing to my right. I looked through the open doorway and caught a glimpse of walls lined with richly carved mahogany bookshelves filled with leather-bound volumes. "I have something of an office in the rear where you can work on our accounts. The main hallways above," he said, turning my attention back to the staircases, "join at the rotunda. Our bedrooms are in the southern wing, with its warmer exposure. There are 14 rooms of various sizes in the northern wing. Plenty of room for guests." "Yes, I believe that. But I tend to agree with Benjamin Franklin, who said fish and guests tend to smell after 3 days. Please keep that in mind." I started to laugh, but I saw that he was serious. "Come, you're tired. You can explore and explore tomorrow. I suspect you might find one of my older relatives still living in one of the rooms in the north wing." "You don't mean that?" "Of course not. But there was a time when that might have been possible. My father was often carefree about such things." "Mrs. Steiner," he said, indicating she should continue leading me upstairs. "This way, Mrs. Foxworth," she said, and I began to ascend the staircase on the right, running my hand over the rosewood balustrade as I walked up. Lucas came down the left staircase quickly to retrieve my remaining baggage. Malcolm walked beside me, just a step or two behind. We reached the top of the stairs, and when we made the turn to the south wing, I confronted a suit of armor on a pedestal, and I really felt I had entered a castle. The southern wing was softly lit. Shadows draped the hallway like giant cobwebs. The first door on the right was closed. From the size of the door, however, I imagined the room was a large one. Malcolm must have caught my interest. "The trophy room," he muttered. "My room," he added, with a definite emphasis on "my," "in which I keep artifacts I have collected during my travels and hunts." I was immediately curious about that room. Surely the things within it would tell me more about the man I had married. We passed door after door until we reached a set of double doors on the right, the only doors we had passed which were painted white. I paused. "No one goes into this room," Malcolm declared. "It was my mother's room." His voice was so cold and hard when he said that, and his eyes so far away, that I wondered what it was about his mother that bothered him so. He spat out the word "mother," almost as if it were poison. What kind of man could hate his mother so? Of course I wanted to know more, but Malcolm took my arm to lead me on quickly. Mrs. Steiner stopped before an opened doorway and stood to the side to allow me to enter. The bedroom was large. An ornately carved cherry bed stood in its center. Its hand-carved posts were topped with a white canopy, and the bed was covered with a spread of quilted satin. There were 2 large white pillows with hand-crocheted pillowcases. The bed itself was set between 2 large paneled windows that faced the south. The windows were draped in light blue pleated antique silk curtains. The room had a polished hardwood floor, but there was a thick, light gray wool rug beside the bed. I looked at the dressing table on the left, with its oval-framed mirror. There was a large dresser beside it, a tremendous closet beside that, and a blue cut-velvet chair facing the bed. There was another closet on the right, and another, smaller dresser to the right of it. The fireplace, now aglow with a dancing fire, was opposite the bed. Although the curtains, the bedding, and the rug suggested warmth and femininity, the room had a cold appearance. As I stood there, I had the distinct impression the room had been thrown together rather quickly. In such a glorious house, why would Malcolm want such a bedroom? My question was answered immediately. This was not our bedroom. This was my bedroom. "You'll want to get right to sleep," he said. "It's been a hard day with all our traveling. Sleep as late as you wish." Malcolm leaned over and kissed me quickly on the cheek, and then turned and left before I could say anything. It occurred to me that Malcolm might just be very shy, and made these remarks for Mrs. Steiner's benefit. He probably intended to come to my bed before or in the morning. Mrs. Steiner remained with me a while longer, showing me the bathroom facilities, explaining the order of the house, how she handled the linens, when she cleaned the rooms, how the orders for meals were made. "Of course, it's so late I can't give proper thought to all these things," I said, "but in the morning I'll go over it all again with you and decide what will continue and what will change." I think she was surprised by my firmness. "Every Thursdays the servants go to town. We do our own shopping then as well," she said. frightened that I would end that practice. "Where do the servants sleep?" I asked. "Servants' quarters are above the garage in the rear. Tomorrow you'll meet Olson's gardener. He'll want to show you the gardens in the rear. He's rather proud of them. Our cook is Mrs. Wilson. She's been with the Foxworths for nearly 30 years. She claims to be 62, but I know she's closer to 70, she added. She chatted on in her somewhat thick German accent while she unpacked my trunks and began to organize my wardrobe. Finally, her words melded into one long, monotonous rhythm, so I could no longer follow. She saw she was losing my attention and excused herself. "I hope you enjoy your first night's sleep at Foxworth," she said. Of course, it was practically morning. I took out the blue dressing gown I had taken such pains to have made for my wedding night. It had a deep-cut V-shaped neckline, and it was truly the most revealing garment I had ever owned. I remembered when they had first come out with the V-neck, it had been denounced from the pulpit as indecent exposure. Doctors said it was a danger to health, and a blouse with a triangular opening in the front was dubbed a pneumonia blouse. Women continued to wear it, though, and it had come to be popular. Up until now, I avoided anything that revealed so much of the bosom. Now I wondered if I should wear it. Anticipating the possibility that Malcolm would come to me in the morning, I decided to do so. After I slipped into it, I let my hair down around my shoulders and contemplated myself before the dressing mirror. The glow of the fire put a tint on my skin and made it look as though the flame were burning within me. Looking at myself like that made me think of an unlit candle, for that was what an unloved woman was, I thought. No matter how beautiful she was, if she did not have a man to love her, she would never burn brightly. My chance to light my candle had come. I longed to see the flame. The desire lit my eyes. I ran the tips of my fingers down the strands of my hair and touched my shoulders. Standing there and thinking about Malcolm coming to my room finally to take me in his arms, I recalled love scenes I had read in books. He would press his lips to my shoulders. He would hold my hand between his and gently stroke it. He would whisper his love for me and press me closely to him. My sighs, that had always been my burden, would arouse him. In his arms I would be a perfect fit, as graceful and soft as any woman could be, for that was the power of love, to turn the ugliest of ducklings into a swan. I felt like a swan in this dressing gown. I had finally become a woman to be desired. The moment Malcolm came through that door, he would see it, and if there were any doubts in his mind about me, those doubts would be blown away like fall leaves in the wind. I longed for him to come through that door. I was ready for him to come through that door. I put out the lights and slipped under the blanket. Fiery shadows danced on the ceiling. They looked like shapes that had emerged from the walls. The spirits of Malcolm's ancestors, asleep for years, had been nudged and awakened by my arrival. They performed a ritual of resurrection, excited with the prospect of a new mistress to haunt with the past. Rather than frighten me, the thought fascinated me, and I couldn't take my eyes off the dancing forms brought alive by the red glow of the fire. From somewhere down the long, empty hallway, I heard a door close. Its echo reverberated, bouncing between the walls and threading its way through the darkness until it reached my doorway. Then there was a deep, cold silence that pierced my heart, a heart so eager to be warmed and loved and cherished. I brought the blanket closer to my chin and inhaled the scent of newly washed sheets. I listened hard for Malcolm's footsteps, but I never heard them. The fire weakened, the shapes grew smaller, and retreated again into the walls. My eyelids grew heavier and heavier until I was unable to keep them open. Finally, I welcomed sleep. I told myself that when I awoke, Malcolm would be beside me, and the bright new life I had anticipated would begin. Chapter 3. The Ugly Duckling and the Swan. Something bright touched my eyes, and I awoke. In my half-dream, I thought it was the light of love shining from Malcolm's eyes. But when I opened my eyes, I realized it was merely the bright sun. Beside me, the bed was cold and empty. Malcolm had not come to me during the night. Tears sprang unbidden to my eyes. I was a married woman. When would I lie beneath the light of love? All my dreams so newly flowered wilted as if from a winter wind. Who was my husband? Who was I now? I drifted toward the window and parted the satin curtains. Sunlight spilled into the room. Just then, I heard the gentle rapping of knuckles on my door. "Who's there?" I called, trying to sound bright and cheerful, but it was no use. My voice trembled and shook. "Good morning, Mrs. Foxworth. You slept well, I hope." It was Mrs. Steiner, and before I could say anything, she had swung open the door and stood surveying me. A disapproving smile flitted over her lips. "Has Mr. Foxworth risen?" I asked quickly. "Oh, yes, Mum. Some time ago. He's already left the house." For a moment I simply stared at her. Left the house? I had to bite back the tears. Didn't he intend to spend my first day here with me? Had he stopped by my room, seen me asleep, and then gone on? Why didn't he finally wake me? Why didn't he come to me? I felt like some invited guest, not like a newly married wife. Did the servants sense it too? Was that why Mrs. Steiner had that cold, disapproving look on her face? "Did Mr. Foxworth leave any messages for me?" I asked, but I resented that I had to ask a servant for my husband's communication. The least he could have done was written some husbandly note and thoughtfully left it beside me on the bed. That would have given me some warmth. There was only chill in this room. The fire had died down along with my hopes and dreams. My heart felt like a cold ember. Last night it flamed with hope. Today it was coated with ashes. To my servants I would show only strength and competence. With a curt bow, Mrs. Steiner replied, "No, ma'am. He did not leave any messages. Would you want your breakfast brought up this morning?" "No. I'll be dressed and down shortly." "Very good." Mrs. Steiner went to start the fire. "It's all right. I don't need it. I don't pamper myself in the morning." "As you wish." "Did you want anything special for breakfast, Mrs. Foxworth?" "What did my husband have?" "Mr. Foxworth always eats very lightly in the morning." "As do I said. Mrs. Steiner nodded and made a hasty retreat. It wasn't true, of course. Some mornings I woke up ravenous and devoured everything in sight. But I wasn't hungry this morning. Oh, no. I was devastated and determined to find a way to make things better right away. Something was terribly wrong. My father had always taught me that when something was terribly wrong, there was always a reason, and the reason was always hidden. If one wanted to know the truth, one had to search for it. But Olivia, he had cautioned me, when you search the shadows to find that truth, often you find things more horrible, more painful than you would have imagined. But I was a strong woman. I was brought up to be a strong woman. Malcolm Foxworth was my husband, and I would find out why he was neglecting me on our wedding night. I couldn't let my disappointment get the better of my intelligence. I had waited so long for the morning kisses I dreamt would be mine, for the cuddling, the whispered words of love and affection. I, too, deserved these, and I wasn't going to give up this easily. When I rose and saw myself in the revealing dressing gown that was to bring such pleasure to Malcolm, I felt terribly embarrassed, even though no one else was there. It was as though I had gotten into costume for a play that was never performed, that had never been intended to be performed. I felt foolish and angry. I took it off and got dressed quickly. I'll never forget the first morning I came down those stairs. I stood at the top and gazed out over the huge foyer and felt the vast emptiness within. It was going to be a challenge to make this into a home, a challenge I knew I could meet. Yet, as I descended the stairway, I did feel like some queen. Mrs. Steiner had brought out Mrs. Wilson, the cook, and Olson, the gardener, as well as Lucas, to greet me. My servants waited below, anxious and intrigued with their new mistress. Surely I made an impressive sight that morning. I imagined both Lucas and Mrs. Steiner had described me to the two others. However, none of them had expected Malcolm would bring home a bride so tall. With my hair still pinned up, my shoulders wide and straight, they must have thought some queen of the Amazon was descending from above. I saw both fear and interest in their eyes. "Good morning," I began. "Don't expect that I will be rising at this late hour ever again. As Mrs. Steiner can tell you, we arrived in the middle of the night." "Please make the introductions, Mrs. Steiner," I commanded. Malcolm should have been here to do this, I thought. I was sure they could see how disappointed I was about it. "This is Mrs. Wilson, the cook." "Welcome, Mrs. Foxworth," she said. Unlike Mrs. Steiner, Mrs. Wilson was a big-boned woman, at least 5 feet 10 inches tall. Her hair was yellowish-gray, and she had large, inquisitive hazel eyes. I thought there was a smile of understanding around her eyes, and imagined she thought I was what she expected. From what Mrs. Steiner had told me, Mrs. Wilson had known Malcolm all his life, and could anticipate what kind of a woman he would bring home for a wife. "This is Olson, the gardener," Mrs. Steiner said. Olson stepped forward, holding his hat in his hands. He was a bulky, thick-necked man built like a bull. He had thick, heavy fingers and short but powerful arms. I thought I detected something simple, something childlike in his face. Although his features were large, there was a softness in his eyes. He looked like a terrified grade school boy about to be reprimanded by his teacher. Good morning, Mrs. Foxworth," he said. There was a stutter in his speech, and he quickly looked down. "Good morning." I turned back to Mrs. Steiner. "I will have some breakfast now. Then I will begin my survey of the house and the grounds. Return to your work, and I shall call you when I need you." Sitting at the end of that long oak table, large enough to accommodate 20 guests, I felt like a little girl in a high chair. This house overwhelmed even me. If I spoke too loudly, my voice reverberated, emphasizing the emptiness. If only Malcolm were beside me, I would feel like a normal-sized wife, neither a giant nor a child. Mrs. Steiner excused herself immediately after serving the tray and went up to do the bedrooms. I didn't mind eating alone. I had done so often. But this was the day after my wedding, and, according to Malcolm, my honeymoon. I looked about the large dining room. Although it was well lit, there was still something gloomy about it. Perhaps the wallpaper needed to be changed. Those curtains looked drab, even dusty. I knew that with my spit and polish, and my inner strength and determination, I could turn this barren house into a home. Before I left the table, Mrs. Wilson came out of the kitchen to ask me if I had any special orders for dinner. For a moment I was speechless. I really didn't know what Malcolm liked and didn't like. "What do you usually serve on Wednesdays?" I asked. "We have lamb on Wednesdays, but Mr. Foxworth said I should plan the menu with you from now on." "Yes, but for the time being, please stay with the menu as it is. We'll make the appropriate changes as we go along," I said. She nodded, that half smile around her eyes again. Could it be that she anticipated everything I would say? I wondered. I let myself relax. "Mrs. Wilson, I will come in later and you can tell me what you've been serving. What are Mr. Foxworth's favorite meals? What he likes when?" I added. Whom was I fooling? She knew more about my husband than I did. "Whatever you wish, Mrs. Foxworth," she said. Mrs. Wilson went back into the kitchen, and I began my exploration of Foxworth Hall, truly feeling like someone about to visit a museum. The only difference being that everything about this house would tell me something more about the man I had just married. It would have been so much nicer to have Malcolm at my side, I thought, showing me the things he cherished, describing the history behind certain pieces of furniture or paintings. I decided to begin with the library. It was an immense room, long, dark, and musty. Perhaps because 3 of the 4 walls were lined with books, it was as quiet as a graveyard within. The ceiling was at least 20 feet high, and the shelves of books almost met it. A slim, portable stairway of wrought iron slid around a track curved to the second level of shelves, and there was a balcony above from which one could reach the books on the top level. Never had I seen so many books. Being an avid reader, it pleased me immensely. Of course, I had to consider that my responsibilities were now such that I would have less time for leisurely reading. A quick perusal of the shelves showed me volumes of history, biography, and classics. It was clear that Malcolm didn't stay conversant with the currently popular authors. To the right of the entrance door was an enormous desk. I had never seen one that large. A tall leather swivel chair stood behind it. What surprised me most were the number of phones on the desk. 6. Why would anyone need so many? How many conversations could he carry on at once? I imagined that he had to keep in contact with his various enterprises, like his cloth factories and such, and talk to lawyers and brokers, but 6 phones. To the left of the desk was a row of tall, narrow windows that looked out on a private garden. A beautiful, colorful, peaceful view. I saw Olson weeding. He must have sensed me in the window looking out at him, for he turned my way, nodded, and went back on working, only faster. When I turned back to the library, I noted a dark mahogany filing system made to look like fine furniture. 2 long tan leather sofas were set out from the walls about 3 feet, providing plenty of room to move behind them. Chairs stood near the fireplace, and objets d'art were scattered on shelves. Despite the size of the windows, there was little sunlight. Perhaps, however, some flower pots could be placed near the windows, I mused. Surely they would warm up the room. Then I saw the doorway at the end of the long library. Was this where Malcolm wanted me to work? Or did he intend for me to work in whatever room that door opened to? Naturally curious, I went to the door and opened it, to confront a small room with a much smaller desk and chair in the center. There were files piled on one corner of the desk, pens and inkwells and tablets in the center. The walls were bare, and the once oyster wallpaper had faded into a dull gray. Had he set up this cold, distant place for me to work in, I wondered. I shivered and embraced myself. The room was like an afterthought, for some sort of storage, perhaps. It was a room in which to place a clerk or some secretarial servant. But a wife working on family affairs? Of course, I had to consider that Malcolm made his decision to marry rather rapidly. It had all happened so quickly, he probably didn't have time to warm up the room. That would be left to me. I would change the drab, dusty-looking drapes, fill the place with as many plants and flowers as I could, get some colorful paintings to put on the walls, have some shelving put up, and get a bright rug. There was so much to do. I was actually excited by the prospect. And then, of course, I could envision myself working in here while Malcolm worked on his big deals in the library. We wouldn't be far away from each other. Perhaps that was why he wanted me in this back room. The thought cheered me. I closed the door and retreated through the library to consider the next part of the house I should visit. My curiosity had been aroused the night before, when I had paused by the large white doors, and Malcolm had said the room had once belonged to his mother. Eager to learn all that I could about him and his past as quickly as possible, I headed back upstairs to the south wing and the secret room. When Malcolm said it was off-limits to everyone, he surely couldn't have meant me. I paused before the double doors set above 2 steps. Just as I started forward, I heard Mrs. Steiner close a door down the hall. She looked at me, and although we were some distance apart, I noticed a worried frown distort her brow. I didn't like the way she made me feel, standing there and staring. It was as if I had been caught about to put my hand in the cookie jar. How dare a servant make me feel this way? "Are you finished with your work?" I asked sharply. "Not quite, Mrs. Foxworth." "Then go on with it, by all means," I commanded. I stood staring at her until she turned and continued on to Malcolm's room. She did pause to look back at me, but when she saw I was still watching her, she hurried into the room. I reached up and turned the knob on the door and stepped into what had been Malcolm's mother's room. The moment I did so, I gasped in awe. It wasn't like anything I would expect a room belonging to Malcolm's mother would be. Malcolm's mother slept here? At the center of the room, on a dais, was... The best way to describe it is a swan bed. It had a sleek ivory head turned in profile and appeared ready to plunge its head under the ruffled underside of a lifted wing. The swan had one sleepy red ruby eye. Its wings curved gently to cup the head on an almost oval bed that obviously required custom-made sheets. The bed's architect had designed the wingtip feathers to act as fingers to hold back the delicate, transparent draperies that were in all shades of pink and rose and violet and purple. At the foot of the big swan bed was an infant swan bed, placed crossways. There was a thick mauve carpet and a large rug of white fur near the bed. There were 4-feet-high lamps of cut crystal, decorated with gold and silver. 2 of them had black shades. In between the other 2 stretched a chaise longue, upholstered in rose-colored velvet. I have to admit, here and now, I was shocked. The walls were covered with opulent silk damask, colored a loud strawberry pink, richer than the pale mauve of what had to be at least a 4-inch carpet. I stepped up to the bed and fingered the soft, furry coverlet. What kind of a woman had Malcolm's mother been? Had she been a movie star? What would I feel like sleeping in such a bed? I wondered. I couldn't stop myself from lying on it, from feeling the soft, enticing sensuality of that bed. Was this what Malcolm wanted? Was this the bed he was conceived in? Perhaps I had misunderstood my handsome husband. Perhaps what lurked in the shadows I was searching in him was a satin sheen, a sensuality I could never have dreamt or imagined. Who gave you permission to come in here? I sat up with a start. Malcolm was looming in the doorway. For a moment I thought that he was going to come toward me lovingly, but then I noticed a strange look burning in his eyes, distorting his handsome features. An icy cold chill ran down my spine. I held my breath and sat up quickly. I gasped as I brought my hand to my throat. Malcolm, I didn't hear you come in. What are you doing in here? I'm doing what you told me to do. I'm learning about our house. This is not our house. This has nothing to do with our house. His voice was so cold. It seemed to be coming from the North Pole. I was only trying to please you, Malcolm. I only wanted to learn about you, and I thought if I could know your mother, I could know you. It was all so confusing, so unreal, it made me dizzy and anxious. I felt as though I had walked into someone's dream of the past, rather than the past as it was. My mother? If you think knowing my mother has anything to do with me, you are sadly deluded, Olivia. You want me to tell you about my mother? I'll tell you about my mother. I sank back onto the silk sheets. I felt so weak and confused as he loomed above me. My mother, he said bitterly. She was so beautiful, so pretty and lively and loving. She was the world to me. I was so innocent then, so trusting, so unknowing. For then I did not know that ever since Eve, women have betrayed men. Especially women with beautiful faces and seductive bodies. Oh, she was deceptive, Olivia, for beneath her charming smiles and her cheerful love beat the heart of a harlot. He strode over to the closet and roughly pulled open the door. "Look at these dresses," he said, as he pulled out a pale, filmy frock and threw it on the floor. "Yes, my mother was a fashionable woman of the gay 90s. He pulled out brightly colored lace evening gowns and fine petticoats, a large fan of curved ostrich feathers, and hurled them all on the floor. Yes, Olivia, she was the belle of every ball. This is where she refined her charms." He walked over to the golden dressing room. In a recessed alcove, there were mirrors all around the vanity. As if in a trance, he picked up the silver-plated hairbrush and comb on the dressing table. This room cost a fortune. My father gave in to her every whim. She was an undisciplined, free spirit. He paused and then said, "Corinne," as if the mere pronouncing of her name would free her ghost from the sleeping walls. From the look in his eyes, I thought he saw her again, moving softly over the thick mauve carpet, the train of her dressing gown trailing behind her. I imagined that she must have been very beautiful. "What did she die of?" I asked. He had never gone into detail about her during any of our conversations, even though I had told him about my mother's death. I just assumed that her death was so tragic and so sad for him that he could not talk about it. "She didn't die of anything here," he said angrily, "except maybe boredom. The boredom that comes with getting everything you want. The boredom that comes with pleasing your senses until you are stupefied." "What do you mean she didn't die here?" I asked. He turned from the mirrors and began toward the door as if to leave the room. "Malcolm, I can't be your wife and not know about your past, not know the things other people, strangers, will know." "She ran off," he said, stopping with his back to me. Then he turned around. "She ran off with another man when I was barely 5 years old," he added, practically spitting out the words. "Ran off?" The revelation left me trembling. He walked over and sat on the bed beside me. "She did what she wanted, when she wanted, as she wanted. Nothing mattered when it came to her own pleasure." "My God, Olivia, you know the type," he said as his hands rested on my shoulders. "They are exactly what you are not. Flimsy, narcissistic, flighty women. They flirt. They have no loyalty to any man, and they can't be trusted with anything," he added, and I reddened immediately. Suddenly, a new look came into his eyes. He blinked, as if he had just convinced himself of something. When he looked at me again, there was a new expression on his face. He still had his hands on my shoulders, only his grip tightened and became close to painful. I started to pull back, but he held me even more firmly. I couldn't turn away from him. The look in his eyes had become mesmerizing. After a moment, he smiled, but smiled insanely, I thought. His fingers relaxed, but instead of lifting his hands from me, his fingers slipped down over my breasts. He pressed them against my bosom roughly. "Yes, she left me," he whispered. "Left me only with the memory of her touch, of her kiss, of the sweet scent of her body, he added, and inhaled, closing his eyes. His fingers worked furiously, as if they had a mind of their own, and pulled the buttons of my blouse open. He brought his lips to my neck and whispered, "Left me forever in this room to see her, to feel her." He pulled my blouse back roughly. I was too terrified to speak. I even held my breath. "Her name echoes throughout this mansion," he said. "Corinne," he said. "Corinne." His hands were moving down my body, pulling at my skirt. I felt the garment tear loose and slip down. His hands felt like mad little creatures at my body, in and over the undergarments, pulling, tugging, stripping me roughly. "Corinne," he said. "I hated her. I loved her. But you wanted to know about my mother. You wanted to know. My mother," he added disdainfully. He sat back and unfastened his pants. I watched in amazement as he came at me, not as a loving husband, but as a madman, someone lost in his own twisted emotions, driven not by affection and desire, but by hate and passion. I raised my hands and he pulled my arms apart, pressing them to the bed. "My mother. You're not like my mother. You would never be like my mother. You would never leave the children we will make together, will you, Olivia? Will you?" I shook my head, and then I felt him press himself in between my legs, seizing me roughly. I wanted to love him, to make him happy, to caress him softly. But in this state, his face twisted, his eyes burning with rage, I could only close my own and fall back. "Please, Malcolm," I whispered, "not like this. Please. I won't be like her. I'm not like her. I'll love you and I'll love our children." He didn't hear me. When I opened my eyes, I saw he was lost in his anger and his lust. He came at me over and over again, thrusting into me viciously. I wanted to scream, but I was afraid of what it would do to him, and I was embarrassed that my scream might be heard by one of the servants. I stifled my cries, biting down on my lip. Finally, his anger poured into me. It felt so hot I thought it would scald me. He stopped his thrusts. He was satiated. He groaned and then buried his face in my bosom. I felt his body shudder and go limp. There was one final "Corinne," and then he lifted himself from me, dressed quickly, and left the room. So now I knew what lived in the shadows of Malcolm Neil Foxworth, haunting him. Now I know why he had chosen a woman like me. I was the opposite of his mother. She was the swan. I was the ugly duckling, and he wanted it that way. The love I had longed for would never be mine. Malcolm's love had already been taken and destroyed by the woman who haunted this room. There was none left for me. Chapter 4. The Ghosts of the Past. I wept alone in bed that night, for even though I thought I knew what Malcolm wanted, everything grew confused in my mind. His mother had left him when he was 5 years old. She had not died, and she was more alive than ever in his mind. The shadows of the night ridiculed me. "So you wanted to know," they whispered. "Now you know." My true education about my husband had begun. It was not my softness that Malcolm had wanted me for. It was my hardness. It was not that mysterious, graceful, womanly magic he had longed for, but a solid, trustworthy woman like myself. I would never be one of those thrilling spring flowers for Malcolm. No, I would be like a hardy lily that survived the frost, the tallest flower in the garden, sturdy, proud, and defiant of even the coldest winter wind. That is what Malcolm had seen in me. That is what I would be. With this determination I consoled myself and drifted off to a troubled sleep. The next morning I awoke early and descended the staircase slowly. The beating of my heart made me so dizzy I had to take hold of the balustrade and pause. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and continued into the dining room. Malcolm was at the end of the table, eating his breakfast, as if nothing had happened between us. "Good morning, Olivia," he said coldly. "A place for you has already been set." All my fears had materialized. My place was at the opposite end of the long table. I tried to catch his eye as I sat down. I tried to read what he was feeling, but I couldn't penetrate his facade. All I could hope for was that Malcolm had lost himself in his mother's room yesterday, and that he, like I, was hoping it was something we could quickly consign to the past and go about building our future together, a future I knew would be practical and filled with material wealth, a future that would contain none of the frivolousness that had so perplexed me and had so hurt Malcolm. I pressed my lips together and sat down. "Olivia," Malcolm said, and I heard kindness in his voice, "it's time to celebrate our wedding. Tomorrow night will be our wedding party. Mrs. Steiner has made all the preparations, and I have invited anyone who is anyone in the vicinity. I shall do you proud, my wife, as I expect you to flatter my own appearance." I was thrilled. Obviously, he too had decided to put yesterday's events behind us and start our wedding afresh with a celebration. "Oh, Malcolm, can I help?" "That won't be necessary, Olivia. It's already all set for tomorrow night, and as I said, Mrs. Steiner has taken care of everything. My family has always been known for hosting the finest, most extravagant parties, and this time I intend to outdo myself. For as you know, Olivia, I have big plans, and of course you are part of them. Soon I will be the richest man in the county, then the richest man in the state, then, perhaps, the richest man in the entire United States. My parties always reflect my status in society." I could barely eat. I wanted to make the best possible impression on Malcolm's friends and colleagues, but all I could think about was that I had nothing beautiful enough to wear. As Mrs. Steiner poured my coffee, I kept seeing my wardrobe floating before my eyes, the hanging gray dresses, the high-button collars, the practical blouses. The moment my plate was whisked away, I ran to my room and hurriedly rummaged through my closet, so neatly hung by the servants the day before. I came upon the blue dress I had worn that night I had first met Malcolm. If it had impressed him then, surely it would impress everyone else now. I felt satisfied that the dress would reflect everything Malcolm wanted in a wife. A woman who was proud, conservative, well-bred, and most of all, the match of Malcolm Foxworth. That afternoon the house was abustle with party preparations. Since Malcolm had made it clear that my help was not necessary, I felt I should stay out of the way. It was sweet, actually. Since wealthy, special, provided with a tutor, the Foxworth children were schooled in the attic of Foxworth Hall, far enough away from the adults so as not to be any bother. Why, they could even play up here on rainy days, I thought, noticing the small rocking horse. How many hours of his childhood had Malcolm spent up here? I went over to one of the dormer windows and looked out at what would have been his view. But all I saw was a slate-black roof, fanning wide beneath the windows, blocking the view of the ground below. Beyond the roofs were treetops. Beyond the treetops, enclosing mountains were shrouded by blue mists. It was not the kind of view that would distract children. In a way, I thought, looking back down the vast attic, they were imprisoned here. I shuddered, remembering my mother shutting me in a closet because I had tracked in mud all over her bedroom carpet. Although the door wasn't locked, I was forbidden to open it. I was told if I did, I would be kept in longer. So although I was terrified of the terrible darkness and the small space around me, I sobbed silently and kept my fingers from the closet door. The revived memory lingered like molasses on my fingers. I couldn't shake it off while I remained in the attic, so I hurried to the front stairway, which I noticed was far clearer than the rear stairway. There were no cobwebs here. I descended the steps and left the long, dark, and dusty room behind me, its secrets and its mysteries still intact. I had barely scratched the surface of who the Foxworths really were, and here I was, now one of them. That evening, when Malcolm asked how I had spent my day, I didn't dare tell him about finding his mother's picture in the attic, but I did tell him I had found the room at the end of the north wing. There were some cousins who were an embarrassment to the Foxworths many years ago, he said, and they were cloistered there for a time. It looked like a place for someone to hide from the world, I said. He grunted, not keen to tell me more about the cousins, or why they were kept living there. When I told him I had wandered up to the attic and found the bird cages, which I wished to bring down, he became rather annoyed. My mother had them all over this place, he said. At times it sounded like an aviary. Leave them where they are. Think of more dignified things to do when you redecorate the house. I was not about to argue any matter that concerned Malcolm's mother. We talked a bit about Charlottesville, and he described his offices and why he was so busy. He blamed it on a number of slipshod practices and poor decisions his father had made just before beginning his travels and going into semi-retirement. But then he returned to a happier note. I made a rather good move in the stock market today. I bought 1,000 shares at 24, and by late afternoon it was up to 50. A brilliant move, if I do say so myself. Do you know much about the stock market, Olivia? No, not really, I said. I kept track of my father's investments, of course, but I couldn't advise him as to where to place his funds and where not to. Precisely why you ought to reconsider what you do with your own fortune, Olivia. In my hands, it could be developed, increased, grow the way it is meant to grow. Must we talk about that tonight, Malcolm? There's so much for me to get used to. His eyes clouded over, and he picked up his water and drank the entire glass down. Of course, dear. As a matter of fact, I have to be going now anyway. I have some business to attend to. But I shan't be late. I'll return just after you retire for the day, he said. Then, to be sure his meaning was clear, he added, Olivia, Don't bother to wait up for me. Chapter 5. My Wedding Party. The guests for the reception began to arrive a little after 1, fashionably late. Alone, with a few minutes to contemplate myself, I stood before the mirror and studied the image I presented. With my hair up in its usual manner, and the bodice of my blue dress somewhat tight and adding to the uplift in my bosom, and the fullness of the skirt, I thought I looked gargantuan. Because of the way the full-length mirror had been hung, I actually had to step back a few extra feet to see my entire body from head to toe in the glass. Was there any style I could wear that would make me look dainty and lovable? I could have let my hair down, but I was always so self-conscious about that. It made me feel rather undressed. I wondered if I was wrong to hope that this dress, the one that had attracted Malcolm, was dignified enough. Would Malcolm's friends and business acquaintances find me impressive? I closed my eyes and imagined myself standing beside him. Surely this was something he himself had imagined before he took me as his bride. He must have been happy with the picture that formed in his mind, because he married me, and he wanted to introduce me to fine society here. I tried to convince myself I should be more confident, but I couldn't keep that small bird from fluttering its nervous wings inside my chest. I pressed my hand against my breasts, took a deep breath, and started down the dual winding staircase to the foyer. Even though it was a bright day, and we had more than the usual amount of sunlight pouring in the windows, Malcolm wanted to be sure that Foxworth Hall felt cheerful and gay, so he had ordered that all 5 tiers of the 4 crystal and gold chandeliers be fitted with candles and lit. The room was brilliant, but my nervousness made my face feel so hot. It was as if I were descending into a pit of fire. I was breathing so quickly I had to pause to catch my breath. My legs actually trembled, and for a moment my feet felt glued to the steps of the winding staircase. I thought I would be unable to go any farther. I took a firm hold of the balustrade. My eyes filled with tears. The light from the lamps and the candles blurred, and the reflections that emerged from the giant crystal fountain spraying its pale amber fluid, and the silver receiving bowl at the center of the foyer, looked like threads forming a cobweb of light across the room. The mirrors reflected the light from the silver cups on trays and sent it to be caught by the polished frames of chairs and sofas lining the walls. Finally, I got hold of myself and continued down. "This is to be a festive occasion," I overheard Malcolm commanding the servants. "Make people feel comfortable and relaxed. Watch for emptied glasses and plates. Get them up and out of the way quickly. Circulate with the caviar, the small sandwiches, and petit four continually. Guests should merely feel an inclination and then find you there beside them. But always, when you serve, smile, look pleasant, and be ready to be of some assistance. And carry napkins, do you hear? I don't want people looking about for a place to wipe their fingers." Malcolm saw me descend the stairs. "Ah, Olivia, there you are," he said. I thought I saw a flicker of disappointment pass over his face. "Come with me. We'll greet all our guests at the entrance, just after Lucas announces them." I laced my arm through Malcolm's, feeling nervous, tense, but doing my best not to show any of that. He looked remarkably cool and collected, as though he did this sort of thing every day. He looked handsome, in control, dashing. I hoped that on his arm I would too. The bell rang. The first guests had arrived. "Mr. and Mrs. Patterson," Lucas announced. Mr. Patterson was a short, rotund man with a pink flush blushing his cheeks. Mrs. Patterson, however, was dainty, thin, rimmed in lace, and wearing a dress that barely covered her knees. Her hair was worn down in ringlets, held into place by a daring, bejeweled headband. Why, I didn't know people actually wore such costumes. I'd seen them only in fashion magazines. "I'd like to present my wife," Malcolm said. And as I moved to greet Mrs. Patterson, I saw her eyes climb up to the summit of my head, then slink once again to my feet, then climb again, this time to Malcolm, where they rested on his blue eyes as a wry smile formed on her lips. Mr. Patterson broke the tension by grasping my hand warmly and saying, "Olivia, welcome to Virginia. I hope Malcolm is showing you all the pleasures of our Virginia hospitality." Mrs. Patterson, finally tearing her eyes from Malcolm's, merely looked at me and sighed, "Indeed." The remainder of the guests followed in a steady stream, and soon the party was in full swing. The men were correct and pleasant, but I was shocked to see that all the women wore sack-like dresses that ended just below or even above the knee, and were either waistless or belted at hip level. The fine, thin fabrics were all pale, creams, beiges, whites, and soft pastels. I thought they looked more like little girls than dignified women. Their large-scale accessories, huge artificial flowers of silk and velvet, and heavy ropes of beads, emphasized their diminutive size and added to their childish appearance. Beside them, I was a veritable giant, Gulliver in Lilliput, the land of the tiny people. Every gesture, every move I made seemed exaggerated. There wasn't a woman I didn't look down on, and almost all the men were shorter than I was. I must say the crowd was extraordinarily gay. Whatever inhibitions they possessed were immediately dropped as they moved from the punch bowls to the trays of food. The sound of chatter and laughter grew with every passing moment. By the time Malcolm thought it best we begin to circulate among our guests, the foyer roared with laughter and loud conversation. I had never been at such a gathering of exhilarated people. My first reaction was to feel happy about it. It looked like my reception was off to a wonderful start. But as I began to circulate amongst the guests, my exuberant feelings fizzled, for I felt a chill in the air between me and these gay, light-hearted, and surprisingly whimsical people. The women were drawn into small groups, some of them smoking cigarettes, held in long ivory cigarette holders. All of them, I thought, looked very sophisticated and worldly. Whenever I joined a group of them, however, they ended their line of conversation and looked at me as though I were an intruder. They made me feel like an uninvited guest at my own party. They asked how I liked living in Virginia, and especially how I liked living in Foxworth Hall. I tried to give them intelligent answers, and most of them seemed impatient with my responses, as though they didn't really care about my opinion, or as though they didn't really expect me to make such an elaborate response. Almost immediately after I finished speaking, they began to talk about the latest fashions. I had no idea what some of the things they were referring to were. "Can you see yourself in one of those midi blouses?" Tamara Livingston asked me. Her husband owned and operated the biggest lumber mill in Charlottesville. I'm not sure what they are," I said. The group stared at me, and then they carried on as though I weren't standing there. As soon as I walked away, there were peals of laughter. These women were so silly, I thought. All they talked about was clothing styles or ways to redecorate their homes. None of them said anything about politics or business, and in none of my conversations did I hear mention of a book. As the reception went on, they looked sillier and sillier to me, laughing and giggling, flirting with their long eyelashes, their shoulders and hands. I expected Malcolm would become outraged at the loss of decorum as time passed, but whenever I looked for him, he was standing among a group of these women, laughing, permitting them to put their hands on him, letting them rub up against him, petting him rather suggestively. I was shocked. These were the kind of women he despised. Vapid, frilly types without an ounce of self-respect. But there he was, rushing to bring a glass of punch to this one or that one, or feeding a petit four to a woman who let him press the small cake through her lips. One even licked the crumbs off the tips of his fingers. When I heard Amanda Biddens, the wife of one of Malcolm's business associates, say, "I simply must see your library, Malcolm. I want to see where you sit and dream up all those schemes to make millions," I was appalled to see him take her arm and lead her through the heavy double doors. I felt as if I'd been publicly slapped in the face. My cheeks stung and tears sprang to my eyes. It took all of my strength not to follow them, but to remain dignified and in control, wandering about the party, giving the servants orders from time to time, eating and drinking very little myself. No one sought me out for any prolonged conversation. Some of the men asked me questions about my father's business, but when I began to give them detailed answers, they seemed bored. Eventually, I began to hear things being said about me. Those in conversation didn't realize I was within earshot, or simply didn't care. One woman asked another why Malcolm Neil Foxworth, a man with such looks and wealth, would burden himself with someone so tall and plain, stern and Yankee-ish as me. "Knowing Malcolm," the other said, "it has to have something to do with business." I could see from the way others were talking softly and looking at me that as the reception wore on, I had become the subject of ridiculing remarks. I even heard someone criticize my dress. She said I looked like I walked out of a museum. "Maybe she's a statue brought to life," her companion replied. "You call that brought to life?" They laughed and laughed. I looked hopefully for Malcolm, but he was nowhere to be found. From out of nowhere, Mr. Patterson appeared and took my arm. "Let's get that husband of yours to help me see Mrs. Patterson to the car. I'm afraid she's had a bit too much to drink." Before I could stop him, Mr. Patterson had swung open the library doors. I was shocked to find Malcolm seated behind his desk with Amanda Bibbins draped across the mahogany top. He had a silly smile on his face. His hair was ruffled, his tie askew. "Olivia," he called, "come meet Amanda." She propped her head on an elbow and looked up at me. "Don't you remember, Malk?" she cooed. "I've already been introduced to your bride." I was practically shaking with rage and humiliation, but once again Mr. Patterson intervened. "Malcolm, old man, I need some help with the little missus again," he said pointedly. Cheerfully, Malcolm rose, and without so much as a look my way, followed Mr. Patterson out the door. Through one of the windows I could see them lifting Mrs. Patterson into the chauffeur-driven car, her entire leg exposed all the way up to her garter. Her foot was bare. Malcolm retrieved her shoes from the drive and tossed them into the back seat. Amanda, hovering beside me, said teasingly, "Your husband always was there for a damsel in distress. I'm glad to see marriage hasn't changed that." I was glad when the reception began to wind down. Guests sought us out to say their goodbyes and wish us good luck. Malcolm had to take a position beside me again. He reverted to his usual self and became more dignified. I knew that the women who promised to call on me would never do so, but I didn't care about it. By the time the last couple left, I was exhausted, hurt, humiliated, but grateful it was over. I told Malcolm I was tired and I was going up to my room. "It was rather a nice affair, don't you think?" he asked me. "I didn't think much of the guests, especially the women," I responded, "although I saw you did." He looked at me with some surprise in his face as I pivoted and ascended the staircase. I felt defeated and let down. Malcolm should not have gone into the library with that lascivious woman, leaving me in that crowd of vipers. If this was what Virginia society was, I was glad they didn't take to me, I told myself. And yet, I couldn't help thinking about the way some of those women moved about, the freedom they seemed to enjoy, the confidence they had in their own looks and desirableness, and the way the men in the party looked at them. No one looked at me that way, with eyes filled with admiration and longing. My exhaustion wasn't as much physical as it was mental and emotional. When I slipped under my blanket and lowered my head to the pillow, I felt like crying. The reception that I had hoped would give me the respect I longed for had done just the opposite. How could I show my face anywhere now, after the way Malcolm had behaved at his own wedding party? I hugged my pillow in solace and fell into a tortured sleep. Demons in the guise of flappers haunted my dreams, so that I never slept for more than a few minutes, and my tears fell again and again until I broke out into sobs. Finally, I sobbed myself to welcome sleep. Sometime before morning, I heard the door creak open, and when I opened my eyes, I saw Malcolm Neil Foxworth, naked in the moonlight, his manliness looming over me. "I want a son," he said. I shuddered and glared my eyes at him, but I didn't say a word. "You must concentrate on what we are about to do, Olivia," he said as he climbed onto the bed. "That way, we have a better chance of succeeding." He peeled back my blanket and came at me. I was frightened by his intensity and determination. Once again he gave me no tenderness or affection. I turned into him, hoping for a kiss, listening for some soft words, but his face was stone serious, his sky-blue eyes curiously lifeless. It was as though he had turned them off and was seeing only what was behind them. What did he see as he had his way with me? Did he envision Amanda Bibben, his mother, someone else? Was he making love to some dream woman? In his mind, did he hear the words of love? It wasn't there. I fell back against the pillow and turned my face away from his. My body shook and trembled. When I felt his seed emerging, I looked into his glassy eyes and thought I could almost hear him willing it to find its destination. Afterward he fell against me like an exhausted marathon runner, but I was grateful for the way he clung to my body. At least there was some warmth in that. "Good," he muttered. "Good," and backed off me. He put on his robe and gazed at himself in the mirror, as if his image would now congratulate him. He saw something very pleasing in his own contented smile, and smiled at me. "I hope, Olivia," he said, "that you are as fertile as I expected." You can't command nature, Malcolm. Nature is neither your servant nor mine. "I want a son," he repeated. "I married you because you are the serious type of woman who can be mistress of a great house, but also because you have a full body that can provide me with the children I require," he said. I stared at him, unable to respond. His eyes were hard. He was a stranger to me. I knew that everything he said was true. A woman should be a good wife, a good mistress of her husband's house, sensible and reliable, someone on whom he could depend, and, of course, a good breeder of children. But all of this was missing something even more important, and that was love. I would live in this big house and have everything a woman could want materially. People living below in small houses and with small incomes would be envious of me whenever I came down from the hill. But could anything grow strong and beautiful in Foxworth Hall if there wasn't love and affection to nourish it? I thought of all the shadows, all the damp and dark corners, the dimly lit hallways, the cold, closed rooms, that dusty, dingy attic filled with the dead past, and I shuddered. Malcolm, when you first looked at me, when you courted me, there must have been stronger feelings, feelings that, "Please," he said, "don't talk to me about feelings. I don't want to hear about bells ringing and the world turning rose-colored. My mother's letters are filled with such silly references." "Letters?" "She wrote to my father when they were courting." "Where are her letters?" "I burned them, turned them back to the smoke they were." "I have a busy day tomorrow, Olivia," he said, obviously wanting to change the subject quickly. "Get a good night's sleep," he said. And with that, he left my bedroom. In his wake, he left a deep, deadly silence, like the silence that comes before a great storm. Even his footsteps echoing down the hallway sounded miles away. I embraced myself and sat up in my bed. No wonder he clumped me with the servants when we first drove up to Foxworth Hall. In his mind, I was hired on to perform a role, fulfill a specific set of functions, just the way a house servant would be hired. No wonder when he spoke about having a son, it sounded like a command. Chapter 6. Fathers and Sons. Malcolm had his way. Our first son was born 9 months and 2 weeks from the date of the reception to introduce me to the fine Virginia society. We named him Malcolm for his father, but we called him Mal, so it would be easier to distinguish between them. By this time I knew without a doubt that Malcolm was a strong, forceful man who always got whatever he wanted. He was always a winner, because he never entered a battle without first assuring himself that the odds were on his side. This was the way he conducted business. This was the way he conducted his life. I had no doubt that he would go a long way toward becoming one of the richest men in the world before he died. After Mal was born, my hopes for love were born again for a short time. I thought that Mal's birth would bring Malcolm closer to me. Since I had come here, I had been treated more like a maid than like a wife. Malcolm worked all day, every day, returned late at night, hardly ever even sharing dinner with me. We never went anywhere, and the society, whom I'd been introduced to at the reception, seemed to have quickly forgotten my existence. Now that the son Malcolm so wanted had arrived, I thought he might want to have a closer family life, and would perhaps become more of a loving husband. I looked upon the birth of the baby as the coming of something wonderful for our marriage. Mal would be a bridge between his father and myself, drawing us toward each other in ways neither of us expected. Like any other mother, I was thrilled at each coo, at each smile, at each new accomplishment of my wonderful, adorable son. And I waited for Malcolm's return each day with happy news of our son's progress. There's no question he recognizes you now, Malcolm. Today he crawled for the first time. Today he said his first word. Mal began to walk today. Each announcement should have had us hugging and kissing, grateful that we had a healthy child. But Malcolm reacted to everything the baby did with a surprising indifference, as though he had expected no less. He took it all for granted, and never showed a father's delight and happiness. If anything, he was impatient with the baby's progress. He was intolerant of the growing process, and didn't want to be around to watch the baby make his small but continuous movements forward. He hated it when I brought the baby to the dinner table, and ordered me to feed Mal before our own meals. Rarely did he go into the baby's nursery. Before little Mal was 2 years old, I was pregnant again, made so by another swift and loveless encounter. Malcolm was determined to have a big family, and now he wanted a daughter. This second pregnancy proved harder for me. I don't know why. I was sick in the mornings. Late in my pregnancy, my doctor told me he wasn't happy about how it was going. His fears proved accurate, for during the 7th month I nearly had a miscarriage, and then, just at the start of the 8th month, Joel Joseph was born prematurely. From the start he was a small, fragile, sickly child, with pale, thin hair and blue Foxworth eyes. Malcolm was upset that I hadn't given him a daughter, and angry that Joel was not a healthy child. I knew he blamed it on me, even though I did nothing to endanger the baby and followed all of the doctor's orders concerning nutrition. He said, The Foxworths are noted for being healthy and strong. Let it be your goal and responsibility to see that this baby of yours changes and becomes what I would expect my sons to be. Strong, aggressive, assertive, manly in all ways. One day, after the Foxworth family doctor, Dr. Braxton, had come to see me, Malcolm came up to my room. The doctor told him he didn't believe I would be able to have any more children. "That's impossible," Malcolm thundered. "I have not gotten a daughter yet." "Be reasonable now, Malcolm," Dr. Braxton calmed him. Didn't Malcolm care at all about my health? Neither the doctor nor I anticipated Malcolm's vehement reaction. His face became bright red, and he bit down on his lip as if to keep himself from speaking. Then he stepped back, looking from me to the doctor, and then to me again. "What is this? Something you two have concocted?" "Pardon me, sir," Dr. Braxton said. He was a man in his late 50s who was highly respected in his field. The doctor's face paled almost to the shade of his thatch of gray hair. His large, fish-like eyes, magnified beneath those thick-lensed glasses, widened. "Are you standing there and telling me I will never have another child? Never have a daughter?" "Why, yes, How dare you, sir? How dare you presume?" "It's not a matter of presuming, Malcolm. This last pregnancy was quite difficult, and—" "I'll hear no more of this," he said, and turned to me with as hateful a face as I have ever seen him wear. "I won't hear of it. You understand?" Then he spun around like a marionette on strings and stormed out of my bedroom. Dr. Braxton was embarrassed for me, so I didn't prolong his stay any longer. Of course, I was shocked by Malcolm's attitude, but by this time I had hardened myself against his tirades and terrible remarks. He didn't bring it up again, and I didn't discuss it with him. I wasn't sorry I couldn't bear him any more children. He wasn't a man who enjoyed the children he had. He seemed to ignore Mal and to blame Joel for not being a daughter, the daughter I never realized he wanted so much. He was even more intolerant of the sound of Joel's crying, and often spent days without seeing or speaking to either child. If he had been intolerant of Mal's growing process, he was an ogre about Joel's. God forbid the baby messed his diaper in his presence, or spit up food while Malcolm was in the room. Sometimes I thought he was ashamed of his little family, as if having only 2 children was a blight on his manhood. It wasn't until Mal was nearly 3 years old that he took the 4 of us anywhere together. We went to tour his fabric mills. All the while, whenever he pointed something out, he spoke to Mal as though his infant son would understand. "This is all going to be yours someday, Mal," he said, speaking as though Joel wouldn't be alive after he died, or as though Joel didn't matter. "I expect you will expand it, make it into something of a Foxworth empire." We returned to Foxworth Hall on a bright spring day. The leaves were bursting out to say hello to the fresh April sunlight. My boys pointed at the robins eating fresh worms from the grass and jumped and giggled like merry spring lambs. As I entered Foxworth Hall, Mrs. Steiner rushed out to meet me. "Oh, Mrs. Foxworth, I'm so glad you're back. A telegram arrived from Connecticut for you this morning, and I'm sure it's something important." My heart skipped. What could this mean? I tore open the envelope as Mrs. Steiner leaned nosily over my shoulder. "Olivia Foxworth, stop. With my deepest sympathies and greatest respects, I regret to inform you that your father has been taken by the Lord to his bosom. Stop. Funeral has been set for April 7th. I crumpled the telegram to my breast, hollow now from grief. April 7th was tomorrow. Little Mal was pulling on my skirt. Mommy? Mommy, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Malcolm grabbed the crumpled telegram from my hand and read it. Malcolm, I must go immediately. I must go on the next train. What? He said sternly. What do you plan to do with the boys? Malcolm, I'll leave them with you. Mrs. Steiner is here to help. So is Mrs. Stewart. But I would have to be in charge. Olivia, a woman's place is with her children. He's my father, Malcolm. My only father. I must be there for his funeral. Malcolm and I argued the matter until it was too late. By the time Malcolm assented to let me go, the night train had already left, and the morning train I finally boarded arrived in New London 5 hours after my father's funeral had ended. I went home to find John Amos and father's lawyer sitting in the parlor. My eyes were red and swollen from the tears I shed on that long train ride. Tears of sadness for my father, but I know they were also for me. Now I was alone in a different way than ever I had been before. Both stood up as soon as they saw me, and John Amos came over and took my hand in his. He had become a man since I'd last seen him. A man now 23 years old, tall and stern and kind. My tears began again as he talked to me. Olivia, I'm so glad to see you. I was surprised by your absence at the funeral, but I know you'd approve of it. I saw to it that your father was received by his Maker in a most proper way. Now come sit down, Olivia. You remember Mr. Teller, your father's lawyer. It seems your father added some rather odd clauses to his will that we'll need to straighten out. Mr. Teller, too, took my hand and looked at me with sympathy in his eyes, and we all sat in the dark, gloomy room. My mind was numb as all the details were explained. Father had left me his entire estate under the sole condition that only I manage the money. Oh, I know what he had done. He had made sure Malcolm Foxworth would never get his hands on my money. Oh, Father, how did you know the truth so long before I did? And why did you let me marry that man? My tears fell, and I hid my head in my lap. John Amos asked Mr. Teller to leave, telling him we'd make our decisions and let him know before I returned to Virginia. What a comfort John Amos was to me. And during the 2 days I stayed in New London, I poured my heart out to him. By the time I left, John Amos knew more about me than anyone else in the world, and I knew, with his love of God and family, that I could trust him always. It was a knowledge that grew in me as the years passed, and always, when things were hardest, I would turn to John Amos, writing him long letters, and he would write me back with words of comfort from both himself and God, for he soon began studying theology at a New England seminary. He was my only family, and he was wise and caring, so unlike Malcolm. But I returned to Virginia somehow strengthened. I had lost my father, but had gained a brother, an advisor, a spiritual counselor. Now, Olivia, John said as he saw me off at the station, return to your husband and boys, and may the Lord go with you. I am here whenever you need me. Malcolm showed no regret at all at my father's death. The very day I returned, he started in again about my fortune. "Well, Olivia, you are now a rich woman in your right. How do you intend to control your fortune now?" I told him I had no plans. I was still mourning my father and was hardly interested in thinking about money right now. Weeks passed without barely speaking, except for Malcolm's almost daily inquiries about my plans for my father's estate. Then one day Malcolm appeared in the nursery to make an announcement that would change our lives completely. It was so rare to see him in the nursery that I greeted him warmly, hoping he had come because he had a father's sincere interest in his children. I was teaching Mal the alphabet, using blocks, and Joel was in his crib sucking on his bottle. The room was somewhat messy because children, especially 3-year-old children, drop things everywhere. I usually had it cleaned and straightened by the end of the day. "Is this a playpen or a pig pen?" Malcolm asked. "If you were here more often, you would understand," I responded. He grunted. I sensed that he wasn't here to discuss the children. "I have something to tell you," he said, "if you can tear yourself away from those blocks for a moment." I rose from the floor, straightened my dress, and went to him. "Well?" "My father, Garland, is returning. He will be here in a week." "Oh." I didn't really know what to say. All that I knew about Garland, I knew from studying his portrait and listening to the odds and ends Malcolm offered from time to time. I knew he had been 55 when he left, and I knew from his latest pictures that he was a handsome man who didn't look his age. The gray in his hair, what little there was of it, was nearly indistinguishable from the gold. He stood nearly as tall as Malcolm, and in his heyday had been quite an athlete, sportsman, and despite Malcolm's criticisms of his most recent decisions, businessman. However, he won't be returning to his room in the north wing. Instead, he will take the room next to yours in the south wing. You'll have to see that the suite is made livable. Not that my father really knows the difference." "I see." "No, you don't see. The reason he wants a warmer room with an adjoining bath is because he is bringing his bride with him." "Bride? You mean your father has remarried after all these years?" "Yes, bride." Malcolm turned away for a moment, then turned back. "I never told you, but he married before he left for Europe." "What? Why didn't you tell me?" "Oh, you'll see, Olivia. You'll understand soon enough," he said, raising his voice. Joel started to cry. By now both our sons were sensitive to Malcolm's outbursts, and Joel especially had an inordinate fear of his own father. Mal was getting to be the same way. "You're scaring the children," I said. "I'll do worse than that if he isn't quiet when I speak. Quiet!" he demanded. Mal's face froze and he choked on his tears. Joel turned over and sobbed quietly in his crib. "Just prepare yourself," Malcolm said, spitting out his words between his teeth and storming out of the nursery. Prepare myself? I thought. What could he mean? Did he hate his father so much? Did he not want to share Foxworth Hall? I didn't care about being the sole mistress of this house. There was to be another woman here, the wife of a 55-year-old man. Surely she would be an ally. I would look upon her, perhaps, as the mother who had died too soon for me. I could go to her for advice about Malcolm and myself. Surely someone that much older would be wiser in the ways of men and women. I was happy at the prospect of Garland, his wife, returning. "Malcolm," I asked later at dinner, "will we have to leave Foxworth Hall? Do you want a home of your own?" "Move out?" "Well, I thought—" "Are you insane? Where would we go? Buy or build a new home and leave all this?" "I'll take care of my father. His bride is your problem and your responsibility. You maintain control of this house and keep it a respectable, properly run home." "Don't tell me you're afraid of her," he added with a sneer. "Of course not. I just thought, since your father is the older man, that—" "My father is older but not wiser," Malcolm said. "He is more than ever dependent upon me. While he was off gallivanting through Europe with his new wife, I was expanding our business empire and seizing hold of all the controls. Our board of directors have practically forgotten what he looks like, and I've added some new blood since he went away. It would take him a year to understand all of the new developments." "No," he added more thoughtfully, "don't feel you have to be subordinate to his wife. Remember the kind of woman who impresses my father." His face drawn and sad, Malcolm walked off, the shadow of his mother's memory over him. I said nothing more about it. I directed the maids to straighten and clean the suite next to mine, and then put off thinking about the arrival of Malcolm's father and his bride. Perhaps I shouldn't have. But nothing I could have done, nothing Malcolm could have done, would have prepared me for the first shock of their arrival, or prepared Malcolm for an even greater one. Part 2. Chapter 7. Malcolm's Stepmother. Malcolm sat with the newspaper before him, but I knew he wasn't reading it. My stomach felt as if I had swallowed a dozen butterflies. We were both awaiting the arrival of Garland and Alicia. Malcolm had left his offices early to be here when they arrived. He snapped the paper viciously and eyed the grandfather clock. They were more than a half hour late. "Knowing my father," he said finally, "he might very well be arriving at 4 in the morning rather than 4 in the afternoon. Important details like that always escape him." "He would know the difference between night and day, Malcolm," I said. "Oh, would he? I can remember my mother sitting in this very room waiting for him to pick her up for an afternoon affair, and he not coming at all because he wrote it down incorrectly in his calendar." "You can remember? You were only 5 when she left." "I can remember," he insisted. "I would sit with her, and she would complain to me. She respected my intelligence, you see. She never spoke down to me, the way mothers often speak down to their children. After a while, if he didn't show up when he was supposed to, she would go off by herself. It was his fault, don't you see?" "He was occupied too much with his business," I said, hoping to make a point about him. But Malcolm either didn't hear me or didn't see the relationship to himself. Yes, but he was often careless with business meetings, too. He just doesn't have the concentration. He gets bored too easily. I can't tell you how many deals we lost because of him, and how many I saved." Was your mother involved with the business? What? He looked at me as though I had just made the most ridiculous statement. Hardly. She thought the stock market was a place to buy and sell stockings. Oh, come now. You exaggerate. Do I? She had no concept of what a dollar was. Why, when she went shopping, she never asked about the price. She never cared. She bought things without knowing how much she had spent. And my father never chastised her for it, never put her on a budget. Hopefully, he added, things will be different with this wife. Where did your father meet your mother? I asked. He saw her crossing a street in Charlottesville, stopped his carriage and began a conversation with her, without even knowing her family background. She invited him to her home that night. Wouldn't that tell you something? How impulsive a person she was? Would you have ever done such a thing? Well, he asked when I hesitated. I tried to imagine it. It was romantic. A handsome young man stops his carriage to start a conversation with a young woman, a total stranger, and their conversation is so good that she is moved to invite him to her home. She didn't know of him? No. She was visiting an aunt in Charlottesville. She wasn't from this area, and never heard of the Foxworths. I suppose he was impressive. You would have invited him to your home? No, not right away, I said. But something within me wanted to say I would, wished such a thing to have happened to me. But I knew what Malcolm was driving at, what was right and proper. See what I am saying? He should have been able to perceive the kind of woman she was immediately. How long did they court? He smirked. Not long enough, he said. But Malcolm, you and I must have had an even shorter courting period. It wasn't the same thing. I knew what kind of woman you were. I didn't need endless examples to demonstrate and support my view. He was blinded from the beginning and rushed right into a proposal. He once confessed to me that he suspected her aunt had brought her to Charlottesville for the sole purpose of meeting a distinguished gentleman. The guile of women! It wouldn't have surprised me to learn that she had planned crossing that street at just that time, knowing he was coming. He said she smiled up at him so warmly, he had to stop the carriage. I can't believe that. I do. Women like that are always conniving. They look so simple, so unassuming, so sweet, but they're plotting, believe me. And some men like my father, always fall for that type. Is that what his new bride is like? He didn't respond. Well, is she? I can't see why not, he said, and folded his paper noisily. I was about to respond when Lucas came to announce that their car had driven up. Go help with the trunks and luggage, I said. I stood up, but Malcolm sat staring. Well? He shook his head to shake away a thought, and followed me to the front door as Garland and a young woman who could have been his daughter stepped out of their car. He held her in such a way that I suddenly realized that this child woman was his bride. My entire being was shaken. Why hadn't Malcolm told me? I turned to stare at him accusingly, but the face I saw was hardly recognizable as Malcolm's. So contorted was it with shock. My God, Malcolm said. She's pregnant. I knew what his concerns were. Another heir. His face was bright purple, and he clenched his hands into fists. "She's pregnant," he repeated, as if to confirm it for himself. Indeed she was. The otherwise delicate, slender, and fresh-looking young lady with bright chestnut hair looked to me to be in her final months. Garland saw us in the doorway and waved vigorously, taking Alicia by the elbow to lead her on. He didn't look as though he had aged much since he had begun his journey. I had photographs with which to judge. If anything, taking such a prolonged trip and marrying so beautiful a young woman had made him look younger. I saw a great many physical resemblances between him and Malcolm, of course, but there was a lightness to Garland's step and a warmth in his smile that Malcolm lacked. Garland was nearly the same height and had the same broad shoulders. He looked fit, vigorous, energetic. It didn't surprise me that such a young girl would be attracted to him. He looked rather dapper in his light sport jacket and tan trousers, and his wife was positively radiant. She moved lightly, gracefully toward us for an introduction. She had large blue eyes and one of those peaches and cream complexions usually found only in magazines. She had a soft, gentle mouth and a small, slightly turned-up nose. I was immediately envious of her delicate, feminine features. Her hands were so small, and her neck so smooth and graceful. In many ways she reminded me of Corinne, Malcolm's mother, and I understood why Garland Foxworth would have pursued her and taken her for his second wife. When he had first seen her, he probably envisioned Corinne the way she was when he had first set his eyes on her, crossing that street in Charlottesville. I turned quickly to Malcolm to see his reaction to her. His eyes grew small, his gaze intense. Although he had prepared himself to be stern and coldly formal when they arrived, I saw his face softening. What kind of a woman had he expected, I wondered? Or was she what he had expected, and that was why he looked so affected? "Malcolm, you look absolutely older," his father said and laughed. "Alicia, this is your stepson. Malcolm, your stepmother, Alicia." Malcolm looked at his father. I saw the cold sneer come into his face. "Mother? Welcome, Mother," he said, and extended his hand. Alicia smiled and took it, but let go almost immediately and turned to me, as did Garland. "This," Malcolm said, pronouncing his words sharply, slowly, "is Mrs. Foxworth, Mrs. Malcolm Neal Foxworth. Olivia," he said. "Well, well. How do you do, Olivia?" Garland said. Coldness filled my chest. I could tell from the look on Garland's face that Malcolm had never written him to tell him he had gotten married, which meant he didn't even know he had 2 grandchildren. "Why didn't you tell me?" Alicia asked Garland. She had such an innocent, simple way about her. Garland, knowing his son well, would rather have ignored this embarrassing moment. I could sense that. Later on, in private, he might discuss it with him and voice his unhappiness about such a surprise. "Garland?" "Simply because I didn't know, my love," he said, staring at Malcolm. I could see that self-satisfied expression around Malcolm's eyes, the expression he usually took on when he had gotten the better of someone. "How long have you two been married?" "Well over 3 years." Malcolm said. We have 2 children, I said, impatient with the way Malcolm was stalling them in front of the house and rationing the news. Both boys. Both boys? Well, what do you know? Alicia, you're a grandmother before you are a mother. Boys. Alicia smiled warmly as Garland embraced her, pressing her to him with such force I thought he might endanger the pregnancy. She was so fragile-looking. Well, let's get on with this homecoming, Garland said, moving forward. Malcolm stepped aside, and I accompanied them into the house. I see there have been some changes made, Garland said. He was referring to some of the things I had done to warm up the foyer, the addition of some new, brighter landscapes and pictures of other country-type scenes, and some colorful rugs. All good things, he added for my benefit, winking as he said so. I couldn't help but like him. He was so bright and happy. There was a positive energy around him that was contagious. Alicia beamed. It's everything you promised it would be, she said, and she kissed him on the cheek. But the kiss was so much more affectionate than the kisses Malcolm gave me, that I was envious. It was nearly passionate. Your suite is in the south wing, next to Olivia's, Malcolm said, sounding more like the manager of a hotel than a son welcoming his father and his father's new bride home. It's the one you requested. Good. Well, let us get settled in, and then I want to see my grandsons. Hey, Alicia? Oh, yes. I can't wait. And dinner. We're both absolutely famished. The food on these trains leaves much to be desired. Have you done much traveling, Olivia? He asked me. Or is Malcolm keeping you a prisoner in Foxworth Hall? Well, I haven't really done much traveling, no, but we traveled on the train right after we were married. She's from New London, Connecticut, Malcolm said. Her maiden name is Winfield. Her father was in the shipping industry. Unfortunately, he passed away recently. Oh, a Yankee, eh? Garland said. Alicia's from Richmond, Virginia, so let's not have the war between the states, he added, and laughed vigorously. Malcolm, standing behind me, scowled, but Alicia smiled at me. You'll find no fight in me, she said, squeezing my hand. I must say I was taken with her warmth and her gregarious ways. She was as uninhibited as a 4-year-old. Although I told myself it was just a lack of good breeding, I couldn't help being fascinated by her openness. True, she was only 19, but she had traveled most of Europe and been with a very sophisticated man. She should have had a rapid maturing. Yet she didn't seem affected by the traveling or by the realization that she was a very wealthy woman and the wife of a distinguished man. Ah, Mrs. Wilson and Mrs. Steiner, Garland said, seeing them standing to the side. Mary Stuart stood behind them shyly. Welcome home, Mr. Foxworth, Mrs. Wilson said warmly. Welcome home, Mrs. Steiner said. He took both their hands and kissed each. They were obviously embarrassed by such a greeting. I've become the Continental, he said, traveling through Europe. You two better be on the lookout for me. The two giggled like schoolgirls. I thought it was absolutely uncouth to behave like that with the servants. But I did see how much more they admired him than they admired Malcolm. He looked at Mary Stuart, the maid hired after he had left. Hello there, he said. She nodded, and he looked about. Are these all the servants? Olson is in the gardens working, I said. You may resume your duties. I told the maids, and they quickly left. Garland lowered his chin to his chest and peered at Malcolm. "Are we pressed to economize?" he asked. "Of course not," Malcolm said. "We're just practicing good economic behavior. What you do at home carries over to what you do in business." "I see. Well, with the addition of another child and the two of us, we'll have to look into additional help. Eh, Alicia?" he said. "Whatever you say, my darling." I saw Malcolm grimace as if in pain. "Onward and upward," Garland announced, and led his bride up the dual staircase, pointing things out to her as she giggled and exclaimed her admiration. Malcolm and I remained below, looking up at them. I felt as if a wild but warm wind had come crashing through the front doors of Foxworth Hall, awakening things that had been asleep for 2 centuries. It was all quite breathtaking. "Now you see how ridiculous he is," Malcolm muttered. "Can you understand why I feel the way I do about him?" "Why didn't you ever write him about our marriage, or about the birth of the children?" I demanded. "I didn't think it necessary," he said. "Not necessary?" "No, not necessary. And as for her, remember, you were here first, and you are older. You treat her like a child, and never give the servants the chance to take any orders but yours," he commanded. "But what if it's something Garland wants?" I asked. He didn't respond. He muttered something unintelligible under his breath and went back to the salon, supposedly to finish reading his paper before dinner. I went up to the boys to dress them for their first meeting with their grandfather and their step-grandmother. Garland couldn't understand why Malcolm would not permit the boys to sit with us at the dinner table. At first Malcolm did not want to discuss it, but Garland's insistence finally brought a response. "Because, Father, what they do is not pleasing to the appetite." "Ridiculous! That's the way children are. It's the way you were," he said. Malcolm's face became blood-red, but his lips whitened so much they were nearly indistinguishable from his teeth. "He was," Garland told Alicia. "He was enough to tire out any woman. He was always asking endless questions. His mother couldn't tell him to do anything without his questioning why. Sometimes I would come home and find her in an absolute dither because of him. I remember her rushing through the house and Malcolm trailing after her, wanting to know this or that. She was in flight from him. He exhausted her," he repeated. "And sent her packing?" Malcolm asked through his teeth. "We had twice the number of servants then, including a full-time nanny." "All needed because of him," Garland responded, refusing to be goaded into an argument. Alicia smiled softly, and Malcolm's face relaxed. Garland had insisted that his and Alicia's settings be placed together on the left side of the table. Malcolm was going to give up the head of the table to him, but Garland wouldn't hear of it. "We're still on our honeymoon," he said. "And besides, we could never sit as far apart as you two sit, could we, Alicia?" "Oh, no. Everywhere we went in Europe, Garland insisted we be placed right beside each other. He was an absolute tyrant when it came to that." "I imagine he was," Malcolm said, but in a much softer tone of voice. "Your father never stopped entertaining me and whoever was with us. We often joined other American tourists," she explained. She had a soft, melodic voice, like dark honey. "And he was always embarrassing me," she added, turning to me. Her smile was friendly, sincere. I nodded and smiled. Malcolm was staring at her as if she were some new species, when indeed I thought she was a great deal like some of the younger women who had come to my reception. "But tell them the truth, Alicia. You loved every minute of it," Garland said. "Of course I did. I was with you," she said. They kissed on the lips. Actually kissed each other right there at the dinner table, as if we weren't present, as if the servants weren't moving in and out. When I looked at Malcolm, expecting his expression of disdain, I saw a look of envy on his face. I thought there was even a smile around his eyes. It faded when he turned to me. "We're going to have to tell you it all, you know," Garland said, more to me than to Malcolm. "We'll bore you to death day in and day out with the endless details and pictures. But that's what you get for marrying Garland Foxworth's son," he added, and laughed. "You don't have to listen to any of it if you don't wish to," Alicia interjected. "But we do want to listen," Malcolm said to her, "if you will be the one who tells it. That is, if my father will let you tell it without interrupting continually." "I won't speak unless need be," Garland said. "That's a promise," he added, raising his right hand. "Don't believe him," Alicia said. Malcolm smiled. Actually, he almost laughed. As the dinner continued, I saw Malcolm soften more and more, until he was keeping up a continuous flow of conversation with Alicia. Their exchange didn't include me. It was as if I was sitting at a separate table, eating by myself. The girl was like a talking travelogue, and Malcolm, who had done some traveling himself, seemed entranced. Garland ate voraciously. "Your children are adorable," Alicia told Malcolm. "I can see the Foxworth blood in them." "Mal shows it more," Malcolm said. "That's only because Joel is still so young." "Oh, I can't wait for our baby to be born," she said, clapping her hands. She bounced on the seat. I was quite astonished at her dinner etiquette. She talked with food in her mouth. She fluttered about like a bird in her seat, and she drank the dinner wine as though it were water. Malcolm was being extraordinarily tolerant this evening. I imagined it was because this was our first dinner together. "Just how far along are you in your pregnancy?" Malcolm asked. "I'm just at the start of the 8th month." "No time to waste," Garland said. "Not at my age," he added with a laugh. "You don't waste any time at all," Alicia said. They looked at each other so passionately, it actually brought a flush to my cheeks. They kissed again. In fact, they punctuated almost every sentence they spoke to each other with a kiss. Malcolm seemed to move from moments of annoyance to moments of genuine pleasure. When Alicia turned her full attention to him, he was entranced. Once she reached across the table and touched his wrist. I saw him blush, but he didn't move his hand away. It was Garland's idea that we all take coffee on the veranda. "Al fresco," he said, making a grand gesture. He put a napkin on his arm like a waiter and stood up, holding his other arm out for Alicia. "We had such a good time in Italy," Alicia said. When Malcolm rose, Alicia put one arm in the crook of his and the other in Garland's. I was amazed at how Malcolm permitted it. With her between them, they started for the veranda. By the time I joined them outside, they were all laughing at Alicia's description of a ride in a gondola in Venice. She was standing up and imitating Garland. "Sit down, please, sir," the gondolier pleaded. She said, lowering her voice dramatically. "But your father had had a great deal of wine, and he thought he could walk a tightrope." "No problem," he said. "I'll be the navigator." The other passengers were in a state of shock. The gondolier pleaded again, and then the gondola began to rock. She rocked back and forth on her heels. "And then, what do you think?" she said. "Garland!" She laughed, and Garland laughed at the memory. "Garland fell over the side," she said, and then fell toward Malcolm, who reached up quickly to keep her from falling into his lap. Garland roared, but Malcolm blushed when he saw me standing in the doorway. "The coffee will be out in a moment," I announced. "Everyone was trying to fish him out of the canal," Alicia went on, ignoring my arrival. "But he refused their assistance, claiming he was all right. It was absolute bedlam until he was finally pulled into the gondola." She ended by sitting on Garland's lap and putting her arm around his neck. They kissed again. "She tells it so wonderfully," Garland said. "So," he said, turning to me, "you'll have to sit down one day and tell me all the details about your wedding. How my son won your heart. What lies he told you to do so." There was more laughter, which set Alicia onto another story about Garland in Europe. Before our evening ended, I decided to call it Tales of Garland Foxworth by Alicia Foxworth. Never had I seen or even read about a woman as devoted to a man as Alicia was to Garland. She took note of every little thing he had done. She practically worshipped the ground he walked upon. Our evening with them ended when they confessed to being tired from all their traveling. Alicia put her head on Garland's shoulder, and he embraced her around her waist. Then the two of them, looking more like newlyweds in their 20s than a 58-year-old man and a 19-year-old pregnant girl, walked into the house and made their way up the staircase. Malcolm and I had said little after they left us. The light and the excitement had left the veranda along with Alicia. "She's rather pretty," I said. "Is she?" "Like a little bird flitting about your father, don't you think?" "I'm tired," he said. "All that chatter has given me a headache." He left to go to his chambers. I took my time going up. When I did climb the stairs, I checked on the boys first. They were fast asleep. Their grandfather had entertained them, and I must say I thought Mal took to him rather quickly. I imagined that Garland would be a much better father than Malcolm had been so far. Garland, at least, seemed to like children. When I passed their suite, I heard them still awake. They were talking and giggling like two teenagers. I hesitated, drinking in some vicarious pleasure from their soft, happy talk. It was the way Malcolm and I should be, I thought. It was the way I had dreamt we would be. Behind the door, Garland held Alicia in his arms. He pressed his beautiful young bride to him and made her feel wanted and alive. I imagined his hand on her stomach to feel the life within. Never once did Malcolm show any interest in doing that. During the final months of my pregnancies, when I carried low and heavy, he avoided me. Why didn't Alicia's features widen and thicken the way mine had? If you looked at her from the bosom up, you wouldn't even know she was pregnant. It didn't seem fair that these slim, dainty girls never lost their feminine charm. I walked on. My envy made me sad, not angry. My bedroom was right beside theirs, and the wall by my dressing table was thinner than my other walls. If I stood by it and pressed my ear to it, I could hear them almost as well as if I were in their room. "She's exactly what I thought Malcolm would marry," Garland said. "She's so tall," Alicia said. "I feel sorry for her being so tall." "I feel sorry for her being married to Malcolm," he said. "Oh, Garland." But he never understood women. He never really had a girlfriend, you know. Poor soul. Poor? That's one thing he's not. Nor are you, my darling, he said. There was a silence that I knew was filled with a kiss. "I was rich the first day you came into our house," she told him. And then they were quiet. I went into my own bed, alone, wondering how I would compete with such a beautiful and innocent creature. Every time she spoke, it would emphasize my silence. Every time she laughed, it would emphasize my sadness. And every time Malcolm looked at her, it would remind me of all the times he avoided looking at me. Her smallness made my size greater. I hated her, or at least I wanted to hate her. And yet, how difficult it was to harden my heart against her, simply because she had everything I wanted for myself. Alicia appeared the next morning with the same energy and bubbly demeanor. If anything, she seemed to open to the day, the way a beautiful yellow gardenia might greet the sunlight. Never was our breakfast as lively. Garland said they had slept like babies, which proves how important it is for a man to return home, he said. To our home, he added, looking at Alicia. Her rich chestnut hair was pinned up rather like mine, but hers was glossy and revealed her small ears and soft white neck. I could tell that Malcolm was fascinated with her. I imagined that, like me, he had expected them to be somewhat subdued, the early morning hour, their journey catching up with them. But they looked totally revived. Garland must have been right about the importance of home. He insisted on accompanying Malcolm to the offices and getting right back into the swing of things. "I know I have a great deal to catch up on. Malcolm never was one to let grass grow under his feet," he added, explaining to Alicia. "My son might be many things, but one thing he is for sure, and that is a financial genius." "That's what he kept saying about you, Malcolm," Alicia said. "When I asked him how he could stay away from his business so long, he said he had full confidence in your abilities." I waited for Malcolm's caustic response, but he seemed speechless. He shrugged with an uncharacteristic modesty. "We should be going," he said to his father. Garland's goodbye to Alicia was so long and passionate, I was actually embarrassed for her. She didn't seem to mind it. However, she saw the expression on my face, and as soon as he left, she turned to me to explain that it was the first time they would be separated since they had embarked on the European journey together. Malcolm's goodbye to me had been as quick and perfunctory as usual, a slight peck on the cheek and some words about serving dinner at the usual time. "You must tell me how hard it has been for you to be mistress of such a large house," Alicia said, and then quickly added, "Oh, not because I intend to take over. It's just that I find it so overwhelming. I stared at her for a moment. I thought she was sincere, but I couldn't help having Malcolm's suspicions. Who knew what things would be like in a week, in a month? I have everything pretty well organized, I said. The servants have their duties well outlined, and my day is well planned. Oh, I'm sure it is. I don't want to do anything to disturb the order of things. You'll just have to tell me whenever I do. I will, I said with definite assurance. But she either didn't hear or refused to hear any threat in my reply. I don't want to step on anyone's toes, she said. All I want out of life is to make my husband happy. Garland is so wonderful. He has been so wonderful to me and my family. I can never do enough for him. What did he do for you and your family? I asked innocently. Garland was one of my father's oldest, best friends, since grade school days, actually. My father injured his back in a horseback riding accident when he was younger, and that kept him from gaining the kind of employment he needed to support his family. But Garland came along and set him up in his own accountant's office, for a sitting job was all he could handle. Then Garland began sending people to him. Without his help, I doubt we could have survived. I had my own thoughts about altruism, believing that charity was not given without some thoughts of profit in the future. Had Garland Foxworth had his eyes on this lovely girl from the very beginning? How old were you at the time Garland began coming to your house? Oh, I remember him coming when I was about 5 or 6. When I was 12, he bought me this beautiful gold bracelet. See, I still wear it, she said, holding out her wrist. 12? Yes. By the time I was 14, we were taking walks together. I would chatter away, holding his arm, and he would listen with a wonderful smile on his face. He made me feel so good. It got so I looked forward to his coming more than I looked forward to anything else. He kissed me when I was still 14, she whispered. What? You were only 14? Yes, and it wasn't a peck on the cheek, she added, her eyes twinkling. My face must have been a window pane. She had to see my utter astonishment. We knew then, don't you see? No, I don't see how a man of his age and a girl of 14 would know then. It was love, she said unabashed. True, unrelenting love. He began to come to my house more and more frequently. We would go for carriage rides through the park, stopping for hours to watch the birds. We talked so much, but I couldn't tell you about what. Our conversation was like one long melody. The sounds linger in my mind, not the words, she said, smiling to herself. I tried to envision such happiness, but I had no idea what she meant by a melody of words. I loved the horse-drawn sleigh rides whenever the Virginia winter brought pounds and pounds of snow, she continued. We would bundle up in thick blankets, clutching our hands beneath them, and ride into the wind, our faces red from the cold, but our hearts warm with our love. You can't imagine how wonderful that was, she said. No, I said sadly. I can't. In the summer, there were those wonderful concerts in the park. I would pack a picnic lunch for us, and we would go off to listen to the music. Afterward, we would go boating, and I would sing to him. He loves me to sing to him. even though I don't have a singer's voice. But didn't you ever think about his age? No. I thought of him as a wonderful older but most gentle man. He was always so full of spirit and happiness that age never came into it. But how did you have the nerve to marry a man so much older? I don't mean to sound coarse, but he'll be dead before you reach middle age. Didn't your parents object? My father died a month before Garland proposed. My mother was shocked at first, and at first she was against it. She said the same thing you said, but I wouldn't be dissuaded, and she adored Garland, you see. Soon she began to realize that I really did love him, and that the years didn't matter. To be honest, my dear, I'm quite surprised you decided on having children, considering Garland's age. Oh, Garland would have it no other way. He said, "Alicia, when I'm with you, I'm only in my 30s. And he looks like a man in his 30s, doesn't he?" "Doesn't he?" she demanded when I hesitated. "Yes, he looks younger than he is, but that's all that matters, what we think," she said. She was positively mesmerized by her romance. Reality, hard, cold facts, would never be permitted to destroy her rose-colored world. She lived in the world of my glass-encased dollhouse. Of course, I pitied her for that, realizing reality would have its way eventually. But I also envied her for her happiness. "Let me go with you. I'd love to watch you with your children. They're adorable, and I'm sure I could probably learn things from what you do," she added. "I'm hardly an expert at rearing children," I said, but I saw how disappointed she would be if I turned her down, so I let her accompany me. The children did like her, especially Joel. She brought a smile to his face, and he enjoyed being held by her. In a way, she got down to their level far better than I ever could. Before long, she was playing with Mal's toys with him, and Joel was quietly watching the two of them. "Feel free to do anything you want," she said. "I don't mind staying with them." "You've got to be more careful at your stage of pregnancy," I told her. And then I thought, wouldn't Malcolm love to see her have a miscarriage? The thought lingered in my mind, clinging to my thoughts like a burr caught on my skirt. I couldn't shake it off, and the more I envisioned her having a miscarriage, the happier it made me feel. I couldn't help being afraid of the child she would have, but not for the same reasons as Malcolm. I didn't have his greed about money, knowing we had and would always have more than we would ever need. I feared that her child would be far more beautiful than my children. After all, Garland was the father, and he was just as handsome, if not more so, than Malcolm. And she was so much more beautiful than I could ever hope to be. So I fantasized her starting down the spiral staircase, tripping and falling down the steps, the accident resulting in an immediate miscarriage. She was too trusting to see these images in my face whenever I looked at her. All day long, whenever she saw me, she was filled with questions. Questions about Foxworth Hall, questions about the children, questions about the servants, and questions about Malcolm. What is he really like? She wanted to know. Garland can exaggerate so. It's better that you find out for yourself, I replied. Never ask a wife what her husband is like. You won't get an honest answer. Oh, how right you are, she said. It seemed I could do nothing to upset her. You are wise, Olivia. I'm so lucky to have you here. I stared at her, She meant it, the foolish girl. Was there no suspicion in her? Was she satisfied being treated like another child in this house? I expected, as time wore on, that she and Garland would cool down, that some of the gloom of Foxworth Hall would get to her, that as her pregnancy moved into the 9th month, she would be burdened and irritable. But none of that happened. Our meals were just as boisterous as that first day Garland and Alicia arrived. Every evening Alicia insisted that Garland tell her about his business day in detail. "You must never think I'll be bored by it," she said, "because it's your work, and whatever involves you involves me." Such gibberish, I thought. She will never understand the details of business. Well, today I went over Malcolm's investment in 2 hotels in Chicago. He has an idea about catering to businessmen, making the rates more attractive for them. "What do you call it, Malcolm?" "Call it? The special rates." "Business rates," he said dryly. "Why, of course. How silly of me to ask. It's such a delightful idea," she said. Delightful, I thought. I waited for Malcolm to explode, but his tolerance grew every day. A number of times I was tempted to tell him about my fantasizing Alicia's miscarriage. I wanted to see how he would greet such a possibility. But the closest I came to saying it was when I told him I thought she was far too active and wild for a woman in her 9th month. "She's running up and down the stairs, holding her stomach as though she had a balloon under her dress. Sometimes she's outside with Olson talking to him about flowers, and occasionally I see her digging alongside him. I saw her lift a large potted plant yesterday. I wanted to warn her, but I didn't. She insists on carrying Joel up to the nursery, and if I merely mention something, she's up after it, no matter how heavy or bulky it might be. It's none of your affair," he told me, and walked away before I could discuss it any further. Perhaps he was unable to see the possibility. Or perhaps he had been so charmed by her innocent beauty, he was blind to his own interests. One day, 2 weeks into her 9th month, Alicia asked me about the attic. "It's rather an interesting place," I said. I began to describe it, and then stopped. "But really, it's something you'll have to see for yourself," I said. I thought about her walking up those shaky little steps and wandering through the huge attic, things strewn about, presenting the possibility of her tripping and falling. I was tempted to go through those double doors and go up the stairs. "Oh, there's another way up," I said. "A secret way." "Really?" She was intrigued. "Where?" "It's through a doorway in a closet in the room at the end of the north wing." "My goodness! A doorway in a closet. Do you want to go up with me?" "I've been there," I said. "I'll show you the way, and you can amuse yourself going through the old things." "Oh, I'd love it," she said. So I led her down the north wing to the end room. She was fascinated by the room. "It's like a hideaway," she said. "Yes." "This house is so exciting, so mysterious. I must ask Garland about this room." "Do that," I said, "and tell me what he says," I added. I showed her the closet doorway. "Now you must be careful," I said when she looked back at me. "There's a cord just above the first step. Pull it and it will light the stairway." She did, but it didn't turn on the bulb. I had unscrewed it earlier. "Must be blown," I said, Forget about it. No, that's all right. I can see fine. Remember, I said, I told you not to go. Don't be an old fuddy-duddy, Olivia. It's nothing. Go on, then, I said. I'll be down in the front salon, reading. She started up, and I closed the door behind her. I heard her gasp, and then laugh. My heart was pounding in my chest. The darkness, those creaky steps and floorboards, all presented a terrible danger to a woman close to her delivery date. What a trusting young fool she was, I thought, and turned away. If anything happened to her, I would be too far away to be of any help. I had warned her. No one could blame me. I rushed out of the room and down the north wing. I settled myself in the salon and began reading, just as I told her I would. It was difficult for me to concentrate on anything. Every once in a while, I looked up at the ceiling and imagined her tripping and falling, perhaps banging her head against one of those trunks or armoires, and lying there in the throes of a miscarriage. Afterward, when I told Malcolm how it had happened, he would thank me. Not in so many words, perhaps, but the thanks would be there. And maybe she wouldn't go flitting through this house, bringing smiles to everyone's face. Maybe the miscarriage would affect her beauty, and darkness would cloak her eyes. Despair would wash the radiant colors from her face forever. Her voice would change and deepen, losing its melodious tones. Malcolm would no longer be enchanted by her chatter and wheedling charms. When we all sat around the dinner table and she spoke, it would be as if we had no ears to hear. I didn't realize how much time had passed, but when Garland and Malcolm arrived home, she was still not down. Of course Garland inquired about her. "Oh, dear," I said, "I've been sitting here entranced with this book. She went up to the attic a while ago." "The attic? Whatever for?" "To explore. She was bored." "The attic?" Garland repeated. His face turned dark. "She shouldn't be up there." I told her that, but she positively insisted. She called me an old fuddy-duddy for warning her against it, and went up anyway. He rushed out and up the winding staircase. Malcolm stood in the doorway watching him, and then turned to me. Never did I see such a cold look in his eyes. It was an odd look, a mixture of fear and anger, I thought. It was as if he had just discovered something about me that he had never before realized. "Perhaps you should go along with him and see if anything happened," I said. Suddenly a wry smile came to his face, and he turned and left me. Not long afterward I heard Garland's voice, and I went out to the foyer. "Is everything all right?" I asked. He was hurrying on toward the south wing. "What? Oh, yes. Can you imagine? I found her standing before the dusty mirror trying on Corinne's old dresses. I must say she did them justice." Malcolm appeared behind me as though he had been waiting in the wings. I could see that he was boiling with rage, and yet, I saw that faraway look in his eye, a look that if I didn't know better, I would have called love. 2 weeks later, almost to the day, Alicia gave birth. Dr. Braxton was there to deliver the child. Malcolm and I waited in the foyer. Garland came to the rotunda and shouted down to us, "It's a boy! A boy! And Alicia's just fine. Why, she's ready to go dancing." "That's wonderful," I said. He clasped his hands together and raised them in the air before returning to their suite. Malcolm said nothing, but when I turned to him, I saw the rage in his face. "I was praying if a child had to be born, it would be a girl," he said. "What difference does it make now? Come, let's see the child." He hesitated, so I started up without him. The new baby, when I first saw him cradled in his mother's arms, did take my breath away. He had my son's blonde hair and blue eyes, but this infant radiated a quiet and a beautiful peace, such as I had never seen in a child. He looked directly at everyone with clear, understanding eyes, and I knew newborns just didn't do that. "Isn't he beautiful?" whispered Alicia, snuggling him protectively closer against her side. "I'm going to name him Christopher Garland, for his father." Garland stood by, looking as proud as any young papa. At that moment I thought he did look 20 years younger. Were they a magical couple? Could they turn back time? Had they found the fountain of youth? Or was this what true love could do for people? Never was I as envious and as jealous of anyone as I was of Alicia that moment. She had everything: beauty, a loving and adoring husband, and now a beautiful child. "Congratulations, Father," Malcolm said, appearing in the doorway. "Thank you, Malcolm. Come on in and take a closer look at your stepbrother." Malcolm stood beside me and looked down at Alicia and the child. "Good looking. A true Foxworth," he said. "You betcha," Garland said. "We'll be handing the cigars out tomorrow, eh, son?" "Yes, we will," he said. "You did it, Father." "Oh, I don't know if he did it alone," Alicia said. It even made me laugh. Malcolm's face reddened. "Well, I meant, of course. Congratulations, Alicia," he said, and knelt down to brush a kiss across her cheek. From the way he closed his eyes, I knew he wanted that kiss to last longer. What a hypocrite he could be, I thought. I knew he hated that baby, and yet he could mouth all the right words and do all the correct things. He stood up quickly and backed away from the bed. "Well, I'd better let you rest," he said. He and I left the room. Garland had hired a nurse for the first few weeks, something Malcolm had not thought of doing for me. We joined Dr. Braxton in the hallway, preparing to leave. "So, Malcolm," he said, "you can be proud of your father, eh?" "Yes," Malcolm said dryly. "Looks like I was wrong," Dr. Braxton added. "Pardon?" "There was to be another Foxworth born in Foxworth Hall after all, eh?" he said. For a moment Malcolm didn't respond. His lips whitened, and he looked toward me. "Yes, Doctor," he said, "you were wrong." He followed the doctor down the staircase. Their footsteps sounded like thunder, the thunder that comes to warn us of an impending storm. Chapter 8. Days of Passion. After the birth of Christopher, Garland began to spend a great deal more time at home. Malcolm claimed he was happy to have his father out of his hair at the office. "He doesn't understand the intricacies of high finance, and I have to spend too much time explaining things to him. He annoys everyone with his questions," he said. It's better that he behaves more like a retired man. I wish he would officially retire," he added. Garland never did anything intentionally to upset me, but it was upsetting for me to have him around so much, because I was forced to witness his and Alicia's love. He hovered about Alicia, watching her feed the baby, and then he took them both for walks or for short rides. Occasionally they asked me to accompany them, but I always refused. The few times I caught my reflection and Alicia's in a mirror, I thought I looked more like her mother than the wife of her stepson. I found it ridiculous to think of her as a mother-in-law. I knew it would just be too uncomfortable for me to go anywhere with Garland and her, unless Malcolm were with us too. And then something more disturbing began to take place. Less than 2 months after Christopher's birth, Garland and Alicia began going up to their suite in the middle of the afternoon. At first I didn't understand their eagerness to do so. They would come in from a walk, looking somewhat flustered, always clinging so closely to each other, forever kissing and embracing. Sometimes they walked past me as though I weren't even there. With his arm around her shoulders and her arm around his waist, they would practically run up the spiral staircase and disappear into their suite for most of the afternoon. The maids and Lucas would smile slyly at one another when they saw them gallivanting up the stairs. On a number of occasions I overheard them talking about Garland and his young bride. Once I was just about to go into the kitchen when I stopped at the partially open doorway because I heard Mrs. Steiner talking to Mrs. Wilson. "It's remarkable," Mrs. Steiner said, "how they're always at it. I can't get into that bedroom to clean." "In the beginning it was like that with the first Mrs. Foxworth, too," Mrs. Wilson said. "Such a contrast between the elder Mr. Foxworth and his bride, and Malcolm Foxworth and Olivia," Mrs. Steiner said. "I can't recall them ever showing affection for each other so openly." "Affection for each other?" Mrs. Wilson said. "Olivia is so cold. Those gray eyes of hers are like 2 granite slivers. I'm so happy the boys have his eyes." "Yes. Whenever Alicia is in a room, there is such light and happiness, even if Olivia is in the same room. Alicia's brightness is too strong for Olivia's cloudy face," Mrs. Wilson said. "I wish she were the real mistress of Foxworth Hall, as she should be. She's just too sweet to exert her authority." "It would be as different as night and day, wouldn't it? One has a constant smile on her face, and the other has only a scowl, no matter how hard I work. She told Mary to dust after me in the foyer yesterday." "When a woman is unhappy in love, she takes it out on whoever is around," Mrs. Wilson said. "Which is why I wish Alicia were the true mistress of Foxworth Hall." I stepped away from the door, my heart beating so hard and my rage so strong. I was afraid what I would do if I heard any more. Was Alicia conniving to win over the servants? She would never criticize any of them. She was making me out to be the ogre, and their obscene passion for each other was something the servants admired? Where was decency? Where was self-respect? How could they be so loving and hot-blooded anyway, I wondered? Was it real or just a show? One day, intrigued with their passion and energy, I followed them up the spiral staircase. I went into my room and placed my ear to the wall by my dressing table. What I heard brought the blood to my cheeks. Their kisses were one thing, but the sounds of Garland's moaning in passionate ecstasy and Alicia's little cries were overwhelming. I heard them in their bed, and I knew exactly when Alicia was experiencing the climax of her lovemaking. Or should I say the climaxes? For she cried out loudly each time, and each time Garland said things like, "Oh, my love, it's good, is it not? I'm far from an old man." Sometimes they would grow very quiet afterward, and I would think they were both asleep. But soon I would hear her pleas for more, and their passion would begin again. Then I would lie in my own bed and try to imagine what it would be like if Malcolm made love to me the way his father made love to his bride. Never did I feel the need to cry out the way she did, and never did Malcolm say the things to me that Garland said to her when she was in his embrace. Their lovemaking, whether it be night or day, was soon something to which I looked forward. Listening to them, imagining them in bed together, I could find far more excitement than I could in reading my novels. One day I listened to them talking in the dining room and understood that they were going for a walk for the express purpose of making love by the lake. Just thinking about such a thing made my heart flutter. My face flushed so I had to go and dab cold water on my cheeks. Looking out of a window, I saw them start off toward the path that led to the lake. Garland carried little Christopher in his cradle. I watched them disappear around a corner, and then I followed them. I felt guilty about it, but I couldn't turn myself back. It was one thing to listen through the walls, but to actually see them making love was too great a temptation. They were too far ahead of me to know I was following. There was a clearing near the dock where we kept a canoe. By the time I was close enough to spy on them, they had spread their blanket out, and they were lying upon it. The baby was asleep. Alicia's figure had returned rapidly after she gave birth. It was impossible to look at her and know she was already a mother. She looked younger and more vibrant than ever. Her bosom was still high, and her waist was so tiny. She had the perfect hourglass figure. Her hair spilled down around her shoulders. She sat in her blouse and skirt and embraced her knees as she looked out at the lake. Garland sat beside her, leaning back on his hands. They were like that for the longest time, and I began to feel very silly and guilty about spying on them. I continually looked behind me to be sure Olson or some other servant wasn't close enough to see what I was doing. Suddenly Garland turned to Alicia and kissed her on the neck. She dropped her head back and closed her eyes, as though that single kiss was a key opening the doorway to her ecstasy. I pressed my fingers against my own neck and watched in fascination as Garland brought his lips to the bodice of her blouse, untying the string that held it together. He peeled the garments off her so gently and gracefully, it was as if they melted away. When they were both naked and in each other's embrace, the soothing words between them, spoken too low for me to understand, sounded like a soft religious chant. The cadences were so regular and continuous. I watched them go from great passion to gentle caressing, the words turning to laughter. When I had seen enough, I turned to go back to the house and found myself so short of breath and weak I was afraid to take a step. I heard the babies cry and their laughter, and I took deep breaths to get control of myself. Finally, I was able to walk back to Foxworth Hall. I went directly upstairs to my bedroom and lay there for over an hour, staring up at the ceiling, recalling vividly the love scene I had just witnessed. How much I had been cheated! How much of what should be every woman's was not mine and would never be mine. I felt as if fate were pulling me through a knothole, dragging me to a destiny I never wanted to accept. Someday, perhaps, my portrait would be painted in dark oils and hung on the walls of Foxworth Hall. With gray eyes and pale lips pressed together so tightly they looked sewn shut, I would regard my descendants. My great-grandchildren would look up at me and conclude that I was a very unhappy woman, a woman haunted by the other austere faces of Foxworth Hall, a woman pained by her own existence. And they would know. While I was still in my room, I heard Garland and Alicia return from the lake. They were laughing, their voices high and gay. They both sounded so young. I felt as if I were the stepmother, and Malcolm was Garland's father. That night after dinner, Garland and Malcolm had a long meeting in the trophy room. Alicia and I were sitting in the salon, tending the 3 children. Mal was showing Joel and Christopher his toys, explaining each to each as though they could understand. There must have been some strong filial feeling among them, because the infants were quiet, entranced, attentive. Alicia and I were crocheting. She was better at it than I anticipated she would be. Apparently she had learned a great deal from her mother before she married Garland. Alicia smiled at the children and smiled at me. "It's going to be wonderful for them all to grow up together," she said. "They'll marry beautiful, brilliant women and raise their families here at Foxworth Hall." "Maybe their wives won't get along," I said. I couldn't stand her childish fantasies. Just because life was all roses for her didn't mean it would be that way for everyone. "Oh, but they will." "I'm not saying they won't have small differences. Everyone does. But they'll be Foxworths, and their children will continue the traditions." "We're not royalty," I said. "Neither you nor I are queens." She looked at me a moment, and then smiled as though she had to humor me. I couldn't believe the audacity that came from such a simple mind. I was about to let her know how I felt about her smiling, when, finally, Garland and Malcolm emerged from their tete-a-tete, and they came down to join us. I could see from the expression on Malcolm's face that their discussions had been intense, and I could also sense that he wanted to tell me something. So I gathered Mal and Joel together, saying that I had to take them up, and left the room. Malcolm followed me to the nursery, something he rarely did. He watched me put the children to sleep. "What is it?" I asked finally. We discussed his will. "He's drawing up a new one, of course." "Of course. You expected he would." "I am to get the house and the business in the event of his death. However, Alicia and Christopher can live here as long as they want. Alicia is to get $3 million in stocks from our various investments, and Christopher $2 million, held in trust. I will serve as administrator of their income, investing it as I see fit. He's more dependent on me than I had thought." "All that should make you happy," I said. "My father recognizes my financial abilities, something you should also consider." I stared at him. "I'm not doing so badly with my own investments," I said. "You're making a fraction of what you should. Nevertheless, it is I who am making it. Stubborn foolishness. Is that a Winfield trait? I would have thought it a Foxworth trait. You continually tell me how foolish your father is, and who could be more entrenched in his own ideas than you? Malcolm's face reddened, but he didn't pivot and leave the room, as I had expected he would. I wanted you to know these details, he said, because I want you to tell me if you sense or learn that my father has any intention of changing them. Alicia tells you everything, apparently. I'm sure she'll be telling you about this. I suspect she's not going to be all that happy with the arrangements, and she'll be using her charms to get him to give her more. You want me to be your spy? Spy on your father and his wife? Don't you? He asked sharply. My face whitened. He smiled, a cold, wry smile that left a layer of ice over my heart. He didn't wait for my response. It's in your own interest to do what I ask, and in the interest of the boys, he said, and left the room without so much as a glance at the children. Never, since they were born, did Malcolm ever kiss the boys good night. I looked down at them. They were both already asleep. How good it was that they were still too young to understand their father's words. But what lay ahead for them when they were older, and they would have to deal with what he wanted for them and demanded of them? I sat there wishing they could remain babies forever. Alicia wanted to move into the Swan Room, and Garland decided they should. She had always been fascinated by the room and the furniture, and often asked questions about it. I saw how nervous Malcolm became whenever she brought up the room in conversation, but I never thought she would want to move into the room that had belonged to Garland's first wife. A second wife shouldn't want to revive her husband's memories of his first wife, but either she was incapable of understanding this, or she didn't care. In any case, one evening at dinner, Garland announced that Alicia was moving their things into the Swan Room. And the small swan cradle is so perfect for Christopher, she said. Malcolm stopped eating. That room belonged to my mother, he said, as if no one knew. And it still does, Garland said. Your new mother, he added, embracing Alicia. I hardly can think of someone so much younger than myself as my mother, Malcolm snapped. But neither Garland nor Alicia seemed to care. I don't want to change a single thing, she said. Everything has been kept so clean and polished anyway. It all looks brand new. No one's ever slept in that room since my mother deserted me, Malcolm exclaimed. Well, it shouldn't be kept like a museum, Alicia said, and laughed. She didn't mean it to be a cruel remark, I know, but it cut into Malcolm like a blade through the heart. He actually winced in pain. A museum. I like that. A museum, Garland said. He joined her laughter. Afterward, Malcolm ranted and raved about the disgusting way his father gave in to every whim and wish of Alicia's. He's spoiling her, just the way he spoiled my mother, he told me. How could you know? I asked. You were so young. I was a precocious child. I saw, I knew. There wasn't a dress she saw and wanted that she didn't get. She had enough jewelry to open her own shop. He thought that by buying her endless things he could keep her happy. I understood a great deal more than other children my age. I believe that, I said. Your father is forever telling me how hard it was for your mother to handle you. You were too smart, he says. She couldn't discipline you because you were always finding ways to get around her punishments or prohibitions. You knew she didn't have the patience or tolerance for endless discussions. He thinks she ran away from you. He says that. He clenched his teeth. It was he who couldn't handle my mother. Do you think she would have run off with another man if he had been the firm, strong husband he should have been? Why, she even had her own personal funds, he added, so that she could afford to pick up and go wherever and whenever she wanted. He stopped abruptly and left the room as if he had said too much. Could this be why he wanted complete control of my funds as well as his own, I wondered? Did he harbor the same fears in relation to me? Afraid that I might leave him and go and do what I wanted, whenever I wanted? Something that would be an embarrassment to him, but even more than that, something that would be a reminder of what his mother was and what his mother had done to his father? It didn't matter what he thought about my money, nor did it matter what he thought about what Alicia wished. The next day, Alicia's things were moved into the Swan Room, and the doors were opened. Whenever Malcolm and I walked past it together, he would speed up as though he could be burned by the light spilling from the room into the hallway. He wouldn't look into it. He would act as though it no longer existed. At least, that was what I thought, until one day he made a remark that left me wondering. It's disgusting what goes on in that room now, he said. And I understood that he either came upon the room when they were making love, or he put his ear to the wall in the trophy room and listened in. Could he have done that? Would he have done that? Curiosity took me to the trophy room one day when he was at work, and they were in the Swan Room. Early in our marriage, Malcolm had made it clear to me that the trophy room was to be his private sanctuary, a man's room in every sense of the word. No matter when I walked past it or looked into it, it reeked of cigar smoke. By now the odor was embedded in the walls, I thought. In some ways it reminded me of my father's study, but there were many differences. My father had one stuffed deer head with antlers given to him as a gift from a very satisfied customer. Malcolm's and Garland's trophy room was just that, a room filled with animal trophies. There was a tiger head and an elephant head with its trunk uplifted. Garland's father had killed them both on safari. Garland had shot a grizzly bear, an antelope, and a mountain lion on hunting trips in Western America. Malcolm had just begun his own collection. 2 years ago he killed a brown bear. Now he talked about going on an African safari, as soon as business permitted him to take that much time off. Garland kept telling him he could go, that he would watch after things while he was away, but Malcolm wouldn't hear of it. On the far wall there was a stone fireplace at least 20 feet long. There were windows on either side, draped with black velvet curtains. The mantel was covered with artifacts from various hunting expeditions. Against one wall was a dark brown leather couch and matching settee. Facing it were 2 rockers and one black leather chair with a small table beside it. Ashtrays were everywhere. I closed the doors softly behind me and made my way to the wall on the left. On the other side of that wall, Garland and Alicia lay in the swan bed. But when I put my ear to the wall, as I often did now in my own suite, I could barely hear their voices. This wall was too thick. Disappointed that my suspicions weren't proving true, I turned away when I saw a picture of Garland when he was much younger, dressed in his safari outfit, one foot on the carcass of a tiger. The picture was tilted. I moved it, intending to straighten it, and I discovered the hole in the wall. It wasn't very large, but it had obviously been dug out neatly with some sharp instrument. I brought my eye to it and saw Garland and Alicia naked in the swan bed. I gasped and pulled myself back, looking about the trophy room, terrified that I would be discovered. How long had this hole been here? Did Malcolm dig it out as soon as Alicia moved into the swan room? Or had this hole been here for years and years, perhaps dug out by a 5-year-old boy? I left the picture frame the way I had found it and slipped out of the trophy room, now feeling more like a burglar who had robbed the room of some great secret. I would never reveal to Malcolm what I had learned, I thought. I was sure he would deny knowledge of it. But what would be far worse would be my own embarrassment in letting him know that I knew he was more interested in his father's and Alicia's lovemaking than he was in our own. Was he so taken with his father's bride? Did spying on them titillate him the way it had titillated me? My questions were answered one hot summer day. Alicia and I had finished feeding the children. It was one of those rare days when Garland went to the offices. Christopher was now 1.5 years old. Joel was 2.5, and Mal 5. It was Malcolm's decision that a tutor would be brought here to give both Mal and Joel their primary education. The classroom in the attic that had been Malcolm's classroom, and his ancestors before him, would now be theirs. For this purpose, he hired an elderly gentleman, Mr. Chillingworth, a retired Sunday school teacher. Mal hated him, and I found him quite cold and much too firm in his manner with a 5-year-old. But Malcolm thought he was perfect. Discipline is what they will need during these early years. It's when they will form their study habits for the rest of their lives. Simon Chillingworth is perfect for the task. He was my Sunday school teacher, he said. Nevertheless, every time Mr. Chillingworth arrived to tutor Mal resisted, sometimes clinging to my skirt and begging me to keep him downstairs. But Malcolm was intractable. The only thing I could do to ease Mal's fear was to permit Joel to go up with him, even though Joel was too young for lessons. Malcolm approved of Joel's attendance because he thought the little boy would learn something just by being present. Mr. Chillingworth arrived after lunch for his 3.5 hours tutorial session, and Mal and Joel went up with him. I felt sorry for them up there in the hot attic on this particularly warm summer day, and offered the north salon, the coolest one, to Mr. Chillingworth, but he wouldn't hear of it. There's a sufficient breeze from the dormer windows, he claimed, and I want the use of the blackboards and desks. The children must learn to cope with discomfort anyway. It makes us stronger Christians. I dressed the boys as lightly as I could and shook my head in pity. Alicia was practically in tears for them. She vowed to say something to Malcolm that night, but I forbade her. I don't need you to speak for me, I said. And I'm not in total disagreement with Malcolm, I added. It was a lie, but the idea of Alicia getting Malcolm to do something I had wanted him to do was infuriating. Very well, she said, but the poor boys. She took Christopher up for a nap and returned shortly after, still complaining about the heat and the stuffiness in the house. I retreated to the cool salon to do some reading, but she was too restless and too flushed to relax. Olivia, she asked, don't you ever want to bathe in the lake? Bathe in the lake? No. I don't even have a bathing suit, I said, and turned back to my book. We could go for a quick, cool dip without suits, she said. Without suits? Hardly, I said. And besides, I don't have any inclinations to do so. Oh, too bad. Well, she said, I think I might just do it. I don't want to hear about it, I said. It's not something a lady should do, I added. Fiddlesticks, she said. Garland and I have done it often. I know I blanched, for I had spied on them once when they had. She didn't seem to notice my guilt. Instead, she left to get some towels and head for the lake. As soon as I heard the front door close, I peered out the window to see her hurrying off toward the lake. Before she disappeared from view, however, Malcolm drove up. I was surprised to see him home so early, but I knew he wasn't above checking on Mal's tutorial. I saw him looking at the disappearing Alicia. Then, to my surprise, instead of coming directly into the house, he followed in her direction. The hot summer breeze fluttered the lace curtains. Insects trying to escape the direct sunlight beat their frail bodies against the screens. For a moment, I was unable to move. Then I rushed out of the salon and out the front door. I moved quickly but stealthily, the way I had when I wanted to spy on Alicia and Garland. What was Malcolm intending to do? Why had he followed her? Before I reached the lake, I heard her voice and crouched down behind a large bush to peek out at them. Alicia was already undressed and in the water. Malcolm stood on the bank, his jacket and shirt off. "Don't come any closer," she warned, crossing her arms over her breasts and keeping herself down in the water. "Just go on back to the house, Malcolm." He laughed. "Perhaps I should take your clothes back with me," he said, teasing her with a movement toward her garments. "Don't you dare touch anything. Go away." "Come now, Alicia. Surely you don't enjoy being alone here." "I'm only here for a short dip to cool off. Garland will be home any moment." "No, he's doing business in Charlottesville. Actually, he won't be home for quite a while." "Get away," she repeated, but he didn't move. "I'd like to cool off, too, and it's more fun to have company." "Go and get your own wife, then, and stop pursuing me." "But you can't possibly be satisfied with that old man." "Garland is not an old man," she protested. "In many ways, he's 20 years younger than you are. He knows how to laugh and enjoy himself. You know nothing about anything but making money. Why, you don't even treat your own wife properly," she said. Malcolm stared down at her, but he didn't continue to undress. Her words had bitten him. "You're just a child," he said slowly, his anger building. "You married my father because he's rich, and you expect him to die any day, leaving you a fortune. But it won't happen that way. I promise you." "Get away from here," she insisted. "I don't think that's what you really want," he said, his voice softening. He dropped his trousers, and she moved farther back. "Go away!" "I told you. I'm hot, too." He slipped off his shorts. Now, naked, he started into the water toward her. "You don't want to scream," he said. "We don't want the servants here. Garland might not understand." "You devil," she said. She swam to the right, and he went after her. "You are so beautiful, Alicia," he said. "So very beautiful. You should have been my wife, not his. She didn't wait for him to reach her. She kicked up and swam toward the shore. He started in pursuit, but when she reached the shore, she turned on him. "Leave me alone!" she screamed. Her loudness froze him in the water. "Leave me alone from now on, Malcolm, or you will force me to tell Garland how you keep trying to seduce me." What was she saying? This wasn't the first time he tried something like this? I've protected him from knowing what you try to do, just to give this family some peace, but no longer. I hate and despise you, Malcolm Foxworth. You're not half the man your father is. Not half, she yelled. She emerged from the lake and scooped up her clothing and her towel, wrapping it about her quickly, and then headed for the bushes, fortunately not close to me. I watched Malcolm. He stared after her a moment, and then he started out. "My mother didn't believe that," he muttered, just loud enough for me to hear. "She ran off easily enough with some man not worth a cent." He went to his clothing instead of pursuing her. She was nearly dressed and on her way back to the house anyway. I crouched lower in the bushes. I was disconsolate, so alone, and betrayed over and over. Slowly, slowly, I sank to the ground and began to cry silently. Where was security, truth, and honesty? Malcolm used me to fit his purposes and pursued me for my money. Money he still hoped to control. There wasn't the slightest bit of love between us. After he dressed, he began to make his cautious way back to the house, ever careful of his expensive clothes amongst the briars. He talked to himself as he went by me. "She'll pay for this day of insult, and pay dearly," he mumbled. "The damn little conniving slut can't possibly love an old man like my father. She's playing her game. From now on, I'll play mine more subtly." From that day on, whenever Garland was out of sight, Malcolm treated Alicia with disgust, disdain, and rudeness that bordered on cruelty. At times I was moved to take her defense, to confront him with the scene I had witnessed at the lake, but I never did. Despite the way she had rejected Malcolm, I was angry at her for being so beautiful and tempting. I let the fire burn between them. Malcolm's fire of passion and anger, a fire that burned and singed her. Garland was either blinded with love or too skeptical of anything Alicia told him about Malcolm, for as far as I knew, he never confronted Malcolm. Something was happening to him anyway, I thought, as time went by. He and Alicia were still passionate and loving with each other, but Garland seemed to be aging quickly. I noticed him taking longer naps by himself. His usually voracious appetite diminished. During their second winter at Foxworth Hall, he had a long, disabling cold that nearly became pneumonia. Throughout it all, Alicia continually turned to me for guidance. I knew she was trying to reach out, to get me to help her, especially with her relationship to Malcolm. But I remained distant, cold, and disinterested. What I wanted to happen was beginning to happen. The cheeriness went out of her voice. She wasn't as bubbly and energetic. She stopped going out with her young girlfriends and spent more time alone, waiting for Garland to come home or to wake from a long nap, avoiding Malcolm in any way she could. She kept herself busy with Christopher, who was now nearly 2.5. In fact, she spent a good deal of time with the children. She was the one who started Mal on the piano, much to Malcolm's displeasure. Both Joel and Mal showed a natural talent for music, but Malcolm had the idea that musicians were weak, effeminate men who made little money. I began to think that it was her way of getting back at him, teaching the boys something about music. I let that go on, because the boys enjoyed it so much, and because it annoyed Malcolm so much. For a time I was like someone in the audience, observing the unhappiness, taking pleasure in some of it, even though it did little to relieve my own sorrows. I did not understand that my selfish pleasure permitted something else to grow. Without realizing it, I had opened Foxworth Hall to more demons of the heart and of the mind. They took their places in the shadows and waited for their opportunity to act. It wouldn't be long before the opportunity came, and the demons would bring with them more misery than I had ever imagined could live in the cold, empty rooms of Foxworth Hall. Chapter 9. Days Colored Black. The months passed, each much like the one before it, filled with tensions I thought were the result of Malcolm's attitude toward Alicia. His belligerence showed in his sharp, often biting comments, and in the way he often ignored her. He was more irritable about many things, especially Mal's love of music. One afternoon he came home early and found Mal at the piano with Alicia at his side teaching him the scales. I was crocheting a sweater for Joel and enjoying the way Mal was intuitively able to pick the right notes. There was no question that he had talent, which, if properly nurtured, might grow into real musicianship. Malcolm heard the piano and came to the salon, the rage already burning in his eyes. I looked up from my needlework just as he came charging through the doorway. He slammed the piano shut with such violence he almost caught poor Mal's hands beneath the lid. I think he wanted to do that, to end Mal's piano playing forever. Alicia gasped and embraced Mal as the two of them looked up at the towering Malcolm. "What did I say about catering to these musical whims? But Malcolm, the boy, is talented. He's a prodigy. Look at what he can do at his age. Let us show you," Alicia pleaded. "I don't care what he can do on a piano. Will that make him competent in business? Will that enable him to walk in my footsteps? You are turning him into a soft, effeminate man. Get him off that piano bench," he said. But Alicia didn't release her embrace of him. "Mal, stand up," he commanded. Mal moved away from Alicia and stood up, his lips trembling. He was afraid to cry, knowing how that would anger Malcolm even more. Usually he sobbed silently, taking deep breaths and heaving up his shoulders. Joel, who sat on the floor playing with Christopher, looked up with the same terror in his eyes. The two boys shared their fear of their father. Whenever one was yelled at, the other would respond as if it were he. Christopher, on the other hand, simply looked interested in the sudden activity and noise. Alicia turned to me, hoping I would come to her aid. "What are you doing?" I asked. "The boy must learn never to disobey me. I told him to spend his spare time on his school lessons, not on the piano." "He's not disobeying you," I said, "if his mother and his grandmother permit him to do it." "He's disobeying me," he repeated. "He knows what I said about it." He reached forward and took Mal by the back of his neck, nearly lifting the terrified child off the ground, and dragged him out of the salon to the library for a whipping. Almost immediately Joel began to cry. Christopher looked confused. "Malcolm, don't!" Alicia screamed after them. "Concern yourself with your own offspring," he said, spitting his words back at her, "and leave my boys to me." Alicia buried her face in her hands and then looked up at me. Joel had come running to my chair to embrace my leg. "How can you permit him to do such things?" she asked. "I can hardly prohibit him from expressing his opinion about his own children, especially in his own house." "But you're the mother. You should have something to say, shouldn't you?" "Are you trying to engender an argument between my husband and myself?" I responded. I knew she wasn't, but I wanted her to think I believed it. "Of course not, Olivia. Oh, dear," she said. "I feel responsible. I've been encouraging him, and you've permitted it," she added, as though just realizing it. "You shouldn't have if you knew it was going to come to this. Malcolm is so cruel. Aren't you afraid for little Mal?" "He will be all right," I told her. "If he wants something enough, even his father won't stop him. He's more like me when it comes to that. Try to ignore Malcolm. Stay away from him," I added, filling my words with another meaning. "The house is big enough." "I feel so sorry for him, though." She was crying. She got up and left the room. I didn't call her back to comfort her. I was happy that there were strong differences between her and Malcolm. As long as there were such differences, I had no fear that she would ever respond to his amorous approaches. Then things changed again. On the occasion of Christopher's 3rd birthday, Garland and Alicia held a party and invited a number of neighboring couples who had children Christopher's, Mal's, and Joel's age. The foyer of Foxworth Hall sounded like a schoolyard. There were children all about. Alicia arranged for games and hung colorful paper streamers and balloons. Mrs. Wilson made a huge birthday cake decorated with all sorts of bright little animals. Malcolm went to work in the morning, but Garland remained home to help with the party, something Malcolm thought was a ridiculous thing for him to do. "He's ludicrous when it comes to Christopher," Malcolm told me that morning after breakfast. Garland and Alicia had left the table to prepare for the party. "He acts like a man in his dotage. You would think it was his first child." "Perhaps he is proud of not only having been able to have a child, but having one so handsome and bright," I said. Malcolm's eyes narrowed, and for the first time I understood that he was jealous of Garland's attention to Christopher. "Didn't your father give you the same kind of attention?" "Hardly. It was the other way around. I had to practically beg him to take me along on his business trips. After my mother left, he was so weak. He even tried to blame me for driving her away. I'll never forgive him for that. My mother loved me more than anything, and it was his own inadequacies that forced her to abandon me. Don't you understand? Every time he looks into my blue eyes, he sees Corinne. He knows he could never make her love him the way she loved me. Oh, she must have hated him. Otherwise she never would have left me. I'll never forgive him for losing her." For the first time in years, I actually felt sympathy for my husband, and I reached out to touch his trembling hand. "But he spent more time with you when you were older, didn't he?" I asked, hoping to calm his agitation. Not until I was much older, and I could relieve him of some of his business responsibilities. I was sent to one private school after another until college, anything to keep me out of his sight. When I was away from home, he never wrote or answered any of my letters. One Christmas vacation, I returned home from boarding school and found a house full of servants, but my father gone on one of his safaris. It never occurred to him to take me along. I had no friends to speak of, so I spent the entire holiday vacation wandering about Foxworth Hall, listening to the echo of my own footsteps. "Malcolm," I said, seeing he was in the mood to talk about his past, something he rarely liked to do. "I've always meant to ask you, after your mother left, did she ever write to you? Did you ever hear from her?" "Not a word, not a card, nothing. When I was young, I used to think my father was hiding her letters to me, and I would stay alone up in my room for hours, writing her endless letters that were never mailed. I would plead for her to come back to me. I was only 5 years old. I needed her. I couldn't comprehend what possessed her to turn her back on her loving son. If I could talk to her right now, that's all I'd want to know." "What good would that do you now?" I asked. "You wouldn't understand," he said, and left me rather than continue the conversation. I was surprised to see him return home on the day of Christopher's birthday party in time to attend the festivities. It wasn't beyond him to ignore the boy's special day, even though it would hurt his father. What surprised me was the way he looked at Alicia when he set eyes on her in the foyer, where she was entertaining the neighboring children. She was wearing one of those sack dresses that made women look more like boys, although she didn't wear any flattener to keep her breasts from poking up against the flimsy material. She had her hair up and wore 2 strings of enormous pearls. At a party, with people around her, she grew radiant and alive again. She looked as she had when she first arrived at Foxworth Hall. Even Garland seemed regenerated. The tired, worn expression he had been wearing lifted like a mask. Alicia's laughter echoed through the large room. The children were delighted with her warmth and gaiety. They trailed after her, vying for her attention. Our 2 boys were at the forefront, chanting her name. Malcolm stood like a statue watching her. I expected to see that characteristic sneer, that hateful look in his eyes, but instead I saw his face soften and his lips relax. He looked like one of the children, enamored of her. Something wild and frightening burgeoned in my heart. He was looking at her with the kind of longing only a man in love had for a woman. What I thought had died had not. It had been hibernating, sleeping like some giant bear waiting for spring. Alicia's beauty was that spring. It tempted him, awoke the strong feelings in him, and beckoned him in pursuit once again. I heard it in the way he addressed her when they spoke. I saw it in his eyes that would not move from her as she went about the foyer conducting the party. He was satisfied sitting in a chair, sipping tea, and observing Alicia all afternoon. Long after the party ended and the guests were gone, Malcolm remained in the foyer watching Alicia supervise the cleanup. Garland, tired from the activity, retreated to his bedroom to rest. I saw to bathing the children and preparing them for bed. Alicia announced she was retiring to the Swan Room to relax with a good book. "Wasn't it a wonderful little party?" she asked me. "The children enjoyed it," I admitted. "One wonders, though, if a 3-year-old can appreciate such festivity." "Oh, Olivia, sometimes you sound just like Malcolm," she sighed. I was sorry he wasn't close enough to hear that. I watched her go up the spiral staircase, and then I went to gather my needlework and take it up to my bedroom. I didn't rush right upstairs. The servants had some questions about some of the glassware, and Mrs. Wilson wanted to discuss the menu for the coming week. What happened next was later told to me by Alicia, but she was in such a hysterical state at the time it was difficult to understand all of it. I was halfway up the staircase when I heard her scream. That was followed by a loud crash against the wall of the Swan Room. I hurried up the remaining steps and rushed down the hallway to her doorway in time to see Garland crumple on the floor, clutching his chest. He was in a nightdress. Apparently he had been woken from his sleep and had come running barefoot to the Swan Room. Alicia was sprawled over the bed, her nightgown torn from the right shoulder to the waist, her breasts exposed. Malcolm stood over his father's collapsed body, his hands clenched into fists, his face beet red, his eyes bulging. There was a long scratch down the right side of his face. "What's happened?" I screamed. "Quick, call for the doctor," Malcolm commanded, gathering some control of himself when he set eyes on me. I looked at Alicia, who was now crying hysterically and trying to cover herself with the torn shred of her nightgown. Garland wasn't moving, so I rushed to the nearest phone, the one in the trophy room, and called Dr. Braxton. By the time he arrived, Malcolm had dragged Garland's body back into his own bedroom and placed him on his bed. Alicia, wearing a robe over her torn nightgown, was at Garland's side, sobbing and holding his limp hand. "What happened?" Dr. Braxton asked, rushing to the bed. Malcolm looked first at me, then at Alicia before replying. "He had an attack of some sort and yelled out. By the time I arrived, he was like this," he explained. The doctor placed his stethoscope on Garland's chest and listened for a heartbeat. Then he checked his eyes and his pulse. "Must have been a heart attack," he said softly. "I'm sorry. There's nothing left for me to do." Alicia wailed and threw her body over Garland's. "No, no, no," she screamed. "It can't be. We just celebrated our son's birthday. Please, no, please. Garland, wake up. Show them you're not dead. Garland, Garland." Her sobbing was so intense it shook the bed. Malcolm turned and fled. He didn't look at me on the way out. "I'll contact the undertaker," Dr. Braxton said softly. He looked back at Alicia. "It's best they get here as soon as possible." "Of course," I said. "He did come to see me a few weeks ago," Dr. Braxton explained, "and I told him I wasn't happy with his heart then, but he made me swear not to tell anyone, especially Alicia. He was that kind of a man." "Yes," I said, understanding Garland's motives. He never wanted to admit his age. He did everything possible to make life rosy for Alicia. "Will she be all right? I can give her something to help her sleep," he said. I went to her, hesitating to put my hands on her. Finally, I touched her shoulder. "Alicia, the doctor wants to know if you want him to give you something to help you sleep." She shook her head, and then raised herself slowly from Garland's body. She wore a dazed look and gazed about the room as if she were in a dream. The doctor moved to her. "It will be better for you if you go back to your own bed," he said. "Sleep is the only cure for such great sorrow." She nodded and permitted him to help her to her feet. As he walked her to the door, she looked back at Garland's corpse and began to cry hysterically again. I followed them out and closed the door behind me. Malcolm was nowhere about. He had retreated to some room in the house, but I wasn't interested in locating him at the moment. I went with the doctor and Alicia to the Swan room. Alicia permitted him to put her into her bed like a child. "You should stay with her for a while," he told me. "Of course I will," I said. I felt quite dazed by the events myself, but I was never one to lose control and dignity. It pleased me that the doctor sensed my ability to handle affairs in the midst of a crisis. Alicia was, after all, more like a child. "I'll go call the undertaker," he whispered. "Call me if you need me." "Thank you, Dr. Braxton." "I'm sorry," he said. "He was a fine—" "I'm sorry," he added and left. I looked down at Alicia. She had turned her face into the pillow and was sobbing softly. I went to the doorway and closed the door, locking it behind me. I didn't want us to be disturbed for a while. Then I returned to the swan bed and sat down beside her. "Alicia," I said, "I must know what happened here before I came upon the terrible scene. What was Malcolm doing in your room?" Her sobbing intensified. "Alicia, you must tell me." "You have no one else now," I added, thinking that was a good point to bring up at this moment. It struck home, for her sobbing lessened, and she began to turn to me. She pressed her hands against her face as if to stop the tears, and then brought the blanket to her face. "It was horrible, horrible," she began. "What was?" "I was just lying here, reading, feeling so good about the party, and how happy everyone was. Garland," she started to cry again. "He was so proud, so happy." "What happened here?" I asked, pursuing. "I didn't lock my door. Sometimes Garland comes to me in the middle of the night," she said. "When I heard it open, I assumed it was Garland. But it was Malcolm," she said, looking at the door quickly, her face twisting as though the entire scene were being reenacted before her very eyes. "What did he want?" "He wanted—" She stopped, as if telling me were the most indecent thing she could do. "He wanted me," she said, her anger growing. "He came to my bed. I told him he shouldn't be in here. He laughed and said not to worry. Garland was asleep. He said terrible things to me. He told me Garland was too old to satisfy me now, that now I would need him more than ever, and it was all right since he was Garland's son." "What did you do?" "I told him to get out, or I would call Garland, but he wouldn't leave the room. I sat up, preparing to scream if he came any closer. He must have realized that, because he rushed onto the bed and put his hand over my mouth, pressing me back to the pillow and fondling me roughly. I tried to fight him off, and he ripped my nightgown. During the struggle, I knocked over that small night-table lamp, and I managed to scream. Garland heard it and came to the doorway in time to see Malcolm trying to smother me with his body." "I thought as much," I said. Garland rushed to the bed and pulled Malcolm off. They began to wrestle. Garland cursed him, and Malcolm said all sorts of terrible things about Garland's first wife, this room, his manhood. They fell to the floor and continued struggling, but neither struck the other with his fist. Finally, Malcolm broke free of Garland's hold and crawled toward the doorway, but Garland was in such a rage he wouldn't permit him to escape. He took hold of him again, and they threw each other about until Garland screamed. He slipped out of Malcolm's arms and fell to the floor where he... Oh, God, is it true? Is Garland dead? It's true, I said. Garland, Garland, my Garland. She fell back against her pillow and began to sob again. I knew she would cry herself into an exhaustion and fall asleep. There was nothing more I could do for her. I left her there and went out to seek Malcolm. I found him in the trophy room and imagined he had been watching us through his peephole the entire time. He was seated in a leather chair, staring at the doorway, his face silkily white and his eyes wide and wild, like the eyes of a man looking at his own death. His hands clutched the arms of the chair so hard I could see the veins popping below his knuckles. He seemed to be holding on for dear life. "What have you done?" I asked him. "Leave me alone. Do you know what will happen when people hear of this?" "No one will hear of anything. It wasn't my fault. He was a sick man anyway. The doctor will testify to that." "Now get out and leave me be," he said, speaking through his clenched teeth. "You're a hateful person, Malcolm. You'll never be a happy man after this." "It was her fault," he said, "not mine." "Her fault?" I almost laughed. "Get out," he repeated. I shook my head. "I pity you." At that moment I really did pity him. No matter what kind of face he put on, I knew he would suffer guilt that would haunt him for the rest of his life. It would change him in other ways later, but for the present it would work like a knife, cutting into his heart. It was obvious that he was trying to ease his own pain by blaming it all on Alicia. In his twisted mind, she was responsible because she resisted him and called for Garland's help. In his twisted mind, the woman was always responsible, never the man. Sometime later he would tell me that Alicia tempted him, tormented him. That was why she got what she deserved. He would blame it on the type of woman she was. He hated her, and he loved her, the way he hated and loved his mother. I left him in that dark room, sitting in the shadows. It was a large funeral, despite Malcolm's hope that it wouldn't be. People came from all over, some traveling great distances, business acquaintances, old friends, relatives, and many who were curious about the death of one of the area's richest men. Malcolm wanted his father's body cremated, followed by a small, short ceremony. But Garland had anticipated his son's indifference. He had left specific instructions with the minister in writing, and when Reverend Masterson produced the document, Malcolm could do nothing about it. The elaborate funeral would be held, the money spent. The only fortunate thing from his point of view was Alicia's condition right before, during, and after the funeral. She was on heavy tranquilizers and moved about like a sleepwalker in a nightmare, her face ashen, her eyes vacant, hearing no one, seeing no one, saying nothing. Her mother, quite a sick woman herself at this point, was unable to make the journey. As I had told her the night Garland died, she had no one but me. I saw that she was dressed properly, that she took some nourishment, and that Christopher was well taken care of. I guided her through the ceremony, remained at her side, sometimes literally holding her up. I could see the way people were watching us, how they remarked on my concern for her to one another, how they were impressed by the way I took care of her. Mrs. Whipple, a middle-aged woman who had served as Garland's personal secretary for many years, told me, "Garland would be so grateful to you for the way you are helping Alicia. He was so fond of her, so fond." "I'm doing only what is right," I told her. "No one need thank me." "Of course," she said. The mourners came to comfort Alicia, but she looked through every one of them. Garland's death had turned them all into strangers. In a sense, all those she knew through or because of him died with him. She had already begun her transition into another world, a world without Garland, without his laughter and love, a world filled with echoes and memories. Perhaps I clung to her so tightly because I understood the world she was about to enter better than she ever would. It was almost as though I were welcoming her to it, understanding that she would be joining me, and from now on we would both suffer the same loneliness. During the month that followed, Alicia was practically an invalid. Still under great mental strain and taking medication, she often had to be reminded to do simple things for herself, like come down to breakfast or dinner. She herself chose darker, more simple dresses to wear. Her complexion remained pale. Her broken heart had come up and darkened her eyes until they looked as vacant as the artificial eyes of some of the animals stuffed and mounted in the trophy room. The only thing that brought any light to her face was Christopher. If it weren't for him, she would probably never have come out of her room. During the days of mourning, Malcolm behaved as if Alicia were no longer there. Whenever he did see her, he looked through her, beyond her. He never spoke to her, and she never said a word to him. He never asked me anything about her, either. I knew it was his way of avoiding his own guilt. Perhaps he hoped she would languish and die, and his responsibility for what had occurred would never be revealed. Of course, she had made it easy for him to do all this, walking about like a ghost, dressed in either black, dark gray, or dark blue, with no makeup, her hair pinned back sternly, and she always avoided his eyes. Our dinners, the ones she attended, were like funeral feasts. She ate slowly, mechanically. Malcolm sat looking forward, sometimes asking me a question, sometimes making a comment. There was never any long conversation, just questions and answers. Even though she ate, her fingers trembled when she took the fork into them. She cut her meat slowly, laboriously, as though the knife were terribly dull. Alicia didn't even realize when the dinner had ended. Malcolm would get up suddenly and leave the table, and she would look up, surprised. It was as if she had just realized she was sitting there. She would look down at Garland's seat, pathetically. The absence of a setting pained her every time she sat at the dinner table. I was sure that was why she resisted attending. And when she did look at Malcolm, I saw her look of confusion. I imagined she was trying to put all of the events into some perspective, organize them in a way that would permit her to deal with them. He looked as calm and collected as ever. She couldn't see any change in him. Maybe it had all been a dream. Maybe Garland was coming down to dinner any moment. Once I thought she even sat there waiting for him. I had to tell her to begin eating. Malcolm didn't permit her eerie presence at these meals to disturb him. His appetite was good. Nothing weakened him. If he were haunted by any dreams, I never knew. He seemed satisfied with the way things were, especially the way things were between him and Alicia. But her attitude was wearing on my nerves and sending all three of the boys into a funk. Finally, one day, I went in to have a stern talk with her. I thought it was time. I was hoping that once she recovered from Garland's death, she would think about leaving Foxworth Hall. I thought that she herself would want to start someplace new once the financial situation was clear. She was young enough to find a new husband, especially with the kind of wealth she enjoyed. What man wouldn't want a beautiful, rich woman with a beautiful child? None of us is happy about what happened, I said, but you still have responsibilities. You are still Mrs. Garland Christopher Foxworth, and as his wife, you should overcome your grief and begin to take care of your son properly. She wanted to start to cry, but I wouldn't permit it, even though I pitied her, sitting there on her bed, looking as fragile as a baby robin. Despair had washed all the color from her face. What kind of an example are you setting for Christopher, for Mal, and for Joel? I continued. They all see what you are and what you are doing. Your attitude is turning this house into a morgue. Oh, Olivia, I can't get it through my head that Garland is really gone. She pressed her hands together and began to turn them as though she were wringing out invisible wet clothes. He is gone, and it shouldn't be such a surprise. Some time ago I had a discussion with you about your marriage, and I pointed out that he would die long before you. You didn't seem to care. I cared. I just didn't believe it would happen. I tried to warn you about living in a dream world. Now you are living in reality, just as I have had to from the first day I walked into this house. She looked up at me sharply. That she understood. You're so much stronger than I am, Olivia. You're not afraid of anything. You're not afraid of being alone. Life makes you strong. If you don't let it make you strong, it will kill you. Is that what you want? Do you want to leave your son? No. Then shake off this self-pity and be a mother to your child. She nodded slowly. I know you're right. I'm indebted to you in so many ways. I knew from the first day I came here that you were a wise and intelligent woman. Malcolm never intimidates you, no matter what he does. Get dressed, come down to dinner, and end this wallowing in grief, I commanded. Perhaps I should have permitted her to remain forever in mourning. Perhaps I should have encouraged it. My little talk was too effective. When she came down to dinner that night, she began a rather quick recovery. Grief, no matter how you cater to its gloom, has a way of dissipating. She appeared at the table that night as someone who had just awoken from a long sleep. She had rouged her cheeks and painted her lips, put on a bright blue dress, and wore one of the diamond necklaces Garland had bought her I had forgotten how beautiful and charming she could be. I should never have forgotten that. The moment she stepped into the dining room, I realized I had resurrected more than Alicia's beauty. Malcolm's eyes widened. His undertaker face disappeared. Not only did he look at her intently again, but before the dinner ended, he spoke directly to her. He put on his haughty manner like a hat as he explained some of the details of Garland's estate and how he planned to invest her money. "It will be a while yet before I have things straightened out," he said. "But soon I will sit down with you and explain your financial situation." "Thank you," she said. "Why is it taking so long?" I asked. "It didn't take this long after my father died." "Things were not quite as complex. My father insisted on some intricate clauses that the probate lawyers have to work out. Our money is invested in diverse areas. Your father was a businessman, not an investor. His fortune should have been doubled by now," he added for my benefit. "It's all right, Olivia," Alicia said. "I'm sure it won't be much longer." Malcolm was very pleased by her comment. It was almost as though she had come to his defense. If she wants to be the fool, I thought, let her. Her recovery continued. She looked after Christopher completely and, as before, devoted most of the time to all the children. She went out to shop for some new clothing for herself and for Christopher, and she grew stronger, brighter, even prettier every day. I saw the way Malcolm watched her recovery. Although they said only what was necessary to each other, I was surprised at how civil she was to him. Surely she blamed him for everything, I thought. Surely she despised him. How could she even look at him? Was there no anger and hate in her? Was she so innocent and pure that vengeance could find no home in her bosom? Her tolerance, her softness, her returning happiness infuriated me. I had even hoped to see her plot against Malcolm, perhaps enlist me in some plan to force him to give her more money, for that was the one thing that would have hurt Malcolm the most, expanding on the settlement. But she was entirely trusting and patient. Didn't she understand how dangerous it was to be kind to a man like Malcolm? When I could tolerate it no longer, I confronted her and was astonished at her thinking. "Malcolm must be suffering too," she said. "It was his father. He has to live with it." "Look how well he is living with it," I said. "Has it slowed him down even a little? He's at his business just as vigorously as before. He's even happier, because Garland isn't around to question anything he does." "Perhaps it's just an act." "An act? Do you know that he didn't want to spend half as much as was spent on Garland's funeral? Do you know he still complains about that?" She smiled, like some nun refusing to admit to violence and cruelty in the world God created. Everything had a reason, a purpose, and would be explained in the hereafter. She was incapable of facing or admitting the existence of evil in the hearts of men. I understand his motives. He couldn't face the funeral. He wanted to keep it small, so it would be easier for him. "You fool," I said. "He cared only about the cost, not the significance. Why don't you pressure him more to settle your estate? Who knows what he's doing to cheat you?" I wouldn't even know where to begin, Olivia. I was never very business-minded. "He'll follow Garland's wishes, I'm sure," she said. Do you want to languish here forever, waiting? You're young, still very beautiful. Don't you envision a new life for yourself? I don't know, she said, looking around. I can't see myself leaving Foxworth Hall just yet. Garland's spirit is still here. Shouldn't his son grow up here? I sat back, frustrated with such simplicity, such innocent trust and faith. What about a new husband? I said. Do you think if you took a new husband, he could come here to live with you? Do you think Malcolm would tolerate that? Oh, I don't want to think about a new husband. She smiled as though the idea were far-fetched. You are making a mistake, I said. You should be planning your future and the future of your son. No one else is going to do that for you, especially not Malcolm. Put the past away. There's a time for that. I don't think anyone would be in so great a rush. I would. No, you wouldn't. I assure you, I said, flushing with anger, I would. And someday you'll wish you had listened to me. Someday was to come even sooner than I had expected. Chapter 10. Malcolm has his way. Alicia never forgot my words of warning, even though she pretended not to have heard them. She continued to move through the house like a grown child, her innocence and brightness lighting the dark shadows of Foxworth Hall. Whenever Malcolm spoke to her, or whenever she was forced to speak to him, she looked like a young girl who had built up her courage to face the dentist. She listened to whatever she had to hear, she said what she had to say, and then she moved off, her smile and cheery voice returning as it would to one who had lived through the worst and now could go on. The evenings were different, though. After Christopher had eaten, and she had finished dinner, and after she put her 3-year-old son to sleep in the nursery, she would avoid any contact with Malcolm, and after a while, even any contact with me. If she didn't leave the house for one reason or another, she would retreat to the swan room, supposedly to read and relax. Often, when I put my ear to the wall in my room, I would hear her sobbing and talking as though Garland were there living beside her on the bed. I could almost believe that a love as passionate as theirs had been would enable them to reach across the abyss between life and death and join hands for some precious moments every night. "Oh, Garland, Garland, I miss you so," she would cry. "How hard it is here without you, and how much little Christopher misses you. Garland, my love." I did feel sorry for her, for I understood why she was so reluctant to leave, and why she hadn't pressured Malcolm to settle her estate and make leaving possible. As long as she was here, as long as she slept in the swan room, she kept Garland alive in her mind. Once she left Foxworth Hall, Garland would be left finally in his grave. One dark night in midwinter, I was awakened to the sound of her cries, only these were not cries of sorrow. These were cries of fear. Confused, I slipped out of my bed and put my ear to the wall. Her cries became muffled, almost inaudible. I put on my robe and went to the doorway of the swan room. I listened and then knocked softly. "Alicia! Alicia, are you all right?" There was no response, so I tried the handle, but the door was locked. I tapped again and waited. Still, there was only silence. Perhaps she was only having a dream, I thought, and went back to sleep. In the morning, she was different, more the way she had been during her bereavement. She didn't come down to breakfast until after Malcolm had gone, and she ate very little. "Are you sick?" I asked her. "No," she said, offering no other explanation. She continued to pick at her food, and then put her fork down. "You certainly look sick, and you've left practically everything on your plate." "I'm not sick," she repeated. She looked at me with tear-filled eyes. I held my breath, expecting her to tell me some great secret, but she simply bit her lip and got up from the table. "Alicia," I called. She did not turn around, but returned to her room, where she remained for most of the day. She was like that on and off over the next few weeks. Sometimes she would be talkative and full of energy, and I would think she was herself again. And then she would become moody and quiet and withdrawn. She either couldn't or wouldn't explain why. A week later, I was again awoken by the sound of her cries. This time they were shrill but short. They stopped before I even decided to go to her door. In the morning she was dreary and tired, moving like one in a daze. Both Malcolm and I had finished our breakfast, so she ate alone. She spent the whole afternoon alone in the Swan Room. Finally, driven more by my curiosity than anything, I went up to her. She was lying on her back, fully dressed, staring up at the ceiling. She didn't even hear me knock or open the door, nor did she hear me approach her. "Alicia," I said, "are you ill? Is this something that comes and goes?" She looked at me as if she were accustomed to people simply appearing beside her in the room. There was no surprise in her face. "Ill? Again, you hardly ate today, and you spent no time with Christopher. You've been up here for hours, apparently just lying here in your clothing." "Yes," she said, "I'm ill." She turned away, eager for me to leave, but I was determined to know what was going on. "What is wrong with you? Are you in pain? Do you wake up with pain every night?" "Yes, I'm in pain." "Where is this pain?" "In my heart," she said. "Oh." I shook my head and looked down at her. "I think it will be that way for you until you leave this house," I said. Her lips began to quiver, and she brought her hands to her face. "Crying won't help. Nothing will help but doing what I say. If you want to leave, I will pressure Malcolm into ending this deliberately prolonged settlement of your estate. Frankly, I think it would be better for everyone. You don't realize how depressing you can be, and—" "Oh, Olivia," she said, suddenly turning on me, taking her hands away from her face and looking more distraught than I had ever seen her look. "You are so intelligent, so strong. Don't you know what is happening? Surely you sense it." I stared down at her, unable to speak for a moment. She bit her lower lip and shook her head as if she were trying to prevent herself from saying any more. "What?" I asked. "Tell me." "You knew. You always knew. You expected it. I saw it in your face, but I was afraid to say anything to you." "Malcolm," I said. I looked about the Swan Room, instinctively understanding that it was this room, this magnificent bed, these sensual surroundings that were partly responsible. Why had she remained in here after Garland's death? Tell me exactly what has happened." She took a deep breath and wiped the tears from her cheeks. "He has been coming to me at night and forcing himself on me," she confessed, speaking barely above a whisper. I pressed my fingers into my own palms so hard that the nails cut my skin. Of course. In my heart I had known what she was going to tell me. I came in here and forced her to say it, partly to punish myself, and partly, by forcing her to say it, to punish her. What had almost happened at the lake, and what Garland had prevented with his death, had finally happened. From the day I stood by Malcolm's side and first set eyes on her getting out of that car with Garland, I knew it was inevitable. I saw it in the way Malcolm had looked at her then, and the way he looked at her whenever she moved through this house, her rich chestnut hair tumbling about her neck and shoulders, her eyes bright with life and energy. "Why didn't you lock your door?" "I did, but he had a key. He always had a key. He didn't have to use it until after Garland's death. I never told you this, but even before Garland died, he came in here one night. He knew I left the door open for Garland. I heard him. Of course, I thought it was Garland at first, but when I looked up and saw it was Malcolm, I pretended to be fast asleep. He came to the side of my bed, and he stood there staring down at me for the longest time. I thought if I moved, even in the slightest way, he would attack me, so I remained as still as I could. I felt him touch my hair ever so gently, and I heard him sigh. Then he turned and slipped out of the room as silently as he had come in." "But you never told Garland?" "No. I was afraid of what he would do. And as you see, I was right. It all came to tragedy. Oh, Olivia, Olivia." "So you locked your door now, and he came in. Why did you permit it this time? Garland was already dead." "He told me he would hurt Christopher. He would find a way. It would be easy for him, he said. There was no one to stop him from doing anything anymore, he said. And he was violent at times." I sat down beside her, my heart pounding. I recalled the first night he had come to me, how rough he had been. She had every reason to fear he would harm Christopher. Malcolm was capable of great violence in order to get what he wanted. "How long has this been? Has he been coming to you?" "It's been on and off for over a month." "A month?" I hadn't realized it had been going on that long. How could she have kept it to herself that long? She sat up. "The first time he came, I thought it was a dream, a nightmare. It was late at night. He slipped in so silently. I never heard him until he was actually beside me in the bed. I turned, and there he was, naked. He embraced me and pressed his mouth against mine before I could utter a word, a scream, and he held it there so long, I thought I would smother." "What then?" I asked. "He frightened me, not because I thought he would hurt me so much, but because of the way he was acting, the things he was saying." "What things?" "He didn't call me Alicia when he stroked my body and kissed my breasts." For a moment I thought I couldn't breathe. I pressed my palms against my chest and tried to swallow. In my heart I knew what she was going to say now, too, but I was terrified at hearing her say it. He called me Corinne. I thought he was having a dream, walking in his sleep, so I tried to reason with him, to tell him I was not Corinne, that he should wake and go back to his bedroom. But he didn't hear me. He pressed on, not roughly, but persistently, intently. It was no good trying to fight him off. He was too strong. When I finally tried to resist, he held my arms down, and every time I cried out, he pressed his mouth against mine so hard and roughly, I feared for my very life. I had to subdue my cries and let him have his way. It was awful, awful, she said, burying her face in her hands. What happened when it was over? Did he still call you Corinne? She looked up and shook her head. When it was over, and he had spent himself, he knew exactly where he was and who I was. That was when he told me never to speak about it, or he would harm Christopher. I thought, I hoped and prayed that would be it. But he came again and again. He was here last night, she added, and brought her hands to her face again. I came to your door once when I heard your cries. Didn't you hear me knock and call to you? Yes, but he had his hand around my throat, and he squeezed so hard I couldn't breathe. Then he brought his face to mine and forbade me to utter a sound. I knew he would kill me if I did. Why didn't you come to me before this? I told you. I was afraid for Christopher. Malcolm seems always to get whatever he wants, one way or another. Even if you stopped it from happening, he would take his revenge, don't you see? I'm sorry, Olivia. I know I should have told you, but I was frightened. Please forgive me for that. I couldn't blame her for being afraid. There were times when I feared Malcolm myself. For a few moments I sat there in silence, thinking about this room, thinking about what Malcolm had done. It was as if his mother's spirit still lived here, still tormented him. For him to come back to Alicia, even after the terrible and fatal scene with his father, was unbelievable. I knew Alicia felt safe because she didn't believe Malcolm could do that after being responsible for Garland's death. Does he always start off by calling you Corinne? Yes. And he always ends by knowing you're Alicia? Not always. Sometimes he leaves without calling me Alicia. He just gets up and walks out like he's asleep. One time, the third time, he made me do something terrible. He's insane. What did he make you do? He took one of those old nightgowns out of the closet and made me put it on before he got into the bed beside me. I had to walk about this room and sit at the dressing table. He put her brush into my hand and sat on the bed while I ran it through my hair. He even made me go into the bathroom and come out as though I were getting ready for bed. I felt just sick doing it, but I couldn't refuse him. He became even more enraged when I hesitated. How horrible, I thought. How sick and how horrible. I spun around and looked at the wall between the swan room and the trophy room. Then I turned back to her angrily. You should have had all those dresses taken up to the attic when you first moved in here, I said. How could she ever have anticipated what Malcolm would make her do? And yet, I couldn't help but think her responsible. She had been too trusting and innocent. I looked at her. She had been given all the warnings. I had practically pleaded with her to listen to me, but she was foolish and stubborn, insisting on holding on to a dead love. Maybe she was lying to me. Maybe she really enjoyed what Malcolm had done and was doing, and now felt guilty about it. I knew Alicia was that kind of woman, the kind of woman who wore sex about her like a racy undergarment. Have you done something to tempt him? Did you ever invite him to this room? No. Oh, no. You must never believe that, Olivia. I did nothing, she protested. In fact, he once followed me to the lake when I went for a dip and tried to get me to make love to him. I ran from him and told him that if he didn't stop his advances, I would tell Garland. Why didn't you ever tell Garland before? I didn't want what finally happened to happen. Do you think I'm responsible for Garland's death? That if I had told him about Malcolm earlier, I might have prevented it? Do you, Olivia? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe he would have died earlier. I looked at her suspiciously. Why did you finally tell me this, if you're afraid of what Malcolm could do to Christopher? Because I had to now. Why? What makes it any different now? Oh, Olivia, she hesitated. I'm in such trouble. She started to cry again. I can't help you if I don't know everything, I said. All right, then. Why are you in so much trouble? I'm in trouble because... I felt all the shadows of Foxworth Hall gathering around me to drown me in their darkness. Because I'm pregnant with Malcolm's child. I stood up and went to the window. I saw Olson below, trimming hedges, and I thought, here I have all this land, this beautiful house, 2 good-looking boys, wealth beyond imagination, and I was one of the most unhappy women in the world. It was unfair. It was a cruel joke. I wish that I would awaken and find that all of this, my marriage to Malcolm, the death of my father and of Garland, the rape of Alicia, was just a long, terrible dream. I thought I might even welcome being back in my father's house with the prospects of being a spinster for the rest of my life. Please don't hate me, Olivia, she begged. I did hate her. I couldn't help but hate her. I would always hate her and women like her. I closed my eyes, straightened my back, and took hold of myself again. I vowed that nothing Malcolm Neil Foxworth did or would do would ever reduce me to the sniveling weakling Alicia now was. I turned to her slowly. She saw the resolve in my face and sat up in the bed. Does Malcolm know this? Yes, she said. I told him this morning. This morning? When this morning? He was with me this morning at breakfast and left before you came down. I didn't sleep all night. I wanted to tell him last night before he left my room, but he was like a man walking in his sleep again, and he wouldn't respond. She looked down. So I went to his room before he rose. You went to his room? After all that had happened, that should not have seemed so important to me. But throughout all the years Malcolm and I had been married, I had never gone to his bedroom while he was there. While he was still asleep? Yes. I stood by his bed and waited for him to realize I was standing there. When he opened his eyes, he looked at me as though I were a ghost. It took him a few moments to realize it was me. At first, he was angry I had come to his room, but I had to tell him what he had done, don't you see? She said. I blurted it out before he could say anything else. What did he say? I asked, remembering how calm, how ordinary Malcolm's behavior had been at breakfast. But then again, I realized that it was his poker face, his cool and controlled manner, that enabled him to outsmart so many in the business world. First he smiled, Alicia said, but so coldly it gave me the chills. Then he said many terrible things, making it seem as if it were all my fault. I wanted to shout, to scream, to cry, but I was afraid to wake the house, she said. He gave me an ultimatum. I don't know what to do, she added quickly. I'm sure he would do what he said he would if I don't agree. I'm afraid for myself and for Christopher. Now I understood that she had worked herself up to appeal to me for help. She had been lying here all day, trying to figure out a way to come to me. I had made it easier for her by coming to her. What was the ultimatum? He wants me to remain here and have the child in secret. Then Christopher and I are to leave. We will get all the money Garland left to us. He explained that it has been invested in the stock market, but he will liquidate what we need to start somewhere new, and then I will have full control of our funds. But why have the baby in secret? What difference does it make if you leave now and have the baby someplace else where no one knows you? She looked down. There was something more terrible for her to add. He wants the baby, she said. What? The child is to be his, yours, she spoke quickly. He said if I didn't agree, he would accuse me of being a fortune hunter. He said that because I'd become pregnant after Garland's death, he will be able to have his lawyers drag me through the courts and prove I am a woman of little virtue who married an elderly man to gain wealth. And after he died, I gave myself to Malcolm in order to blackmail him for even more wealth. He said he didn't care what kind of publicity it brought to the Foxworths. Publicity couldn't hurt him. It could hurt only me. He said he would drive me out of here penniless and put me through a scandalous court trial. I would have a reputation, and no one would want to be seen with me. The headlines and publicity would kill my mother, who, as you know, is already deathly ill. I wouldn't even know how to fight him. I have no lawyers, no contact with that sort of person. Garland took care of all that, and after he died, Malcolm has been handling my legal affairs. Here I would be, a widow with a 3-year-old child, at the mercy of the cold world. He wants the child? I repeated. Yes. He says he knows it will be a girl. I'm to live in the north wing, secluded until after the birth. Then I will be free to leave with Christopher and my money intact. She wrung her hands and looked at me with plaintive eyes. Oh, Olivia, what shall I do? You must help me decide. You must. I stared at her, and for a long moment I felt helpless. Malcolm Neil Foxworth always got what he wanted, one way or another. He wanted a daughter, Now he had gotten one. In my mind, I had no doubt Alicia's child would be a girl. All this had been going on right before my eyes. I had sensed and suspected, but I had refused to permit myself to believe it. And now I had to swallow the bitter pill of truth. I couldn't close my door or look the other way. I was as much a part of it as she was because I had not prevented it. I was like a mother who had to take responsibility for the actions of her child who knew no better. Malcolm had used and abused her in the worst way a man could abuse a woman, and she had been helpless to protect herself. Perhaps worst of all, she was now pregnant with the child that should have been mine. If a daughter was indeed to be born to the Foxworths, it should be my daughter, not hers. I envied her, but I didn't respect her. In that moment, I felt all sympathy for her slip away. "Olivia," she repeated, "what should I do?" "Do?" I said. "I think you've done enough." I looked at her, and her eyes skipped guiltily away. She knew she shouldn't have let it get this far. She knew that now, but she was hoping I would come up with some sort of solution that would save her. I looked at my own reflection in the mirror above the dressing table and saw that I had already taken on the hardness that was to characterize me for the rest of my life. I was looking at myself with flint-hard gray eyes. My lips, pressed tightly together, formed a thin, crooked knife slash, and my breasts looked like twin hills of concrete. "Olivia," her voice was filled with pleading. "There's nothing for you to do," I said, "but what Malcolm wants. Start to gather your things together. Plans and preparations must be made. Begin to tell people that you are intending to leave Foxworth Hall, so that when you go into hiding, no one will miss you." "But what about Christopher? Someone's bound to see Christopher." "Christopher won't be with you," I said, inventing the ideas as quickly as I spoke. "What? What are you saying?" "You will give it out that you are going on a prolonged trip, during which time Christopher will remain here. When you return, you will be leaving Foxworth Hall for good. This trip is to make preparations for your new life. No one need know the details, especially the servants. If anything, we will leave them with the suggestion you are finding a new husband," I added, satisfied with that touch. Her face was a study of shock and dismay. "Shut away from my child? All these months? But he's a little boy, just 3 years old. He's already lost his father. He needs his mother. I know that he is close to Mal and Joel, and he'll enjoy their companionship, but they won't be permitted into the North Wing," I went on, ignoring her objections. "You'll take the room at the end, the one that has the adjoining bath. The one," I added, "that you thought was so exciting, because of the doorway in the closet that led up to the attic." "But much of it is dusty and cluttered. It's no place for me to live." "You'll make the best of it," I said. I had to make her see that she bore some guilt and responsibility for what was happening to her and her child. "But what about the classes for Malcolm and Joel held at the far end, Mr. Chillingworth?" "That will have to stop now, won't it?" I said, happy to have a reason to do so. "Obviously, Malcolm will have to agree to that. The boys will have to be sent to school. It will be better that they are away from the house anyway. There will be much less chance of their discovering anything." "The maids, the servants," she said. She was grasping at anything to stave off her fate. I was amused by her frantic questions, her hope to find a reason why Malcolm's plan couldn't be carried out. The ones we have now will all be dismissed. They will leave thinking you are leaving, even thinking that I am pregnant, I added. I couldn't help but like the fact that they would think that. It was almost as if I really were pregnant. Even Mrs. Wilson? All of them. Maybe not Olson. Olson is not in the house that much, and is somewhat slow-witted. I don't think it matters much about Olson, and I rather like the way he handles the gardens. But a new maid will still have to come up to me, Olivia. She'll know. No maid will come up to you. I will come up to you. You? I will bring you everything you need, I said. She would be entirely dependent on me for everything. Her food, her clothing, her soap, even her toothbrush. The doctor, she chirped, thinking she had found a way out. We won't need the doctor. Later we'll get a midwife. You're young, healthy. There'll be no problem. I'm afraid, she said. What alternative do you have? With each sentence I felt my power increasing, as my mind worked quickly to solve every detail. For the first time since I'd come to Foxworth Hall, I felt in control, in command. Yes, now I was true mistress. You were right to think Malcolm would carry out his threats. And how would you feel having Malcolm's child to care for after all that he has done to you? You couldn't help but take out your frustration and pain on the poor thing, I said. I would never. A penniless woman with 2 children to care for, rather than 1. I don't know if I can do what he wants. She looked down at her hands in her lap, and then looked up at me, resignation settling in her expression. Only if I know you are here to help me. I said what I would do, but I won't spend all my time in the North Wing babysitting you, I added. You must not go into a dream world about this, too. She nodded, now resigned to her fate. Speaking to her like this made me feel even more powerful. I couldn't be as slim and as beautiful as she was. But finally, her beauty had proven to be a weakness and a fault. It had led her down a painful path, a path I would never choose for myself. In a strange way, I thought of her the way I used to think of the miniature dolls in the glass-encased house. I used to feel frustration because I couldn't move them about physically. I could only imagine their movements. But I could move her about. I could put a smile or a grimace on her face. I could make her laugh or cry. She was in my hands and as helpless as a little doll. I shall speak to Malcolm, I said, and demand he explain everything and tell me everything, even the monetary details. She looked up hopefully. It was happening already. Her heart was beating in anticipation. I had sent the blood pounding through her veins with the utterance of a simple sentence. Maybe he'll change his mind. Maybe you'll get him to see it would be better if I just left now. Maybe. Only don't put too much faith in that. Malcolm has never changed his mind about anything. But he listens to you. When he wants to. Only when he wants to. And only if it will suit his purpose. Without your cooperation, this can't work. You could refuse to go along with it. I could. But the alternative is not a good one for you, is it, my dear? I said. If there was one thing I wouldn't tolerate now, It was her making my decisions for me. He'll simply carry out his threats. You have to look at it another way now. Without me, you will leave this house penniless. The smile of hope evaporated. I felt like a puppeteer. I had pulled a string and turned her back into a state of depression. From this day forward, she wouldn't go singing and skipping through Foxworth Hall unless I wanted her to. She wouldn't be bubbly and alive unless I wanted her to be. She fell back on the bed and started to cry. I wouldn't do that either, Alicia. You must keep yourself strong and healthy. If you went through all this and something happened to the baby... What? She looked terrified, her eyes wide, her lips pulled tight. I don't know what Malcolm would do, but he would believe you hurt or killed the baby on purpose. I would never, could never do such a thing. Of course you wouldn't, but Malcolm would think you had, don't you see? You will have to eat well and keep your spirits high. But Olivia, I will feel imprisoned. Yes, I said. I know. But we are all imprisoned in one way or another. Ironically, your beauty has imprisoned you. I started away. But someday it will set me free, she said defiantly. I turned back to her, smiling. I hope so, my dear Alicia. But for now, you might as well consider it your lock and key. Who knows what Malcolm might do next time he looks at you? We know what he sees, and we don't want him to have his way with you anymore. When you are secured in that room in the north wing, you'll be even more defenseless than you are now, won't you? I thought aloud. The realization put more terror in her face. What should I do? I won't scar my face. I can't become fat and ugly overnight. No, you can't. But if I were you, I'd cut off my hair as soon as possible. My hair! She brought both her hands to it quickly, as if it were already being cut. I couldn't do that. Garland loved my hair. He would spend hours beside me, running his fingers through it, stroking it, smelling it. But Garland is dead, Alicia. Besides, someday you can grow it back, right? She didn't reply. Right? I insisted on being answered. I would always insist on that. Yes, she said, nearly inaudible. After we give it out that you're leaving, and you go into the north wing, I'll bring the scissors. I'll even cut it off for you. She nodded slowly. But that was not enough. I said I would do it for you. She looked up. Thank you, Olivia. I smiled. I'll do what I can, I said, but you must always understand that I am in a peculiar and uncomfortable position, too. I know. I'm sorry for that. Believe me. I believe you, I said. Take a nap now, and later we'll talk more about what has to be done. She lay back, and I left the swan room, closing the door softly behind me. I went to the top of the spiral staircase and looked down at the foyer of the great house. I remembered the first morning I had stood up here and started down, how I had felt myself growing in stature with every step. I was to be the mistress of this mansion. So much had happened since that morning to threaten my authority and position, but ironically, as I began to descend now, I felt I had grown taller, stronger, wiser. Mrs. Steiner, coming from Malcolm's bedroom, where she had straightened and cleaned, surprised me. She walked so softly I almost suspected her of eavesdropping at the swan room door, while Alicia revealed all to me. "Is Mrs. Foxworth feeling ill?" she asked. It was always difficult for the servants to refer to Alicia as Mrs. Foxworth when they spoke to me. I knew they wanted to say the young Mrs. Foxworth, or even to take the liberty to use her Christian name. I glared at her, and she shrank back. "I mean, I want to know when I should go to do her room." "You won't do her room today," I said. "Very good, Mum," she said. She started to go past me. "She has a headache," I added, "but it's nothing serious." Mrs. Steiner nodded. I watched her descend the stairs quickly, eager to make distance between us. She really won't mind being let go, I thought, even though she has been here so long and we pay her well. Malcolm will see to it that she and the others get good severance pay. And afterward, I would tell him how many new servants I wanted. Of course, they would have strict orders to stay out of the north wing. There would be many things he would have to do now. In many ways, he would be taking orders from me. I was looking forward to his explanation of things later, for I would confront him with Alicia's confessions as soon as he returned home. I was sure he was choosing his own time and place to tell me how things were and how they would be, but I would upset his strategy, and I would do my best to get my pound of flesh. All would be dependent upon me, even Malcolm, in ways he didn't understand or anticipate. I would be in firm control. It was little enough compensation for the things I didn't have, things I had always dreamt of having. But I was not lying to Alicia when I told her we were all imprisoned in one way or another. What I had decided after Alicia had told me about all that had happened between her and Malcolm was that I would accept my imprisonment, and in accepting it, I would become the master of my own prison house.